Chapter 1838. A single message from Tion Xin had gathered more than half of the human race's experts. And this was because the Yuan and spiritual race experts had important matters to attend to and hadn't come. The two-peak life and death experts who had tried to kidnap Tion Xin were killed on the spot by the human race's Saint Lord. If it were before, the human race's Saint Lord would definitely try to recruit these two-peak life and death experts. After all, they were existences second only to the eternal ancient realm. They were a huge power of the human race. However, of all things, they should not have touched Fang Chen's disciple. Just this point alone was enough to sentence them to death. On the island, Luo Liuli gently rubbed Tion Xion's head. Only in front of Luo Liuli would Tion Xin put away his rebellious attitude and become as obedient as a lamb. "Are you all right?" Luo Liuli gently asked. "I'm fine." Tion Xion's heart was very complicated. After chatting with Tion Xin for a bit, Luo Liuli looked at by Qingqing and Princess Xian. "I'll leave Xer to you two. I hope the two of you can take good care of him on Green Bamboo Island." Luo Liuli smiled. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian nodded, but didn't say anything. "Ha ha, everyone, since Tion Xin is fine, let's disperse." Fang Chun naturally didn't know what had happened in the lower realms. However, he was still very happy. The South Tomb Sword Palace's Saint-level formation masters were indeed extraordinary. He had used 3 days to completely see through the formation. At this moment, he could faintly hear Luo Tiandu's clamoring voice. "Kid, if you have the ability, then break the formation. Senior apprentice brother Luo, don't worry. My formation is extremely complicated. Even if he's a saint-level formation master, he won't be able to break it in a short time. It's enough to buy time for senior apprentice brother." The saint-level formation master said, "As long as senior apprentice brother can deal with that mysterious woman, the true dragon blood will definitely belong to our South Tomb Sword Palace." Mysterious woman. Fang Chen's heart shook. Could it be that there was another mysterious woman besides him who had entered the true dragon treasury? Who was it? Thinking it over, he couldn't think of anything. Fang Chen shook his head and stood up, staring at Luo Tiandu. "Brat, have you thought it through? Kneel down and kowtow to me." Luo Tiandu laughed wildly. "I'll kowtow to you." Fang Chun waved his hand, and a rich aura of array Dao instantly spread out. Crack at this moment, the originally unbreakable formation shattered like glass. The Saint Grade formation was shattered into pieces. Not likely. The array master of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb widened his eyes in disbelief. I'll let you have a taste of my formation." Fang Chen sneered. With a single thought, he set up a Saint Grade formation that he had just created. The terrifying aura of array Dao filled the air, instantly trapping Luo Tiandu and the array master. This sudden change caused Luo Tiandu to be shaken. His expression changed drastically as he attacked the array formation with all his might. "Hurry up and break the array." Luo Tiandu shouted anxiously. "Senior apprentice brother Luo, don't worry. Just watch me break this little trick," said this person very calmly. He then closed his eyes and began to break the array. Fang Chen appeared in front of Luo Tiandu like a ghost. "You don't come over." Luo Tiandu quickly retreated. He looked at Fang Chen with alarm. Just a moment ago, he had been arrogant, but now he had become like this. The grand number 2 disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, Luo Tiandu, also knows how to be afraid, sneered Fang Chen. He could see the fear in Luo Tiandu's eyes. He walked step by step towards him, his aura pressuring Luo Tiandu. "Have you thought about how you want to die?" asked Fang Chen softly. "Junior apprentice brother." Luo Tiandu still placed his hopes on his junior apprentice brother. But this Saint Grade formation master was already having trouble fending for himself. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and pointed it in front of Luo Tiandu. Plop! Luo Tiandu directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "You're a magnanimous person. You won't lower yourself to the same level as a minor person like me. Let me go. Let you go." If he hadn't let Luo Tiandu escape, there wouldn't have been this kind of trouble. Furthermore, Luo Tiandu was a vicious person. He couldn't leave behind any future troubles. Wait for your next life. The hidden star sword stabbed into Luo Tiandu's head. His Yuan spirit instantly shattered and his vitality disappeared. Then Fang Chun dealt with the Saint Grade Formation Master who was trying to break his formation. He easily entered the True Dragon Sacred Tower. I wonder who that mysterious woman is. Fang Chun was also a bit curious about that mysterious woman. He quickened his steps and quickly climbed the True Dragon Sacred Tower. At the same time, in a certain level of the True Dragon Sacred Tower, the aura of the eldest senior apprentice brother suddenly rose. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes. Tangible light shot out from his eyes. It was extremely terrifying. The eldest senior brother jumped to his feet, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Although I haven't comprehended the third level of the martial Tao, I've touched upon the threshold. The eldest senior apprentice brother thought to himself, I think I should be able to reach the peak now. With his strength greatly increased, the eldest senior apprentice brother took a step forward and quickly climbed the tower. Soon, he arrived at the top level. The true dragon blood is mine. The eldest senior apprentice brother was incomparably excited. Voila! In the highest level of the True Dragon Sacred Tower, the first senior brother looked around and saw a beautiful woman in the center. It's her. The eldest senior apprentice brother was instantly enraged. He hadn't expected her to arrive here first. The true dragon blood is mine. The eldest senior brother roared in anger. Then, he took a step forward and the sword chi around him vibrated. The sword in his hand carried a terrifying sword chi as it pierced towards Xingyu. Buzz! Just as the terrifying attack was about to land on Star and Moon, the latter suddenly opened her eyes. Bang! In a hurry, Star and Moon blocked the eldest senior apprentice brother's attack. Hand over the true dragon blood, said the eldest senior apprentice brother coldly. I didn't get it, said Star and Moon indifferently. Oomph, do you think I'll let you go just because you said that? The eldest senior apprentice brother sneered and used his most powerful sword Tao Divine technique against Star and Moon. The latter naturally didn't want to be outdone. She activated her mystical Een Phoenix body and her attack power surged. She fought fiercely with the eldest senior apprentice brother. Fang Chen's climbing speed was very fast. What a powerful fluctuation. Suddenly, he sensed the fluctuations of a battle. He frowned slightly because he sensed a familiar aura in the air. From the fluctuations of the battle, the sword chi should belong to the sword palace of the South Tomb. But why is the other aura so familiar? Fang Chan felt that this aura was very familiar. As for where he had seen it, he couldn't think of it right away. Shaking his head, he continued forward. After crossing the first level, the fluctuations of the battle became even stronger. At this moment, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. It seems to be the aura of a phoenix. Mystical Een Phoenix body. Could it be Yue? Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes widened. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Yue was still transforming and couldn't have entered the true dragon's treasure. Let's go up and take a look. Fang Chun was very curious about this person. Using the space-time book, he was unimpeded along the way. In the end, relying on his strong comprehension of the fundamental martial way, he successfully entered the last level. The fluctuations of the battle are over there. Fang Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the battlefield. He saw a fiery red light spreading out and enveloping the two of them. Who exactly is fighting? Fang Chen was a little anxious. He increasingly felt that the fiery red aura seemed to be the aura of the mystical Een Phoenix body, but he didn't dare to be sure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen got closer to the battlefield, wanting to observe more clearly. At this moment, a deafening sound rang out. Soon after, the two figures retreated. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the woman in purple. You are. Almost in an instant, Fang Chen took a step forward and came behind Star and Moon, supporting Star and Moon. Why are you here? Fang Chen asked curiously. Brother Chen. Star and Moon nodded, but his gaze was on his opponent. Fang Chen stood side by side with Star and Moon and turned to look at the first senior brother. If my guess is correct, You should be the first senior disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, Fongchen said. And who are you? The first senior brother asked. Chapter 1839. The South Tomb Sword Palace was one of the top 7 forces in the God Realm. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire South Tomb was the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. With a single word from the South Tomb Sword Palace, the weak forces in the North region would have no chance of survival. However, there was a reason for their existence. Even the South Tomb Sword Palace couldn't kill the innocent. Otherwise, it would trigger a war in the God Realm. The South Tomb Sword Palace was a heaven for sword cultivators. Even the top god emperors in the God Realm would praise the South Tomb Sword Palace when it came to sword cultivators. The South Tomb Sword Palace didn't just have powerful resources. It also had a systematic training system for sword cultivators. This was very important. Swordsman Xiao Yun was the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. According to his position in the South Tomb Sword Palace, he had already surpassed most of the Outer Palace elders. He was even on par with the Inner Palace elders. As long as he gave the order, there would be countless heaven gods willing to do his bidding. Not for anything else, but to gain the recognition of the South Tomb Sword Palace. But now, Swordsman Xiao Yun had met 2 strong opponents. Because he had met a madman. He had come to the God Realm with great difficulty and found Star and Moon after much difficulty. For his wife, Star and Moon, he didn't hesitate to go against the veteran god Lien Yi and the Zhou clan, which was only second to the top 7 sect. But just as he entered the last level of the True Dragon's Sacred Tower, Fong Chun found his wife, Star and Moon, fighting with Swordsman Xiao Yun. He was furious and glared at Swordsman Xiao Yun. Swordsman Xiao Yun also stared at Fong Chun. He wanted to know where this guy came from. In the southernmost land, he knew all of the relatively strong, independent, heavenly gods who could be named. But this person was unfamiliar. Swordsman Xiao Yun had always given people the impression that he was extremely gloomy. Cunning and scheming were also his labels. He didn't underestimate Fong Chun because of his young age. It was the exact opposite. Even his second junior brother, Luo Tian, couldn't enter the last level of the True Dragon's Sacred Tower. This was enough to explain the problem. The mysterious, purple-robed woman from before made him feel helpless. Now, another one had appeared. Swordsman Xiao Yun frowned slightly, but he tried to suppress Fong Chun with his aura. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Swordsman Xiao Yun tried to use the South Tomb Sword Palace to threaten Fong Chun. After all, an ordinary Divine Realm expert would definitely be terrified upon hearing the name of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Swordsman Xiao Yun, the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Fong Chun said calmly. Since you know it's me, why do you still dare to get involved in this mess? Swordsman Xiao Yun frowned. If he could make the latter retreat without a fight, that would be for the best. Right now, the most important thing was to obtain the true dragon blood. As for the 2 before him, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them after he obtained the true dragon blood. The reason why Swordsman Xiao Yun hadn't acted yet was because his true goal was the true dragon blood. Do you know who she is? Fong Chun pointed at the star and moon behind him. Swordsman Xiao Yun shook his head. Fong Chun continued, She is my wife. Swordsman Xiao Yun, you've already made a move against my wife. Am I supposed to just sit by and do nothing? Fong Chen's attitude made everything clear. Swordsman Xiao Yun shrugged. Since that was the case, there was nothing to talk about. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and a strange aura surged out of his body. At some point, a divine realm artifact had appeared in his hand. He was ready to fight at any moment. You are back off. Fong Chun turned his head and gently smiled at the star and moon. The latter gently nodded, her eyes as gentle as water. Whoosh! The hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Sword chi surged out of Fong Chen's body. Swordsman Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, but then he laughed loudly with a mocking expression. Sword cultivator. Swordsman Xiao Yun sneered. You dare to call yourself a sword cultivator in front of my Southern Tomb Sword Palace? The leader of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace, God Emperor Swordless, had once said this. Outside of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace, there were no more sword cultivators. Although this sentence was arrogant, it was enough to explain some things. Since then, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace used the orthodox way of the sword as their foundation and wantonly promoted their sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators in the divine realm did not dare to clash with the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Swordsman Xiao Yun sneered in his heart when he saw Fang Chun kill sword cultivators. Yu too. Swordsman Xiao Yun, was not afraid of sword cultivators. This was because his understanding of the way of the sword had reached an unimaginable level. He could even understand every single sword cultivator's attack like the back of his hand. In this kind of situation, who could defeat him? Unless it's a true god, no heavenly god can defeat me. Swordsman Xiao Yun said confidently. Oh, looks like I'm going to break the record today. Fang Chun said indifferently. There was no change in his expression. It was as if fighting Swordsman Xiao Yun was a trivial matter. Boom! Fang Chen's aura instantly exploded out. His mind was filled with information about the immemorial soul refining art. At this time, Swordsman Xiao Yun was shocked to discover that Fang Chen's cultivation was only in the divine ancestor realm. Divine ancestor realm? Are you kidding me? Swordsman Xiao Yun was even more astonished. But soon his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Deliberately mystifying things. Just kill him. At some point, Swordsman Xiao Yun's sword had been silently unsheathed. It carried a terrifying sword chi as it charged towards Fang Chun. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chun knew that he couldn't be careless when dealing with Swordsman Xiao Yun. Furthermore, ordinary sword Dao divine arts were useless. So he used the immemorial soul refining art from the start. Destruction, sword technique. Rumble, terrifying destruction, law, energy instantly surged out and revolved around the hidden star sword. Fang Chen's wrist trembled as it pierced out. Boom! The two heavenly divine artifacts fiercely collided. Instantly, a terrifying power exploded out. The entire true dragon sacred tower was trembling. Gotcha! The destruction law energy was unprecedentedly crazy as it poured into Swordsman Xiao Yun's sword, instantly forcing him to retreat. UU3. N. Swordsman Xiao Yun's expression finally became serious after stabilizing his body. He finally knew how this unremarkable man in front of him managed to step onto the last floor of the true Dragon Sacred Tower. This exquisite Sword Dao divine art is definitely not heaven rank. It's most likely. Swordsman Xiao Yun didn't finish his sentence, but his heart was already in a perilous situation. Only the legendary saint rank divine arts could surpass the heaven rank divine arts. At this moment, Swordsman Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with greed. Saint rank divine art was a divine art that only true gods had the qualifications to cultivate. If he could obtain this divine art, he wouldn't even be able to face an ordinary true god expert. I must obtain this sword Dao. Swordsman Xiao Yun shouted in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly. His blood was already boiling. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He definitely couldn't miss it. Even if he had to kill for it, he wouldn't hesitate. I originally wanted to kill you, but I've changed my mind. Hand over your swordsmanship, and I can spare your life. Swordsman Xiao Yun sinisterly said. But when he saw that Fang Chun didn't move, he continued, Don't worry, I'm a head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. As long as I say the word, you can do whatever you want in the extreme south. No one will dare touch you. Fang Chun sneered inside. This swordsman Xiao Yun's eyesight was quite good. He immediately saw that his sword Dao was extraordinary. This was the immemorial soul refining art. Even if he gave it to swordsman Xiao Yun, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Fang Chun shook his head. You can't even defeat me, and you're saying you won't kill me? That's laughable. Are you sure you're speaking from your heart? Swordsman Xiao Yun's voice was heavy. A fierce aura swept over, using his aura to suppress Fang Chun. Fang Chun spread his hands, not afraid in the slightest. Correct, this is what I'm speaking from my heart. The sword Dao is with me. If you have the ability, just take it. You're courting death. Swordsman Xiao Yun was thoroughly enraged. I'll capture you and extract your Yuan spirit, then I can still obtain it. refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Swordsman Xiao Yun was no longer prepared to hold back against Fang Chun. Seeing this, Purple Star and Moon asked, "Brother Chun, do you need help?" Fang Chun smiled and shook his head. "If I can't even protect you, then what's the point of cultivating? Let alone a mere heavenly god. Today, even if a true god is here, I'll definitely be able to take you away." Chapter 1840. Fang Chen's words were arrogant, but he did have the right to be arrogant. Before coming to the southernmost land, his strength was already enough to look down on the heavenly god realm. Heavenly god Liani and the Zhou family patriarch were both killed by him, not to mention others. Facing swordsman Xiao Yun, Fang Chun was cautious, but he wasn't afraid. He still hadn't fully comprehended the power of the immemorial soul refining art. Its attack power was strong enough to defeat swordsman Xiao Yun. "Kid, you're the most arrogant divine ancestor I've ever seen. Today I'll show you the divine dragon Xiao Yun's sword," swordsman Xiao Yun said angrily. Roar! A terrifying dragon cry instantly echoed in the air. At this moment, Fang Chun saw the dense sword chi above swordsman Xiao Yun's head forming a golden dragon. "No wonder you want the true dragon blood. Interesting." Fang Chun looked at the golden dragon and grinned. "Create a sword move. Destruction sword move. Time sword move. Space sword move. Reincarnation sword move." The 5 sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art were cast. The terrifying sword chi was endless, instantly engulfing the entire true dragon's sacred tower. In the sky, 5 sword lights with completely different auras stood side by side, looking aggressive. "Let's see if your divine dragon Xiao Yun sword or my immemorial soul refining art is stronger." This time, the 2 of them did not hold back at all and directly used their strongest attacks. Under swordsman Xiao Yun's control, the golden dragon let out a deafening dragon roar. This, swordsman Xiao Yun's heart was in turmoil. He felt his scalp go numb. The South Tomb Sword Palace had cultivated for countless years, but he had never seen such a strange sword technique. Using the 5 great laws as the foundation to unleash the 5 great sword moves. Such a method was truly unheard of. It was too terrifying. However, he was very confident in his divine dragon Xiao Yun sword. The reason why he was called Swordsman Xiao Yun was because of this sword technique. This was a top heaven grade divine art. Among the many disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace, only he had successfully learned this sword technique. Yu won. As for the others, it was impossible for them to understand such an obscure sword technique. It was because of this sword technique that he obtained the title of Xiao Yun Swordsman. In the extreme south, the name of Xiao Yun Swordsman would cause everyone's expression to change. Divine Dragon Destroy. The divine dragon roared and opened its bloody mouth. Its body quickly disintegrated and turned into sword chi that filled the sky, rushing towards Fang Chun. Kill! The only thing he could do now was to fight. Fang Chun controlled the 5 great sword moves and charged into the sword chi that filled the sky with a whistling sound. Break! Following Fang Chun's command, the destructive sword light immediately shattered. The terrifying power of the rules of destruction swept up the surrounding sword chi and devoured it completely. At the same time, the time sword light disintegrated and changed the flow of time within the true dragon's sacred tower. After the spatial sword light was disintegrated, it caused the space to become even more chaotic. As for the creation of sword light, it provided an endless supply of power to the power of destruction. In the end, the reincarnation sword light wrapped around the giant golden dragon's head and sent it into reincarnation. The 5 major sword moves had a clear division of labor. The destruction sword move was the main attack, and the other sword moves were the support. The attack power was instantly raised to the maximum. "I see." Fang Chun was overjoyed and nodded in satisfaction. In the battle with the successor of the creation branch, Fang Chun felt that he was very familiar with the control of the 4 major sword moves, and their attack power was very strong. However, when it came to him, it could not achieve the desired effect. This time, he finally grasped the essence of it. "If I can get the Destiny sword move, I will be invincible." Fang Chun could imagine what kind of changes would happen to the immemorial soul-refining art when the six sword moves were gathered. It was only now that he understood the meaning of the name immemorial soul-refining art. Soul-refining art was actually refining the divine spirit. When it was cultivated to the peak, even an emperor god would not be able to resist it. I wonder if it surpasses the Saint Divine art. Fang Chun thought to himself. Crack! Under the terrifying attack of the immemorial soul-refining art, the giant golden dragon's head instantly disintegrated. No, it's impossible. Swordsman Xiao Yin shook his head desperately. He could not believe that the divine art that he was so proud of was so weak in front of this person. His eyes were filled with a scarlet color. He was even more greedy for Fang Chun's divine art. If I can get such a powerful divine art, I will definitely rise. Swordsman Xiao Yin clenched his fists as a crazy idea came to his mind. He did not want to let go of this great opportunity. Pucci! Suddenly, Swordsman Xiao Yin opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on the sword. Instantly, the sword turned scarlet. At the same time, a dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens spread. Divine Dragon Xiao Yin's sword, Forbidden Flame. Among the heavenly gods, there was almost no one who could force Swordsman Xiao Yin to use this move. This move was prepared to deal with the true gods. Swordsman Xiao Yin originally wanted to find a chance to challenge the true gods after returning to the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. He wanted to use this to intimidate everyone and achieve a shocking effect. But now, it seemed that he had to bring it forward. This is the first time I've used the Forbidden Flame after mastering it. You should be proud to die under it. Swordsman Xiao Yun's face was filled with madness as he roared furiously. The scarlet sword transformed into a ferocious, roaring golden dragon and rushed toward Fang Chun. This dragon was many times more powerful than the previous one. Roar! The ferocious dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to collapse. Star and Moon, who was behind Fang Chun, was a little worried and prepared to intervene. However, at some point in time, Fang Chun's large hand was holding Xing Yu's small, fair hand. You don't have to do anything. Fang Chun said softly. Star and Moon glanced at him and nodded. No matter what, Fang Chun was her husband, and she would unconditionally choose to believe him. However, she was also prepared to intervene at any time. Once Fang Chun was defeated, she would intervene immediately. She would never allow Swordsman Xiao Yun to hurt her husband. Roar! The ferocious dragon disappeared in an instant. This time, the attack was aggressive. Compared to the previous attack, it was God knows how many times more tyrannical. UU3. However, Fang Chun still unleashed the immemorial soul-refining technique at a leisurely pace. It's useless. Although the Sword Palace of the South Tomb was a holy land for sword cultivators, and all its disciples were powerful sword cultivators. But they could only say that they were too unlucky to encounter Fang Chun. The 5 major sword moves were once again displayed. 5 completely different types of rule force quickly swept out and surrounded the ferocious dragon with a clear division of labor. Kill! Swordsman Xiao Yun's eyes were scarlet as he roared furiously. He tried his best to shatter the 5 sword lights. Break! Fang Chun said softly. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The ferocious dragon felt fear and crazily attacked. The 5 major power of rules complemented each other and formed a perfect cage that it couldn't escape from. What else do you have? Fang Chun looked down at Swordsman Xiao Yun. Do you think you could trap me like this? Suddenly, Swordsman Xiao Yun's face revealed a sinister smile. Fang Chun frowned. At this stage, could Swordsman Xiao Yun not see the difference between them? Who am I? I am Swordsman Xiao Yun, the first disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. I will most likely become a true god in the future. It's impossible for a divine ancestor trash like you to defeat me. Swordsman Xiao Yun stood quietly on the ground, his robe fluttering without wind. Every time he said a word, the anger on his body would increase by a point. Ever since I became the first disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, I was invincible in the same realm. No one has ever dared to provoke me like this. You are the strongest person I have met in the past few years. To be able to block my taboo flame means that you have the strength to reach the true God realm. Swordsman Xiao Yun continued. But do you think that's all I have? Swordsman Xiao Yun laughed wildly. This scene caused Fang Chun to be a little stunned. Was he just putting on an act, or did he really have a trump card? Crack! As they spoke, the ferocious dragon was destroyed by the 5 major power of rules. The energy fluctuations caused the entire True Dragon Sacred Tower to violently shake. Chapter 1841. Swordsman Xiao Yun's strongest sword technique had been broken by Fang Chen's immemorial soul refining art. But now he was laughing maniacally. Was he putting on an act, or did he really have something up his sleeve? Fang Chun frowned as he stared at him with the hidden star sword in his hand. He could sense a dangerous aura from this person. This is a secret of mine. Even some disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace don't know about it. Anyone who knew about it died in the end. You're no exception. As he spoke, a strange destructive aura surged around Swordsman Xiao Yun. Fang Chun was shocked to find that this destructive aura gave him a different feeling than before. Buzz! Swordsman Xiao Yun opened his palms as the aura around him rose to the maximum. His eyes revealed a sinister smile. At the same time, a black mark appeared on his forehead and it kept flashing. Do you feel fear? Too bad it's too late. Swordsman Xiao Yun roared as the black mark on his forehead exploded with a deathly aura. This deathly aura swept through the entire True Dragon Sacred Tower. Death Hand. Swordsman Xiao Yun executed the Death Hand. The terrifying destructive aura formed a huge hand print in the air. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the entire True Dragon Sacred Tower was going to collapse. At this moment, Fang Chen's face turned serious. If he guessed correctly, the Death Hand was extremely famous in the South Tomb Sword Palace. Because its master was the most outstanding disciple of Emperor Swordless, the strongest person known as the Death God Emperor. The South Tomb Sword Palace had a total of 5 God Emperors. The strongest person was naturally God Emperor Swordless. He had a total of 2 personal disciples, and one of them was God Emperor Death. It was said that the Death God Emperor was extremely talented. When he became Emperor Swordless disciple, it didn't take long for him to stand out. As for himself, he specialized in studying the primordial spirit of martial artists. He emitted a deathly aura and eventually received the title of Death God Emperor. To be able to teach a God Emperor disciple, it was enough to show how strong Emperor Swordless was. The Death God Emperor's achievements in the Sword Dao were inferior to his achievements in the Death Dao. The Death Hand was his ultimate technique. How does he know the absolute art of the Death God Emperor? Impossible. Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. It was rumored that the Death God Emperor was one of the 2 direct disciples of the Swordless God Emperor. Moreover, this person was engrossed in cultivation and never took in disciples. Why would the Death Hand appear in the hands of Sword Saint Xiao Yun? What? Are you scared? Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Swordsman Xiao Yun laughed eerily. In the entire God realm, other than God Emperor Swordless, no one else knows that I am the only disciple of the God Emperor of Death. You should be proud to die in the hands of my Death God. Swordsman Xiao Yun was the only disciple of the Death God Emperor. This secret made Fang Chen's heart tremble. Who would have thought that Swordsman Xiao Yun would be the disciple of the Death God Emperor? This was going to be troublesome. Looking at the huge hand in the void, Fang Chen's expression turned solemn. Sword Qi surged around him as he used the immemorial soul-refining technique without hesitation. Hand of Death, Death Annihilation. Swordsman Xiao Yun didn't want to waste any time. After all, he couldn't use the Death Hand for a long time. Therefore, he needed to end the battle quickly. With a roar, the huge Death Hand suddenly swooped down from the sky, bringing along terrifying death energy as it enveloped Fang Chun. Die! Swordsman Xiao Yun controlled the Death Hand to attack wildly as he shouted. Immemorial soul-refining technique. 5 great sword moves were used simultaneously. Rumble. In the void, the 5 great sword moves exploded with unimaginable power as they fought against the Death Hand. However, the Death Hand contained the Death God Emperor's millions of years of research on death. The Death Hand actually blocked the 5 great sword moves. Moreover, the death energy contained within the Death Hand was seeping into Fang Chen's body. I can't let the death energy seep into my body, Fang Chen thought in his heart. If the death energy seeped into his body, his primordial spirit would definitely be damaged. Space-time book. At this moment, Fang Chen couldn't care less. He pushed the space-time book to the extreme, and his body flickered as he shuttled through the void. He wanted to use the fastest speed to send swordsman Xiao Yun flying. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of the Death Hand. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the Death Hand shattered 3 of the great sword moves. Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, he finally believed that swordsman Xiao Yun was the only disciple of the Death God Emperor. This was because the Death Hand that swordsman Xiao Yun used contained a trace of the Death God Emperor's technique. Thinking about it, the Death God Emperor must have used it to protect his disciple. Crack! The immemorial, soul-refining technique couldn't withstand it anymore. Fang Chen's body flickered rapidly. The purple-robed Star and Moon, who had been standing at the back, took a step forward and rushed into the battle. Mysterious scene. An extremely cold aura burst out from Star and Moon's body. She activated the mysterious Phoenix physique, and a terrifying power instantly spread out. Star and Moon clenched her small white hands into fists and then punched the Death Hand in the air. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The addition of Star and Moon actually suppressed the Death Hand's attack. Brother Chun! Star and Moon shouted. Fang Chen nodded heavily. He knew what Star and Moon wanted to say. Without any hesitation, he quickly appeared in front of swordsman Xiao Yun and launched a fierce attack. At this moment, Star and Moon was in charge of blocking the Death Hand. Kill! The 5 great sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining technique were used again. Without the help of the Death Hand, swordsman Xiao Yun couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. Death Hand! Swordsman Xiao Yun waved his hand, trying to get the Death Hand to return to his side. However, Star and Moon acted. The power of the Phoenix in her body instantly burst out, firmly restraining the Death Hand. Pucci! In the blink of an eye, the hidden Star Sword pierced into swordsman Xiao Yun's body from a tricky angle. Swordsman Xiao Yun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly darkened. No! Swordsman Xiao Yun roared crazily. The Death Hand shook and instantly exploded. The power of the explosion drowned Star and Moon. Fang Chen roared and quickly rushed into the explosion to find Star and Moon. Swordsman Xiao Yun wanted to take advantage of this time to escape. Even the means left by his master couldn't deal with these two. If he didn't leave now, he would die here. Rumble. The power of the Death Hand was too strong. The power of the explosion was even more shocking. Fang Chen immediately found Star and Moon. She was in a better state than he had imagined. It was just that the aura of death had invaded her mind and was destroying her Yuan spirit. Star and Moon's complexion was slightly pale. She weakly said, "Brother Chun, I'm fine. Force out the aura of death." Fang Chen placed Star and Moon on the ground. She used her Phoenix power to force out the aura of death. Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Then, a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Soon after, his gaze landed on the fleeing swordsman of the Xiao Yun sect. "You want to leave?" With a thought, Fang Chen appeared in front of swordsman Xiao Yun, blocking his path. "Brat, I'll give up on the true dragon blood. How about we forget about this matter?" asked swordsman Xiao Yun. "Is that even possible?" asked Fang Chen. Swordsman Xiao Yun's expression darkened. "Brat, I am the South Doom Sword Palace's head disciple, and I am also the Death Emperor's only disciple. If you kill me, the Sword Palace of the South Tomb will definitely hunt you down to the very end. You better think this through." Swordsman Xiao Yun had no other choice. He could only use the Death Emperor and the South Tomb Sword Palace to threaten Fang Chen. If he was smart, he should let him off. "Even if I don't kill you, That doesn't mean the Death Emperor and the South Tomb Sword Palace will let me off. Fang Chun sneered. He had already thoroughly offended the South Tomb Sword Palace. If he didn't kill swordsman Xiao Yun, there would be no end to his troubles. Buzz! Fang Chen's killing intent surged. He raised the hidden star sword and walked toward swordsman Xiao Yun. Brat, are you really going to be so stubborn? Roared swordsman Xiao Yun. You should know better than me how difficult it is to deal with my master, the Death Emperor. Chapter 1842. Fang Chun had heard some legends about the Death God Emperor. The Death God Emperor's understanding of the primordial spirit had reached the peak. The attacks he created were all targeted at the primordial spirit. Once the Death Chi invaded the mind, the primordial spirit would definitely shatter. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Because of this, everyone knew how powerful the Death God Emperor was. Although the Death God Emperor was the #1 disciple of the Swordless God Emperor, he kept a low profile and was obsessed with the Tao of Death. He rarely left the South Tomb Sword Palace. Although he wasn't as strong as the Swordless God Emperor, no one dared to underestimate him. Right now, swordsman Xiao Yun had brought up the Death God Emperor and the South Tomb Sword Palace to threaten Fang Chun to let him live. The Death God Emperor is indeed difficult to deal with, but he has to find me first. Fang Chun sneered. The space-time cultivation system had reached a certain level. Even a true god wouldn't be able to lock onto his location from such a distance. This was one of his trump cards. Moreover, after killing swordsman Xiao Yun, the Death God Emperor might not know it was him. As long as he left the true dragon's treasure, he could quickly escape from this place. And once he let swordsman Xiao Yun go, he would definitely seek revenge. At that time, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, no matter what, Fang Chun wouldn't let swordsman Xiao Yun leave this place alive. If the outside world knew that a divine ancestor had tried to kill the #1 disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, swordsman Xiao Yun, they would definitely scoff. Even heavenly god realm powerhouses of the older generation, who had been famous for a long time, might not be so ruthless. They weren't afraid of swordsman Xiao Yun, but the South Tomb Sword Palace behind him. The 7 top forces of the god realm placed the most importance on nurturing the younger generation. Only then could they pass down their legacy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that swordsman Xiao Yun was the most important disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. In the future, he might even take over the position of the palace master. It was easy to imagine how furious the Sword Palace of the Southern Tomb would be if such an important person was killed. However, since things had already come to this, there was no other way. Looks like you're determined to kill me. Who was swordsman Xiao Yun? He had experienced much more than Fang Chun. From the way he looked at Fang Chun, it could be seen that this person had a strong desire to kill him. It seemed that today was not going to be a good day. However, even if he was in a trap, swordsman Xiao Yun would not give up. This was the persistence a swordsman should have. Even if he died in the end, at least he had tried his best. Kid, you'll definitely regret what you did today. If I, swordsman Xiao Yun, am lucky enough to escape, there will be no place for you in the entire god realm. Swordsman Xiao Yun said coldly. Immediately after, he activated the last bit of energy in his body and completely activated the black mark that his master, Death Emperor God, had left on his forehead. A terrifying aura of death flickered on the black mark. Under the control of swordsman Xiao Yun, it quickly left his forehead. Then, with a wave of his hand, it shot towards Fang Chen's body. Br petty tricks. When the immemorial soul-refining art was used, the 5 sword moves complemented each other. They directly smashed the black mark into pieces. A deafening sound echoed throughout the true dragon sacred tower. However, what Fang Chun did not expect was that when the 5 sword moves were about to smash the black mark into pieces, a laser suddenly shot out from the black mark. With lightning speed, it quickly entered his body. Ha! At the same time, swordsman Xiao Yun let out a wild laugh. You're dead. This is my master's death mark. As long as you're still alive, my master will be able to find your location. Seeing Fang Chen's serious expression, swordsman Xiao Yun laughed eerily. The death mark was his master's method. As long as the mark was placed, the Death Emperor would be able to sense it within a certain range. Damn it. Fang Chen also knew how terrifying the death mark was. He tried to use the golden heart to refine it. However, he was shocked to find that the death mark was extremely tough. The golden heart was unable to do anything to it. While Fang Chen was resisting the death mark, swordsman Xiao Yun quickly escaped. Die. The immemorial soul refining art was used once more. This time, Fang Chen did not hold back. He directly used his strongest attack. At the same time, the time-space book was pushed to the limit. Pucci the Hidden Star sword ruthlessly stabbed into swordsman Xiao Yun's back. Swordsman Xiao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Ha ha ha! Even if I die, you won't have an easy time. My master will take revenge for me. Swordsman Xiao Yun entered a state of madness. Boom! The power of the immemorial soul refining art instantly exploded and turned Swordsman Xiao Yun's body into dust. Swordsman Xiao Yun, the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, and the only disciple of the Death Emperor, had fallen at the hands of Fang Chen. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew past. The aura of death filled the air. Fang Chen's expression was somewhat gloomy. His eyes turned, and he quickly returned to the last floor of the True Dragon Sacred Tower. The South Tomb Sword Palace was located in the core of the southern region. Rather than saying that the South Tomb Sword Palace was a sect, it was more like a huge sword cultivation holy land. The entire South Tomb Sword Palace was like a continent. There were very strong restrictions around it. Normally, there was almost no one in the South Tomb Sword Palace. This was because most of the elders were bitterly cultivating. Within the South Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Chi soared into the sky. The atmosphere was very heavy. In a certain deathly hall of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, an old man with a long beard suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a thick aura of death. Congratulations, senior brother. You've improved on the Death Tao. The moment the old man opened his eyes, the other god emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace had already sensed it. They instantly sensed that the Death Emperor seemed to have broken through. They all sent messages to the Death Emperor. Voila! As soon as he finished speaking, the person who had just spoken arrived. He was not a god emperor, but his status was comparable to a god emperor. He was the other disciple of God Emperor Swordless, the Evergreen God Emperor. Senior brother. When the Evergreen God Emperor arrived at the palace, he discovered that his senior brother, the Death Emperor, had a trace of anger between his brows. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? You're not happy that your strength has increased?" Junior brother, Evergreen. The Death Emperor stood up. His black robes emitted a terrifying aura of death. He calmly looked at the Evergreen God Emperor and said, "Xiao Yun is dead." What? Even the Evergreen God Emperor, who had always been calm and collected, was thoroughly shocked. The head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, swordsman Xiao Yun, had actually died. What's going on? Who's so daring to kill a genius of my South Tomb Sword Palace? The Evergreen God Emperor coldly said. His body emitted a terrifying killing intent. The Death Emperor shook his head and walked to the side. His pitch-black eyes passed through the palace and looked at the endless void. Junior brother Evergreen, there's something I've never told you. When he said these words, the Death Emperor seemed to have aged a lot. His voice was filled with vicissitudes. Senior brother, what's going on? If swordsman Xiao Yun had died, his senior brother shouldn't be like this. Something big must have happened. Xiao Yun is my only disciple, the Death Emperor said. This time, the Evergreen God Emperor was even more shocked. Senior brother, when did you accept Xiao Yun as your disciple? Waves of shock rose in the Evergreen God Emperor's heart. Everyone thought that the Death Emperor didn't have any disciples. However, he had silently accepted swordsman Xiao Yun as his disciple. After Master summoned us, the Death Emperor replied. The Evergreen God Emperor finally understood why his senior brother was so angry. Senior brother, do you know who killed Xiao Yun? The Evergreen God Emperor coldly asked. To dare to act against the South Tomb Sword Palace and kill the only disciple of the Death Emperor. Even the Evergreen God Emperor was enraged. Although I don't know who that person is, He has my death imprint on him. He won't be able to escape. The Death Emperor grew calmer. However, his words were filled with killing intent. I really want to see who dares to kill my disciple. Senior brother, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I'll handle it personally. The Evergreen God Emperor said. Chapter 1843. The Evergreen Divine Emperor had always admired his senior apprentice brother, the God Emperor Death. He would often tell the other Divine Emperors that if he could be like his senior apprentice brother and focus on the Sword Tao, he would have long since reached the God Emperor realm. However, he was himself. He had his own unique personality. So he was destined to never become an expert like the God Emperor of Death. Originally, he had been planning on sending the Sword Palace's true gods to investigate the matter. But now that he heard that swordsman Xiao Yun was his senior apprentice brother's only disciple, he was furious and decided to help his senior apprentice brother. However, he was stopped by the God Emperor of Death. There's no need. Based on the death mark, I can sense that the person who killed Xiao Yun was only a heavenly god. Just send a few real gods from the Sword Palace to capture him. The God Emperor of Death clasped his hands behind his back. Master's matter is more important. You should obediently stay in the Sword Palace. Hearing that, the Evergreen Divine Emperor's expression changed, and he nodded. The news of swordsman Xiao Yun's death shook the entire Sword Palace. Everyone cried out in alarm. Who was it that dared to attack the Sword Palace of the South Tomb? And in the dark, several divine kings silently left the Sword Palace to capture Feng Chun in the sacred Dragon Mountain Range. At this time, Feng Chun was in the True Dragon Treasury, talking to the Tower Spirit. Is she your wife? Asked the Tower Spirit of the final True Dragon Sacred Tower. It stared at the star and moon with a burning gaze. Feng Chun nodded. The Tower Spirit took a deep breath and said, Your wife is not simple. She has a very powerful phoenix energy within her body. She seems to be borrowing the True Dragon Sacred Tower's True Dragon aura to stimulate the phoenix energy within her. Feng Chun naturally knew that his wife possessed the profound Yin Phoenix body. It seemed the Tower Spirit hadn't recognized her. Feng Chun let out a breath of relief. If even the Tower Spirit, who had fought alongside the True Dragon Sacred Tower for countless years, couldn't recognize her, then an ordinary true god definitely wouldn't be able to. Senior Tower Spirit, I've already gathered the 3 dragon pearls. Can I obtain the true dragon blood? Asked Feng Chun. Actually, the true dragon blood was what he was most concerned about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered this place. The Pagoda Spirit was very satisfied with Feng Chun. He nodded and smiled. I've seen your experiences in the 4 True Dragon Sacred Towers. You are indeed not bad. You are the best candidate for the true dragon blood. At the same time, the Pagoda Genie was also praising Feng Chun. You won. For a genius like you to appear in this universe era, it's truly amazing. In the eyes of the Tower Spirit, this person's potential was extremely heaven-defying. He had even surpassed true dragons of the same age. If word of this got out, it would be enough to set off huge waves in the outside world. It's a pity that your cultivation is slightly weaker. The true dragon's blood is very strong. After you obtain it, you must store it well. Don't refine it first. Consume it when you reach the heavenly god realm. There's a 50% chance that you'll reach the God King realm, the Tower Spirit continued. Although there was only a 50% chance of success, it was enough to shock everyone. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between a heavenly god and a true god. Crash as they spoke, the pagoda spirits of the other 3 true dragon sacred towers appeared one after another. Kid, I didn't see wrongly. The 3 pagoda spirits greeted Feng Chun with a smile. Senior. Feng Chun cupped his fists. The 4 pagoda spirits looked at each other and said, Master's true inheritance is in the true dragon's blood. If you obtain the true dragon's blood, you'll be Master's disciple. However, before that, we'll help you improve your cultivation. Your cultivation is too weak. Only the 4 pagoda spirits dared to say that. Even a peak heavenly god realm Xiao Yun swordsman could be killed by his sword. Was he weak? Of course not. However, in the eyes of the 4 pagoda spirits, Feng Chun was weak. The four pagoda spirits worked together to open up a special space. Then they said to Feng Chun, "This space is the essence of the four true dragon's sacred towers. It's also where Master once cultivated. While the true dragon's sacred towers can still exist, you should cultivate here. Who knows, you might be able to comprehend the third level of the fundamental martial path. In this space, time is accelerated by 10,000 times. It can be maintained for 3 years. If you break through during this period, the space will automatically collapse." The pagoda spirit explained. Feng Chen was shocked. The biggest problem with time acceleration was that it could not be maintained for a long time. For example, although he already had a certain level of attainment in the time law, it was still possible to create a space where time was accelerated by 100 or even 1,000 times. However, it could not be maintained for a long time. With his current strength, he could only maintain it for a few hours at most. The four pagoda spirits could easily create a space where time was accelerated by 10,000 times and could maintain it for 3 years. How could it not be shocking? All right, don't be surprised. Once you absorb the true dragon's blood, you can do it too. Hurry up. The pagoda spirit of the first true dragon, Sacred Tower, urged. You too. Feng Chen nodded and stepped into it. What a rich time law. Feng Chen could not help but sigh. Then, he did not waste any more time and sat down cross-legged. Buzz, the most basic martial Dao aura, instantly swept over. Feng Chen closed his eyes and began to feel it wholeheartedly. In the true dragon's sacred tower, the four pagoda spirits looked at each other and smiled. This kid's potential is really heaven-defying. Yeah, if nothing goes wrong, he will be able to reach the Divine Lord realm soon. After so many years, we are finally free. The four pagoda spirits discussed with each other, their words full of praise for Feng Chen. Time passed mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Boom! One day, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded in the peaceful True Dragon Sacred Tower. In the next moment, a fiery red light vaguely formed the shape of a phoenix in the sky and let out a loud cry. Then, the purple-robed star and moon opened her eyes. Her aura rapidly increased as the power of the phoenix spread out. It was as if a queen had descended to the world. Mystical Een Phoenix Constitution. A large amount of information about the mystical Een Phoenix Constitution appeared in Star and Moon's mind. After a long while, her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the void. Senior True Dragon, please forgive me. The True Dragon and the True Phoenix had always competed and repelled each other. If the True Dragon had not shown mercy, just the power of the Phoenix in her body would have been enough to cause the True Dragon's sacred tower to tremble and cause her death. Buzz! A cryptic sound seemed to come from the void. UU3, Star and Moon's delicate body trembled, but she quickly calmed down. The four pagoda spirits appeared one after another and stared at her with burning eyes. Little girl, the power of the phoenix in your body is really impressive. Yeah, it actually triggered a trace of Master's remnant consciousness. The heir of the True Dragon and the heir of the True Phoenix have become Dao companions. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The four pagoda spirits laughed. They could see that Star and Moon was extraordinary. Star and Moon nodded slightly, then opened her red lips and asked, "Seniors, may I ask if my husband is that kid is cultivating?" The pagoda spirit pointed casually. Star and Moon's gaze fell on the accelerated space. Immediately, a huge tremor occurred within the True Dragon's sacred tower. The accelerated space shattered. A figure with a tyrannical aura walked out from within. His body was filled with a vast aura. "You broke through," the pagoda spirit said with a smile. "Divine Lord Realm. You barely made it," another pagoda spirit said. "Thank you, seniors." Feng Chen retracted his aura and cupped his fists. Only a month had passed in the outside world, but in the accelerated space, hundreds of years had passed. With Feng Chen's potential, breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm was easy. In fact, he could have broken through to the Heavenly God Realm in one go, but he gave up in the end. There were 3 major realms in the Heavenly God Realm. Each realm required a certain amount of accumulation. Otherwise, if the foundation wasn't solid enough, it would affect one's ability to step into the true God realm. How could the four pagoda spirits not know this? So they praised Fong Chun even more. Fong Chun's gaze fell on Star and Moon. Star and Moon, who had completely awakened her profound phoenix body, became even more beautiful. She had a charm that ordinary people couldn't resist. Although her body was cold and unapproachable, she was as beautiful as a beautiful rose blooming in the cold. Chapter 1844. You are. That one word contained all the longing Fong Chun had felt for Star and Moon all these years. The latter was like a rose that bloomed in the cold. Her beautiful face revealed a blissful smile as she nodded at Fong Chun. Suddenly, Fong Chun remembered something. The death mark. He slapped his head. He had actually forgotten about it. Then, he looked deeply at the four tower spirits and asked, "Seniors, this junior has something to ask." "About the death mark?" asked the fourth true dragon tower spirit indifferently. The expressions of the other three tower spirits changed slightly. "That's right. The death mark has invaded my body. Is there any way to get rid of it?" asked Fong Chun. As long as the death mark was still in his body, the Death Emperor would be able to sense it within a certain range. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Fong Chun didn't want to joke around with his life. So, he was looking for an answer. "The death mark is indeed troublesome for you. But it's not like there's no way," said the tower spirit. Fong Chun's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly looked at the tower spirit. "The true dragon's blood can conceal the aura of the death mark. In the meantime, you just need to leave this place," said the tower spirit. Hearing this, Fong Chun suddenly understood. So that's how it was. It seemed that this was the only way. But he had just escaped from the easternmost region. Did he have to flee again? He turned around and glanced at Star and Moon, feeling a bit guilty. Ever since he had found Star and Moon, she had been accompanying him everywhere. How much longer would they have to live like this? Star and Moon seemed to sense the fluctuations in Fong Chun's heart. She walked over to his side and gently held Fong Chun's hand. She was using her actions to support her husband. Fong Chun immediately felt a warmth in his heart. He swore to himself that he would definitely change this situation so that his wife wouldn't have to suffer anymore. "Kid, this is all we can help you with. Next, we will give you the true dragon's blood. Once you get it, leave this place quickly." After saying that, the four tower spirits sighed and their illusory figures gradually dissipated into the void. Immediately after, a wild aura surged out. UU1. The projections of the four pagoda spirits converged to form a drop of golden blood. This drop of blood contained an extremely terrifying power. "This is true dragon blood." Fong Chun was shocked. He didn't expect the true dragon's blood to exist in such a form. Almost as soon as the true dragon blood appeared, the terrifying power of the phoenix surged from Star and Moon's bodies, resisting the dense true dragon aura. "Yua," Fong Chun called out worriedly. Star and Moon shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Fong Chun gently reached out his hand, and a drop of golden blood landed on his palm. Fong Chun grabbed it, and the dense true dragon aura immediately withdrew. Fong Chun opened his mouth and swallowed it. The golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly. Crash! The power contained in the true dragon blood was too strong. With Fong Chun's current strength, he couldn't refine it at all. The true dragon blood was temporarily stored in the golden heart. At the same time, it released a terrifying true dragon aura, cutting off the connection between the death mark and the outside world. Fong Chun let out a sigh of relief. This true dragon blood was truly domineering. Rumble. At this moment, the four true dragon sacred towers shook at the same time. "Let's go." Fong Chun glanced at the true dragon sacred towers, then quickly left. At the same time, all the surviving disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace in the True Dragon Treasury rushed towards the exit. 100,000 great mountains above the sacred Dragon Mountain Range. 3 God King experts stood side by side. They were the true God experts sent by the Death God Emperor to capture Fong Chun. One of them had a flower condensed from death aura in his palm. This flower was very beautiful. It constantly flickered and the stamen was always pointing towards a certain direction in the sacred Dragon Mountain range. This meant that the death mark was in that direction. Yu too, and that was where the true dragon treasury was located. God King Chan Shun, how is it? Asked the black-robed old man with sharp eyebrows. God King Chan Shun was the leader of this mission. He was also one of the elders of the South Tomb Sword Palace. He was abnormally strong. The beautiful flower in his hand was given to him by the Death God Emperor. As long as the death mark was nearby, he would be able to sense it. This person is still in the true dragon treasury, said God King Chan Shun. God King Yin nodded. With the three of us here, we'll capture him the moment he appears. That's right. Swordsman Xiao Yun's death has infuriated the Death God Emperor and the Evergreen God Emperor. We must handle this beautifully, said God King Blacksword. If it was in the past, dealing with a heavenly god wouldn't be so grand. At most, they would send an inner palace disciple. However, it was different this time. The one who died was Swordsman Xiao Yun, the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, as well as the most outstanding sword Dao prodigy of the South Tomb Sword Palace in the past 10,000 years. The South Tomb Sword Palace attached great importance to this matter. Thus, this person had to be captured. Rumble. As the three God Kings spoke, the true dragon treasury opened and a deafening sound rang out. Immediately, a void gate appeared in the sky above the sacred Dragon Mountains. A moment later, a heavenly god appeared. It's a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, said God King Chan Shun. Soon, a large number of inner palace disciples walked out. They also saw the three God Kings in the sky and hurriedly cupped their fists. Three elders. Quickly return to the South Tomb Sword Palace, said God King Chan Shun. The disciples didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly left the sacred Dragon Mountains. Although some people had died in this trip to the true dragon treasury, many more people had reaped great rewards. After the disciples left, God King Chan Shen's face became even more gloomy. Why don't I see Luo Tiandu? What happened to him? God King Yinyu frowned. Did Luo Tiandu also die? God King Blacksword's voice was cold. After swordsman Xiao Yun died, Luo Tiandu was the most outstanding disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. If even he died, the South Tomb Sword Palace would be enraged. Yu 3. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Let's wait a little longer, God King Chan Shun said in disbelief. Voila. However, at this moment, the beautiful flower in God King Chan Chen's palm suddenly extinguished. God King Blacksword and God King Yin Yu's faces changed. What's going on? The two of them asked anxiously. God King Chan Chen's black eyes stared at the extinguished flower as a terrifying aura surged from his body. There's only one explanation for the flower's extinguishment. The thief has concealed the aura of the death mark, said God King Chan Chen coldly. Damn it. What should we do then? God King Blacksword asked anxiously. If they couldn't complete this task, they wouldn't be able to report back. What's there to be afraid of? We'll guard here. I don't believe that he won't come out. Once he comes out, we'll capture him directly. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have the flower's guidance, said God King Yinyu. God King Chan Shun and God King Blacksword didn't say anything, but they agreed. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. The void gate trembled as if it could disappear at any moment. However, Luo Tiandu and the thief were still nowhere to be seen. God King Chan Shun, do you think that the thief knows that we're waiting outside and doesn't dare to come out? Asked God King Blacksword. It's very likely. However, if he doesn't come out, isn't he afraid of staying in the true dragon's treasury forever? Asked God King Yinyu. Wait, Divine Monarch Chan Shen said. They didn't mention Luo Tiandu because they knew that Luo Tiandu had most likely died. When they thought about how their two most outstanding disciples had died in the true dragon's treasury, the three God Kings were infuriated. If this matter were to spread, it would be a huge blow to the Sword Palace's reputation. For so many years, the Sword Palace had stayed away from worldly affairs. The outside world seemed to have forgotten how terrifying the Sword Palace was. It seemed that they needed to display the Sword Palace's strength. God King Chen's heart was filled with rage. I don't believe that you won't appear. The three God Kings were waiting for a heavenly god to appear. This was the first time in the Sword Palace's history. Chapter 1845. Inside the True Dragon's Treasury. Fang Chun and Star and Moon were walking side by side. At the same time, they were thinking about what to do after leaving this place. I have a mark of death on my body. If the Death God Emperor learns that his disciple has been killed, he will definitely be furious. He might even come personally. Fang Chun said solemnly, if my guess is correct, there will definitely be experts from the Southern Tomb Sword Palace waiting outside the True Dragon's Treasury. As long as we go out, we will definitely die. Star and Moon shook her head, indicating that it wasn't Fang Chen's fault. Fang Chun held Star and Moon's hand tightly and said, if we go out now, the only way is to escape. We can't stay in the southernmost land any longer. In fact, I'm not worried about being intercepted, but about what to do. Where should we escape to this time? Fang Chen's voice was filled with melancholy. The God Realm was so big, but there was no place for them to stay. First, they had escaped from the easternmost land, and now they had to escape. Moreover, the one they had offended this time wasn't a power like the Zhou family, but one of the top 7 powers of the God Realm, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. However, at this point, there was no use in regretting. They could only think of a way. Brother Chun. Star and Moon's red lips opened slightly, and she suddenly said, after I fully awakened the profound Phoenix body, a lot of information appeared in my mind. One of the pieces of information was about the Phoenix clan. Oh, Fang Chun listened attentively. The Great Apocalypse nearly wiped out the Phoenix clan. However, in the end, they stubbornly survived and hid in a certain region of the God Realm, gradually increasing their strength. Why don't we go to the Phoenix clan's territory? Star and Moon asked. Where is the Phoenix clan's territory? Fang Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked. The Southern Sea, Star and Moon said. Fang Chun thought for a moment, and then said, we can't do anything for now. That's the only way. After the two finished their discussion, Fang Chun sent a message to the little mouse in Zhou Fa's residence. Soon after, the two of them were fully prepared. Holding hands, they stepped into the void gate. While almost as soon as he stepped into the void door, Fang Chun used the space-time book and hid himself with the Star and Moon. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun appeared in the sacred Dragon Mountains. He took a look, and there were indeed experts from the Sword Palace of the South Tomb in the void. However, there were only 3 divine kings. Seeing this, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. If it was the divine king, his chances of escaping would be even higher. Without any hesitation, the Book of Time and Space activated to its maximum capacity. Together with the Star and Moon, they quickly fled the area. Rumble at this moment, the void gate closed, and the Holy Dragon Mountains regained its peace. In the sky, Divine King Chen's eyes flickered as he frowned. What's going on? Did that bastard die in the True Dragon Treasury? The Black Sword God King asked anxiously. If he comes out, we'll definitely discover him, said God King Yenyu. Divine Monarch Time's face sank. He suddenly sensed a trace of aura. Not good. This kid is proficient in concealment techniques. He has already escaped. Chase after him, shouted Divine Monarch Chun. Immediately, the 3 divine kings chased after him. There is no doubt that the space-time disguise system was very powerful. However, Fang Chun was a divine lord after all. In front of the divine kings, he would still leave a trace of weakness. Divine Monarch Chun used this weakness to capture Fang Chen's tracks and quickly pursued him. Fang Chun also sensed the 3 powerful auras behind him. However, he was not worried at all. He followed the original plan and quickly moved forward. About 6 hours later, he saw Little Mouse and the other 3 at the agreed location. Boss, what happened? Asked Little Mouse. The 3 divine kings of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb are chasing after me. Let's go, said Fang Chun hurriedly. Boss, what did you do to make the 3 divine kings chase after you? Asked Xiao Huang in confusion. I killed 2 disciples of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, said Fang Chun casually. One of them was the only disciple of the Death God Emperor. Hearing this, Little Mouse gave his boss a thumbs up. "Boss, you're really amazing. As expected of my idol. You even dared to kill the disciple of the Death God Emperor." "Ha ha, this is so satisfying," laughed Little Mouse. The group quickly fled. Their speed was extremely fast. However, the three divine kings were also chasing after them. 3 days later, Fang Chun still could not shake off the pursuit of the three divine kings. A bold idea appeared in his mind. "If we can't shake off the pursuit of the three divine kings, our tracks will definitely be exposed," said Fang Chun. "You too. Boss, what do you think we should do?" asked Little Mouse. "The four of you will lure away the other two divine kings. You, and I will join hands and heavily injure one of them," said Fang Chun quickly. "Just nice. The four of us have been researching a battle formation recently," said Little Mouse eagerly. Xiao Huang was also very excited. Pangolin reminded them, "Don't be happy too early. After all, the other party is a divine king expert. Don't underestimate them." "That's right. Don't underestimate them." After the discussion, Fang Chun and Star and Moon concealed themselves. As for Little Mouse and the other three, they deliberately released their auras. "I sent some auras. Quickly chase after them." Behind them, Divine King Chan Chun said in a deep voice. The three divine kings quickly arrived at the place where Fang Chun was just a moment ago. They seemed to have split up. A few auras left in this direction. 2 auras left in another direction, said Divine King Chun coldly. "Humph, it's impossible to escape using this method," said Divine King Blacksword. "I'll chase this side." Divine King Chan Chun, you and Divine King Yin, you will chase that side. We'll keep in touch. "All right. Be careful, Divine King Blacksword." The three divine kings had a clear division of labor and quickly headed for the main body. The direction Divine King Blacksword was heading in was the direction Fang Chun and Star and Moon had set up an ambush in advance. "Brother Chun, should we attack?" asked Star and Moon. Fang Chun shook his head. "The other two divine kings haven't gone far. Let's wait." After a while, Divine King Black Sword came to a forest. He looked around and said coldly, "Kid, I know you're hiding here. Come out quickly and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Boom! As Divine King Black Sword spoke, a terrifying sword aura emanated from his body. Instantly, the weeds on the ground were devastated. "Attack!" As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, his figure instantly appeared behind the Black Sword Divine King. Without even thinking, he unleashed the immemorial soul-refining art. Swoosh! The 5 great sword techniques were unleashed at the same time. The terrifying attack power instantly clashed against the Dark Sword God King. "You're courting death." Divine King Black Sword swiped his finger, and a trembling sword light appeared in the void. It blocked the 5 major sword lights and erupted with a terrifying aura. "UU3. At the same time, Star and Moon attacked. The loud and clear cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Star and Moon activated the mystical Phoenix physique. Her body was surrounded by an extremely intense, fiery aura. At the same time, the power of the phoenix rapidly gathered behind her and formed a fiery red phoenix. This is by the time Divine King Black Sword realized it, it was too late. The fiery red phoenix suddenly crashed into the Dark Sword God King's body. Immediately, there was an explosion. After the explosion, the power of the phoenix was too terrifying. In an instant, it engulfed the entire land and sent Divine King Black Sword flying. Divine King Black Sword vomited blood. He quickly transmitted a message to Divine King Chan Chun and Divine King Yinyu, informing them that the thief was here. Damn it! After being hit by the power of the phoenix, Divine King Black Sword's chi and blood were in turmoil. His combat strength rapidly decreased. "Let's go!" Fang Chun and Star and Moon quickly entered the void and disappeared. Not long after, Divine King Chan Chun and Divine King Yinyu arrived. Seeing the weak Divine King Black Sword sitting on the ground, they hurriedly asked what happened. Divine King Black Sword told them everything in detail. Divine King Chen's face suddenly changed. Which direction did they escape in? That way, Divine King Blacksword said. Divine King Blacksword, heal yourself first. We'll go after the thief. With that, Divine King Yin and Divine King Chen quickly left. After taking a big detour, Fang Chun completely shook off the three Divine Kings. After 4 rounds with Little Mouse and the others, he flew toward the South Sea. Boss, those 2 Divine Kings are really powerful. Fortunately, the 4 of us developed a new battle formation. That's why we could barely resist them. Little Mouse felt a lingering fear. Nonsense, that's a God King expert we're talking about, Goldie said. Chapter 1846. The vast God realm was surrounded by oceans. The ocean was boundless. Even true gods would not frequent some remote areas. The southern sea was the same as the eastern sea. It bordered the southernmost region of the God realm. The God realm was a piece of land. If one were to compare it with the boundless ocean, there was no comparison at all. Some reclusive, true gods would often choose these places to cultivate in peace. At this moment, above the southern sea, Fang Chun and the others were riding on a flying heavenly divine artifact. There were 2 main reasons why Fang Chun was able to successfully escape the pursuit of the 3 divine kings. Firstly, Fang Chun and Star and Moon were strong enough. If the 2 of them joined forces, even ordinary true gods would be helpless against them. Black Sword Divine King's strength could only be considered the most ordinary existence among true gods. They were even weaker than God King Yin and God King Chan Time. This was also the reason why Fang Chun chose the Dark Sword God King. Secondly, Little Mouse and the other 3 were gifted and had great teamwork. Think about it. If Little Mouse and company were unable to withstand the attacks of Godly Monarch Chan Chun and Godly Monarch Yin, then everything that Fang Chun had done would have been done. It would all be for naught. In short, Fang Chen's diversion tactic succeeded. They had already left the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb and arrived at the vast South Sea. In the vast South Sea, even the South Tomb Sword Palace had no way of interfering. Moreover, it was very difficult to find Fang Chun and the others. Fang Chun had obtained this flying divine artifact from Swordsman Xiao Yun's spatial ring. Boss, this Swordsman Xiao Yun is indeed worthy of being the disciple of the Death God Emperor. He actually possesses such a heavenly divine artifact. The little mouse couldn't help but sigh. This flying heavenly divine artifact had the appearance of an enormous sword. It was actually a top-grade flying heavenly divine artifact. Its speed was extremely fast. Once it was fully activated, even divine kings would have a hard time catching up to it. Fang Chun and the others stood on the giant sword and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Boss, when are you going to forge such a huge sword? Xiao Huang chuckled. It knew that Boss was a saint-level swordsmith and could forge exquisite swords. When Fang Chun heard that, he smiled and said, "Wanting to refine a flying celestial deity artifact requires extremely high artifact refining standards. With my current strength, I can't refine it." In fact, although Fang Chun was a sword forger, as long as he added the law of time into the process of forging a sword, he would be able to transform it into a flying heavenly divine artifact. Of course, if he wanted to reach the level of the giant sword he was riding now, he still needed to work hard. Fang Chun turned his head and looked at Star and Moon, who were standing at the end of the sword. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. There was a serious expression on her face. Fang Chun walked to Star and Moon's side and reached out his hand to hold her small white hand. He asked, is there something on your mind?" Star and Moon's beautiful eyes glanced at Fang Chun and then said, "The area I know is at the center of the South Sea. According to our current speed, it will take at least a month to reach there. We have temporarily shaken off the pursuit of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Time is not too tight for us." Fang Chun smiled and said. Along the way, Fang Chun and the others also encountered several waves of bandits in the South Sea. However, with their strength, they easily dealt with the bandits. Finally, after a month's time, they arrived at their destination. Standing on the giant sword and looking into the distance, there was a vast land. On this land, there was a raging divine power surging. What a familiar aura! Feng Chen was startled and immediately said, he felt the aura of the phoenix power. Although it was very thin, he could really feel it. He turned to look at Star and Moon, and the latter's expression changed. Let's go up. After the mysterious Phoenix constitution was fully awakened, some information appeared in Star and Moon's mind. This land was called the South Pole Continent. For generations, the Phoenix clan had lived here and never appeared. It was not until the Seventh Era that the owner of the mysterious Phoenix constitution appeared and changed the fate of the Phoenix clan. Originally, the Phoenix clan was very arrogant. They would never agree to a human possessing the mysterious Phoenix constitution. The Phoenix clan sent all the experts in the clan. All of them were dispatched to deal with that expert. The two sides went through a fierce battle. In the end, that expert suppressed the Phoenix clan with her absolute strength. Then, she reached an agreement with the Phoenix clan. As long as she was alive, she would protect the Phoenix clan. From then on, the Phoenix clan treated her as a guest of honor. However, as time went by, the world changed dramatically. After one era after another, that expert with the mysterious Phoenix constitution mysteriously disappeared. The density of the Phoenix bloodline in the bodies of the Phoenix clan members became lower and lower, causing their bloodline to gradually decline. Until this universe epoch, the Phoenix race had already become incomparably destitute, barely surviving on the verge of death. This was the information that Star and Moon obtained after awakening the mysterious Phoenix constitution. She chose to come here because of two reasons. The first was to escape the pursuit of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The second was to do her part to help the Phoenix clan. Brother Chun, just as the group was about to set foot on the South Pole continent, Star and Moon suddenly turned around and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong, you're?" Feng Chun felt that Star and Moon's expression was not quite right and hurriedly asked, "The Phoenix clan on the South Pole continent is no longer what it used to be. Perhaps there will be a certain amount of danger on this trip." Xingyu continued. Feng Chun grabbed Star and Moon's small hand and gave her a comforting smile. "Let's go." Putting away the flying heavenly god artifact, the group set foot on the South Pole continent. Do you know the exact location of the Phoenix clan?" Feng Chun asked. Star and Moon frowned and then shook her head. "I can only vaguely sense it. As for the exact location, I have no way of knowing." "All right, you can sense it. We'll hurry to the Phoenix clan as soon as possible." Feng Chun nodded. Just like that, under Star and Moon's lead, the group quickly moved forward. At this moment, on a certain wasteland of the South Pole continent, a battle was taking place. Two celestial god realm powerhouses were currently fighting. One of them had a fiendish aura. He was very strong. With a fierce punch, he sent his opponent flying. Dong, his opponent, was a woman dressed in light yellow clothes. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Immediately after, she gripped her weapon and prepared to fight to the death. Bang, the fiendish man flicked her weapon away with his spear. The tip of the spear was pressed against her throat. "Feng, why do you have to do this? Your Phoenix clan will be destroyed by our Demon Bird clan sooner or later. If you marry me, I promise to protect you." The fiendish man looked at the woman in light yellow clothes and said in a deep voice, "Despicable." The woman called Feng said angrily. The man seemed to be used to this. Spreading his hands, he exerted a little force with his spear. Immediately, blood flowed out from Feng's throat. "As long as I stab you with my spear, you will die under my spear. You should know that not everyone in our Demon Bird clan is as benevolent as me." The man said, "Be my woman. This is your only way to survive. Who doesn't know that your Demon Bird clan cultivates evil arts? You want me to submit? Dream on." Feng roared angrily. Immediately, her body flashed as she prepared to end her own life. Bang, the man's expression changed, and he sent Feng flying with a punch. "Feng, you are forcing me," the man said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he walked toward Feng. He reached out his big hand, grabbed Feng's clothes, and pulled hard. Immediately, Feng's clothes were torn, and her snow-white body was exposed to the sun. The man licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. You are indeed a member of the Phoenix clan. What a beauty. Not far away. Xing Yu, who was walking, suddenly stopped in her tracks. You are what's wrong? Fong Chen asked. Star and Moon frowned and immediately said, I sensed a trace of the power of the Phoenix. With that, Star and Moon flashed and hurried toward the source of the power of the Phoenix. A moment later, they saw Fong being humiliated. Stop! Almost at the same time, Star and Moon flashed and quickly rushed over. At the same time, she shouted loudly. Chapter 1847. There was a hint of greed in the man's eyes. The way he looked at Xing Yu changed from the initial anger to a burning gaze. Compared to Fong the mysterious purple-robed woman in front of him was definitely an otherworldly fairy. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in all these years. A man bullying a weak woman. Star and Moon emitted a cold aura. What? Do you want to see injustice? The man gave up on dealing with Fong. With a sinister smile on his face, he walked towards Star and Moon. If you play with me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let her go, the man said with a smile. Star and Moon shook her head. Her face was full of mockery. She was mocking the ignorance of the man in front of her. What do you mean? Seeing this, the man's face darkened and he asked in a deep voice. Idiot, how dare someone like you be tempted by my sister-in-law? You must be tired of living. In the void, the small team led by Fong Chen walked out calmly. There was a faint smile on Fong Chen's face. He seemed to be watching the show. What a joke. What kind of storms have I not seen before? Even if you punks attack me together, you won't be my match. The man said coldly, Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you first. After saying that, the man released a monstrous, murderous aura and attacked like thunder. Star and Moon was about to attack, but Fong Chen stopped her. This kind of trash will dirty your hands. Let me do it, Fong Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the man became even angrier. He roared and his murderous aura swept over. Whoosh! However, no matter how strong his aura was, Fong Chen was not afraid. Standing on the wasteland as steady as Mount Tai, when the man's attack was about to reach him, Fong Chen gently pointed his finger. Pucci! Suddenly, a terrifying sword light shot out from the void without warning, heading straight for the man. Not good. The arrogance on the man's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror. He tried his best to dodge the terrifying sword light, but he failed. How is this possible? The man was extremely anxious and shocked. Dong the sword light pierced into his body, and his body fell from the sky, losing all signs of life. Too weak, Fong Chen said indifferently, to be able to escape unscathed from the hands of a god king. What was an ordinary heavenly deity? Fong Chen's sudden attack completely shocked Fong Air. The latter's face was filled with astonishment. BR, Star and Moon didn't give up easily. They walked to Fong took out a coat, and put on her. Only then did Fong realize what had happened. She looked at the Star and Moon gratefully and said, Thank you for saving my life, sister. Get up. Star and Moon helped Fong up and felt the power of the Phoenix in her body. Fong's expression changed drastically. This was because the wisp of Phoenix power hidden within his body had uncontrollably rushed out of his body. What happened? Fong was a little stunned. The power of the Phoenix was a unique power of the Phoenix clan. Moreover, only when the bloodline of the Phoenix reached a certain level would the power of the Phoenix be produced in the body. Fong was considered to be quite talented in the Phoenix clan, and the purity of her bloodline had reached the standard. However, because of the current situation of the Phoenix clan, they were very cautious about the use of the power of the Phoenix. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't use it easily. But now, the power of the Phoenix had uncontrollably rushed out of her body. What was going on? Fong looked at the Star and Moon in shock. She thought of a possibility. Immediately, she hurriedly cupped her fists and said, May I know if sister is a senior of the Phoenix clan? Star and Moon shook her head and said, I have some connections with the Phoenix clan. Tell me about the Phoenix clan and why he wanted to kill you. After the awakening of the Shining Phoenix body, a lot of information appeared in her mind. Most of it was about the Phoenix clan, but after all, it had been through countless years, so there must be some differences for what she remembered. Fong Chun and the little mouse stood aside and listened quietly. Fong looked at the star and moon with some vigilance. The Phoenix clan's current situation was dangerous enough. She wasn't willing to trust others easily. Perhaps this person was sent by the Demon Bird clan to deliberately approach her. Thinking of this, Fong retreated slightly. Seeing this, the star and moon instantly understood. She flipped her palm, and a wisp of Phoenix power quietly appeared. "Now, can you remove your suspicion of me?" Star and Moon said. Seeing the power of the Phoenix, Feng Er's expression was a little awkward. She cupped her fists and said, "Sister, please don't blame me. In recent years, the Phoenix clan has suffered many disasters, which made us so cautious. Let me explain it to you in detail. Sister should know that the Phoenix clan has lived in the Antarctic continent for generations and never come out. Generation after generation, every time the universe experienced a great apocalypse, countless of our clan members would die. Then, we would enter an endless period of recuperation. Very, very early in the universe era, the Phoenix clan was the absolute leader of the Bird clan. However, paused for a moment and continued. After the end of a certain universe era, the Phoenix clan experienced a great apocalypse and suffered a great loss. While we were recuperating, we were suddenly attacked by the Demon Bird clan with all their strength. That battle affected the entire Antarctic continent and even affected all the bird clans. In the end, although the Phoenix clan won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Since then, our position as the leader of the Phoenix clan has been declining. Until this universe era, the density of our Phoenix clan's bloodline had become thin to a certain extent. There wasn't even a decent prodigy in the clan. The Phoenix clan encountered the greatest crisis in history. On the Antarctic continent, in addition to the Demon Bird clan, the Heavenly Rock clan also rose. It formed a tripartite situation, Fomer said. Hearing this, Fong Chun curled his lips. No wonder Star and Moon said those words before. It turned out that he had already expected the current situation of the Phoenix clan. However, Fong Chun secretly remembered the situation on the Antarctic continent. The Phoenix clan was an old force. Although it had been declining for countless years, at least its foundation was still there. The Demon Bird clan is a very evil clan. They feed on other bird clan divine beasts. With their rise, the divine beasts on the Antarctic continent could no longer satisfy their appetite. Their target fell on the Phoenix clan. The Demon Bird clan even threatened to eat up the Phoenix clan and dominate the Antarctic continent. Fong continued. Humph. Star and Moon snorted coldly, exuding a cold aura. The Demon Bird clan was really arrogant. They actually wanted to eat up the Phoenix clan. The Tianpeng race rose up during the early period of this universe epoch, even though their time of existence was the shortest. Although they were short-lived, even the Demon Bird clan didn't dare to underestimate them. It is said that the Demon Bird clan produced an incredible prodigy, the Golden Winged Roc, with the top bloodline of the Heavenly Rock clan. When Fonger mentioned the Golden Winged Roc, her body trembled slightly. Golden Winged Roc. Fong Chun asked aloud. Golden Winged Roc is a top super divine beast with extraordinary talent. The reason why the Heavenly Rock clan could rise is that their ancestor was also a Golden Winged Roc. Fong nodded slightly and said, Super divine beast. Little Mouse curled its lips. Obviously, it was very disdainful of super divine beasts. Brother Mouse, do you think everyone's like you? If so, wouldn't mutant divine beasts be everywhere? Xiao Huang laughed and said, In the entire God realm, there weren't many mutant super divine beasts. Godly Rat Sky Devourer was one of them. In the beginning, the Heavenly Rock clan's attitude was very clear. They were neutral. But recently, I don't know what benefits the Demon Bird clan gave them, but they began to openly join hands to attack the Phoenix clan, Fong said angrily. Many of our clansmen were secretly killed by the two clans. Now, the Phoenix clan is in a state of panic. Speaking of this, Fonger sighed. Even most powerful clans would decline one day. It was just that she couldn't accept it at the moment. Chapter 1848. Feng Er treated Star and Moon as a wandering senior of the Phoenix clan, so she was very respectful to him. Hearing Star and Moon's question, Feng Er hurriedly nodded and said, "That's right. The Tian Peng clan and the Demon Bird clan bullied the Phoenix clan and wanted to kill us all. These two clans both have god emperors, so they can't be underestimated. As for the other smaller clans, they're nothing to be afraid of." "How many god emperors are there in these two clans?" Fang Chun asked with a frown. After the Great Change, the Beast clan has very few strong people. So far, there are only 4 god emperors on the Antarctic continent. The Phoenix clan has 1, the Tianpeng clan has 1, the Demon Bird clan has 1, and the last one is a wandering cultivator who is neutral, Feng Er said. "So, in terms of top experts, the Phoenix clan is behind?" Fang Chun continued to ask. Feng Er nodded helplessly and said, "Yes, if the Phoenix clan has another god emperor, the Tianpeng clan and the Demon Bird clan won't dare to be so unscrupulous. However, our ancestor is contacting that wandering cultivator god emperor. Once he's on our side, our situation will be much better." "What's the Phoenix clan situation now?" Fang Chun asked. Since he was here, he had to understand the situation clearly. After all, Star and Moon had a deep relationship with the Phoenix clan. If he could help, Fang Chun wouldn't be stingy. There are only a few god emperors. As for god emperors, the two clans combined have about the same as the Phoenix clan. As for god kings, the Phoenix clan has the advantage, Feng Er said. After all, the Phoenix clan was an ancient and powerful clan. They still had this bit of foundation. Because the destructive power of true gods is too strong, the 3 clans are also worried that the Antarctic continent will sink. So, the higher-ups have an agreement that true gods can't casually attack. Those below true gods can attack at will, Feng Er said. Hearing this, Star and Moon's gaze fell on Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun chuckled and shrugged. "Do you have any other choice?" Fang Chun already knew what Star and Moon were thinking. No matter what they did, he would fully support them. "Take us to the Phoenix clan," Star and Moon said calmly. She always had a cold aura around her. "Sister, I'll take you there now." Seeing this, Feng Er was overjoyed. She hurriedly led Star and Moon and the others to the Phoenix clan. The Antarctic continent was very big, and the 3 major beast clans occupied 3 sides. The Phoenix clan was located in the southeast. 3 days later, Feng Er brought Star and Moon and the others to the territory of the Phoenix clan. "Who is it?" As Feng Er and the others approached, the guards were alerted and scolded them harshly. Feng Er showed up and said, "Big brothers, it's me." When the guard saw Feng Er, he restrained his aura and said with a smile, "Feng Er, why did you come back so late?" The other guard was about to speak when he suddenly saw Fang Chun and Star and Moon. His expression changed drastically. "Feng Er, who are they? Don't you know the rules of our clan? Bringing outsiders back is a capital offense," the guard said coldly. The Phoenix clan was in an extremely difficult situation now. If spies from the other 2 beast clans sneaked in, it would be dangerous. "Big brothers, this is a senior of the Phoenix clan who went out to train. As for this one, he's her friend," Feng Er introduced. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and the others had already hidden. Voila! Star and Moon opened her palm, and a trace of Phoenix power spread out. Seeing this, the 2 guards hurriedly cupped their fists and said, "Please come in." In the Phoenix clan's meeting hall, the current patriarch was a divine emperor realm expert. There was a grave expression between her brows. "Elders, what do you think of the heavenly god grand competition in a month's time?" the clan leader asked. If it weren't for the fact that their clan had a divine emperor ancestor, they wouldn't know how to get through this crisis. "This is definitely a scheme by the Tianpeng clan and the Demon Bird clan. They want to weaken our Phoenix clan." "That's right. We can't agree to it. In the current situation, we have no choice but to agree." For a moment, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was very solemn. The elders all had their own opinions. They all had good intentions. They were all doing this for the Phoenix clan. However, the situation forced them to do so. There were many things they couldn't do. After a while, The clan leader rubbed her forehead and said tiredly, "That's all for today." The elders all got up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Feng came in. Clan leader. Feng, what are you doing here? The clan leader smiled gently when she saw Feng. Clan leader, I was attacked by the demon bird clan on my way back. I almost died. Fortunately, a senior of our Phoenix clan who was wandering outside saved you. Foamer said, "What demon bird clan dared to attack you?" The elders were furious. Although Foam was weak, she was very talented. Furthermore, the density of her bloodline wasn't weak. She was the hope of the Phoenix clan. They were all furious. That damn demon bird clan. Only the clan leader's eyes lit up. She noticed the words senior of the Phoenix clan. Foam, you're saying that a senior of the Phoenix clan saved you? Asked the clan leader hastily. Foamer nodded. That senior is very powerful. She easily killed a heavenly god of the demon bird clan. I've already brought her back to the clan. Silly. Foamer, how could you bring an outsider to our place? That's right. What if she's a spy from the other two clans? Some elders were very displeased. They all criticized Foamer's actions. But she has the power of the Phoenix. That can't be faked, right? Foamer's pitch-black eyes flickered as she giggled. Hearing that, many elders were stunned. Then, they opened their eyes wide and looked at Foamer in disbelief. Phoenix power, quickly bring that senior in, said the clan leader. A moment later, Foamer brought in Star and Moon. The elders all looked at Star and Moon. When they saw Star and Moon, they were somewhat disappointed. They had thought that she was a true god expert. Who would have thought that she was just a heavenly god? Clan leader, this is her, said Foamer. Just as the clan leader was about to say something, he suddenly froze. Then, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Miss, this way, please, said the clan leader. Star and Moon nodded. Then, following the clan leader's guidance, they passed through a certain door in the conference hall and arrived at a strange place. In the conference hall, everyone looked at each other in dismay. The clan leader took a deep breath and said, "This is the ancestors' order." What ancestors' order? The elders all burst into an uproar. The ancestor rarely showed himself. He had always been in seclusion. But today, he had personally issued an order for a woman he didn't even know. For a moment, everyone made countless guesses about Star and Moon's identity. At the same time, they were waiting for Star and Moon to come out. In the dark environment, there was a withered oil lamp flickering with light. The aura here was extremely hot. The air was filled with rich Phoenix power. Star and Moon felt extremely comfortable here. Child, I can sense the Phoenix power in you, but you're not a member of the Phoenix clan. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded in Star and Moon's ears. Xingyu looked over and was surprised to find an old woman sitting under the oil lamp. She didn't need to guess to know that this old woman was the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, the only god emperor expert. For some reason, Star and Moon found to her surprise that she didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in front of a god emperor expert. On the contrary, she felt very relaxed. Could it be because of the serene Phoenix physique? Star and Moon thought to herself, the Phoenix power in your body is very rich. The Phoenix ancestor continued, if my guess is correct, you are the owner of the serene Phoenix physique. Star and Moon nodded. It wasn't strange that the Phoenix clan knew about this. Ancestor, I have come for the Phoenix clan, Star and Moon said softly. The Phoenix ancestor carefully sized up Star and Moon. She suddenly flipped her withered palm, and a terrifying Phoenix power immediately surrounded Star and Moon. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix power disappeared. The Phoenix ancestor nodded in satisfaction. The serene Phoenix physique is truly not as good as meeting you in person. Chapter 1849. Rather than saying that the Phoenix ancestor knew the secrets of the past, it was more accurate to say that she had always kept the ancestral teachings of the Phoenix clan in her heart. She looked at Star and Moon with a complicated expression, carefully sizing them up. She couldn't be more familiar with Star and Moon's aura. Only the profound Phoenix physique could allow a non-Phoenix clansman to possess the power of the Phoenix. After a moment of thought, The Phoenix ancestor nodded in satisfaction. She chuckled and said, "Your arrival will be of great help to our Phoenix clan. I am the successor of the profound Phoenix physique. If the ancestor needs anything, this junior will do everything in my power to help." Star and Moon cupped her hands. The Phoenix ancestor nodded. "If my guess is correct, your profound Phoenix physique is still missing one final step before it can be considered truly awakened." Star and Moon wasn't surprised in the slightest. After all, the person in front of her was the legendary ancestor of the Phoenix clan, a God Emperor realm powerhouse. "Our Phoenix clan has something you need, but before that, I need your help," the Phoenix ancestor said bluntly. Star and Moon's heart skipped a beat. Apart from inheriting her memories, she had come to the Phoenix clan for another reason: to retrieve something. "No problem," Star and Moon agreed without even thinking about it. "You and our Phoenix clan are somewhat related," the Phoenix ancestor said. Strictly speaking, Star and Moon could already be considered a member of the Phoenix clan. However, the Phoenix ancestor seemed to want to test Star and Moon, so she wasn't in a hurry to say this. "In 3 months, the 3 Beast clans will jointly hold the Divine Great Competition. You need to take first place. Defeat the heavenly gods of the Tian Peng clan and the Demon Bird clan," the Phoenix ancestor said. "If you can do that, you will become the next clan leader of our Phoenix clan." No one knew what the Phoenix clan ancestor and Xing Yue had discussed. The only thing the current clan leader knew was that when Star and Moon walked out of the land of darkness, an order had appeared in her mind. Soon after, she quickly gathered the elders and called for an emergency meeting. The content of the meeting was about how to deal with the heavenly God Grand competition that would be held in 3 months. As for Star and Moon and Fong Chun, they were arranged to stay in the territory of the Phoenix clan. "Big brother Fong, big sister you two can stay here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know." Ever since she had witnessed Fong Chun's strength, Fong worshipped Fong Chun very much. When she found out that Star and Moon and Fong Chun were husband and wife, she was extremely envious. "Thank you." Fong Chun nodded slightly. After Fong left, Fong Chun asked Star and Moon about the Phoenix Patriarch. Star and Moon told Fong Chun about the Heavenly God Grand competition that would be held in 3 months. The next day, a piece of news that shook the entire Phoenix clan instantly spread. Half a month later, the Phoenix clan would select the main heavenly gods to participate in the Heavenly God Grand Tournament. Many clansmen signed up after hearing about this. They all wanted to participate in the Heavenly God Grand Tournament and make some contributions to the clan. Fong Chun and Star and Moon were naturally treated as guests of honor by the Phoenix clan. Even the clan leader's attitude towards them was extremely good. One day, Fong was ordered to take Fong Chun and Star and Moon on a tour of the Phoenix clan. Our Phoenix clan originally occupied the entire Antarctic continent, but Fong's words were filled with loneliness. Fong Chun spread out his hands and comforted her with a smile. "The Phoenix clan has a strong foundation. If the Heavenly Rock clan and the Demon Bird clan want to annex us, they will have to pay a great price. Don't worry." Fong sighed and then said, "You don't know. Below the true God level, our Phoenix clan can't compare to the Demon Bird clan and the Heavenly Rock clan at all." "Oh, are there strong heavenly gods in the 2 clans?" Fong Chun asked curiously. "The prodigy of the Heavenly Rock clan's younger generation is the legendary Golden-Winged Rock. His bloodline is so rich that it's shocking. He's known as the strongest heavenly god of the Heavenly Rock clan. Even in the god realm, he's a super existence. It's said that he can escape unscathed from a God King expert." Fong's voice was heavy when she spoke of the Heavenly Rock clan's prodigy. "The Golden-Winged Rock excels in speed. Once he starts flying, even a true god won't be able to catch up. In the past, many of our Phoenix clan's clansmen died at his hands. He's vicious and cruel. He's a strong opponent," continued Fong. "Is he extremely fast?" Fong Chun thought to himself, how does the Golden-Winged Rock's speed compare to his time-space book? "Then what about the Demon Bird clan's prodigy?" asked Fong Chun. "On the surface, the Demon Bird clan's prodigy isn't as strong as the Golden-Winged Rock of the Heavenly Rock clan. But his true strength is unimaginable, said Feng-er. Feng-er said, that battle shook the entire Antarctic continent. It was really shocking. Feng-chen nodded as he listened to Feng-er talk about the two Beast Clan's experts. In the Heavenly God Grand Competition 3 months from now, the greatest difficulty will be the Demon Bird Clan's prodigy and the Golden Winged Rock. If the Star and Moon were to face the two of them, the situation wouldn't be optimistic. If only I could participate in the Heavenly God Grand Competition. Thinking of that, Feng-chen's gaze fell on Feng-er. Being stared at by Feng-chen like this made Feng a bit uncomfortable. She blushed. Big brother Feng. Feng, is there any way for me to participate in the Heavenly God Grand Competition? Asked Feng-chen. Feng let out a startled cry. She had thought it was something big. So it was like this. You're not a member of my Phoenix clan. If you want to participate in the Heavenly God Grand Competition, it'll be a bit troublesome. Feng-er frowned, muttering to herself. But very quickly, her eyes brightened. Big brother Feng, I have an idea, but I don't know if you can do it. What is it? Asked Feng. As long as you become a consecrator of my Phoenix clan, you'll naturally be able to represent the Phoenix clan in the competition. I don't think the other two Beast clans will say anything about it. How can I become a consecrator? Asked Feng-chen. Although my Phoenix clan has declined, it's still extremely difficult to become a consecrator. For this reason, my Phoenix clan has set up 3 trials. As long as you pass them, you'll naturally become a consecrator, said Feng-er. What are the specific trials? Asked Feng-chen. Big brother Feng, do you really want to participate? Asked Feng-er. Feng-chen nodded. Feng-er thought for a moment and then said, come with me. Consecration Hall. The residence of the Phoenix clan's consecrators. Outside the consecration hall was a very large plaza. Feng-er brought Feng-chen and the Star and Moon to the plaza. Feng-er, what are you doing here? Asked the elder in charge of the consecration hall. Elder Jean, big brother Feng, wants to become a consecrator of my Phoenix clan. Please give him a test, said Feng-er. Oh. Elder Jin's gaze fell on Feng-chen. Are you sure you want to challenge the consecrator trial? Asked Elder Jean. Feng-chen shrugged and nodded. The consecrator trial is extremely dangerous. There's an extremely high chance of dying. You have to think it through, continued Elder Jean. I've thought it through, said Feng-chen. Good. The consecrator trial has a total of 3 trials. They're all related to strength. Elder Jean waved his hand, and 3 puppets appeared in the plaza. As long as you can defeat all 3 of them, you can become a consecrator of my Phoenix clan, said Elder Jean. Feng-chen's eyes widened when he saw the puppets. He didn't dare believe that the Heaven Puppet Clan's puppets existed in the God world. Could it be that the Heaven Puppet Clan was strong enough to take root in the God world? Wondered Feng-chen. What? Are you scared? Asked Elder Jean. Feng-chen grinned and said, do I have to fight them one by one or all at once? Hearing this, Elder Jean was stunned. This fledgling was a little too arrogant. The Heaven Puppet Clan's puppets weren't something that ordinary puppets could compare to. The 3 puppets were all heavenly gods, but each one was stronger than the last. When the 3 puppets worked together, they could make a god king powerless. He actually wanted to fight them all at once. Of course we'll fight them one by one, said Elder Jean. The first puppet's strength is equivalent to an ordinary heavenly god. The second puppet is equivalent to a peak heavenly god. As for the third puppet, it's a half-step god king. Chapter 1850. Seeing Feng-chen's nonchalant expression, Elder Jean shook his head slightly. Although this child's talent wasn't bad, he was too arrogant. He most likely wouldn't succeed. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you. Although we are all consecrators, there are also different levels. Elder Jean suddenly remembered something and said, our Phoenix clan's consecrators have a total of 3 levels. They're gold medal, silver medal, and bronze medal consecrators. Defeating 3 puppets is a bronze plate consecrator. If you can defeat the 2 puppets at will, you will be considered a silver medal consecrator, Elder Jean said slowly. Defeating 3 puppets together is a gold medal consecrator, Feng-chen said. Elder Jean nodded. Feng-chen continued to ask, what special privileges does a golden consecrator have? A gold consecrator has quite a high status in the Phoenix clan. For example, If you participate in the Heavenly Deity Grand Competition, you will definitely get gold medals first. As for silver and bronze medals, don't even think about it. Elder Jean said. Feng Chen's eyes lit up, and he walked straight to the three puppets. Let's begin, Feng Chen said. Whoosh! Elder Jean waved his hand, and the three puppets were activated. Let's attack together, Feng Chen said calmly. Elder Jean frowned and reminded him, you have to think carefully. I've already thought it through. It's just three puppets. There is nothing to fear, Feng Chen said with a smile. Seeing this, Elder Jean didn't say anything else and directly controlled the three puppets to attack Feng Chen. A puppet of the Sky Puppet Clan? It feels so familiar. Feng Chen identified the weaknesses of the three puppets at a glance. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage. Puff! Puff! Three finger lights were shot out in succession, hitting the three attacking puppets. Then, he returned to his original position. He turned to Elder Jean with a smile and said, All right, I should have passed. After saying that, Feng Chen walked to Star and Moon's side, seemingly quite confident in himself. Elder Jean wanted to say something, but all of a sudden, the three attacking puppets collapsed on the ground. Great waves of shock surged in Elder Jin's heart. How did you do it? Elder Jin's eyes widened as he stared at Feng Chen. Feng Chen shrugged and said with a smile, Puppets aren't living creatures. As long as we can find their weakness, we can defeat them in one strike. It's not a big deal. Feng Chen spoke casually, but deep down, Elder Jean was really shocked. In the entire Phoenix clan, there were many gold consecrators, and there were also many who could defeat the three puppets. However, no one could be like Feng Chen. To be able to defeat the three puppets in a single breath, how powerful must one be to do that? You're a puppet master? Elder Jean asked. Feng Chen shook his head. He was only slightly involved in the Tao of puppetry and could not be considered a puppeteer. Elder Jean took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he looked at Feng Chen. Congratulations, you become a gold medal consecrator of the Phoenix clan. This is your identity token. As for the other things, Feng will tell you. With that, Elder Jean hurriedly left. In a certain garden, the clan leader was drinking tea and thinking about some things. Suddenly, Elder Jean hurriedly rushed over. Elder Jean, why are you in such a hurry? Is something the matter? Asked the clan leader. Clan leader, that Feng Chen who traveled with Star and Moon has become a gold medal consecrator of our Phoenix clan, said Elder Jean. The clan leader was not surprised by this. I heard from Feng that his strength is not bad. The clan leader nodded. Clan leader, do you know how he defeated the three puppets? Asked Elder Jean. How? The clan leader was also curious. One breath. Just one breath. He defeated the three puppets. Elder Jean gasped for breath. The clan leader stood up with a jump. Is that true? Asked the clan leader. Elder Jean nodded. A smile appeared on the clan leader's face. Quickly convince him to participate in the Heavenly God Grand Competition, said the clan leader. Such an expert could be considered a top expert in the Heavenly God realm. It was very important for the Phoenix clan to be able to participate in the Heavenly God Grand Competition. However, not long after, Feng Chen took the initiative to apply. The clan leader did not hesitate and directly approved it. At this point, Feng Chen was finally relieved. Brother Chen, you don't have to do this. Xingyu stood ramrod straight in a quiet courtyard. She raised her head and looked at the blue sky as she spoke softly. How could she not know that everything Feng Chen did was for her? Your goal is to take first place in the Heavenly God Grand Competition. With those geniuses from the Tianpeng clan and the Demon Bird clan, I'm a little worried. Once I defeat them all and take the initiative to admit defeat, first place will be yours, said Feng Chen. Hearing this, Xingyu fell silent. Although she was usually quiet, she had a deep love for Feng Chen. The atmosphere was peaceful. Feng Chen hugged Star and Moon. After the news of Feng Chen spread, many heavenly gods of the Phoenix clan came to visit. Of course, there were also some heavenly gods who wanted to challenge Feng Chen. Feng Chen ignored them and went into seclusion to cultivate. At this time, in the territory of the Demon Bird clan, in the meeting hall, besides the Demon Bird clan, there were also the Tian Peng clan. At the top of the meeting hall, there were two thrones. On the left throne sat the Demon Bird clan's Divine Emperor Realm Expert, while on the right throne sat the Tian Peng clan's Divine Emperor Realm Expert. Below, there were many elders. Of course, the most eye-catching were the two youngsters who stood at the front. Golden-winged Great Peng Feng Peng of the Tian Peng clan and Yao Yi of the Demon Bird clan. Dragon Rock Divine Emperor. Since the Phoenix clan has agreed to the Heavenly God Grand Competition, our plan should be able to be executed perfectly, said the Demon Bird clan's Divine Emperor Realm Expert with a smile. In this Heavenly God Grand Competition, the Tian Peng clan will definitely do our best to stop the Phoenix clan. However, don't forget the agreement between our clans, Dragon Rock Divine Emperor said meaningfully. Blackbird Divine Emperor nodded. As long as the God Emperor did not appear, he would be the actual ruler of the Demon Bird clan. The two Beast clans wanted to use this Heavenly God Grand Competition to annihilate all the heavenly gods of the Phoenix clan. At that time, the Phoenix clan's reserve power would be cut off. They would gradually eliminate their true God Realm experts. It would not be long before the Phoenix clan collapsed. After the discussion about how to deal with the Phoenix clan, Blackbird Divine Emperor suddenly said, Dragon Rock Divine Emperor, I have long heard that the Tian Peng clan's Feng Peng is the legendary golden-winged Great Peng. I wonder if you would be willing to let us see it. At this moment, Ing Yi, who was dressed in black, stepped forward and cupped his fists. I would also like to see how strong the golden-winged Great Peng is. Hearing this, Dragon Rock Divine Emperor's eyes flashed. This was not a spar, but a test from the Demon Bird clan. He originally wanted to refuse, but Feng Peng beat him to it. I've long wanted to ask Brother Ing Yi for some pointers. This place is too small. How about we go outside? Feng Peng smiled. All right, crash. In a flash, the two of them arrived at the square. Swish. Feng Peng's figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages in the air. It was impossible to track him. What speed? The Demon Bird clan's elders couldn't help sighing. Buzz. Ingy attacked. A pair of wings instantly appeared on his back. His wings spread, and a terrifying gale whistled through the air. Boundless energy swept through the ground. Dong! Following that, a deafening sound echoed through the sky. Just as the experts were at a loss, Feng Peng and Ing Yi landed on the square. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with solemnity. Ing Yi was the first to speak. As expected of the golden-winged Great Peng, I admire your speed. Ordinary bird bloodlines can cultivate to this level. Ordinary people can't do that. The two of them complimented each other. Blackbird Divine Emperor laughed heartily. I really can't think of anything in this heavenly god competition. Who in the Phoenix clan can block Feng Peng and Ing Yi's attacks? To the side, Dragon Rock Divine Emperor nodded slightly. That was true. However, he was still a bit wary of the Demon Bird clan, especially Ing Yi. His talent was too great. For an ordinary bird to be able to block the golden-winged Great Peng's attacks was truly incredible. Chapter 1851. At the border between the South Sea and the God World, there were three divine kings. Their faces were gloomy as they looked into the distance, exuding a murderous aura. If Feng Chen was here, he would definitely recognize the three of them as the three God King experts of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Divine King Chan Shun, are you sure that bastard went to the South Pole? Divine King Yin Yu asked. Divine King Chan Chen nodded. The death mark can't be wrong. He knew that he couldn't survive in the South Pole, so he went to the South Pole. He's smart, but he underestimated the power of the death mark. The death mark was painstakingly researched by the Death God Emperor. There were very few divine kings who could remove the death mark. Under normal circumstances, the divine spirits who were hit by the death mark would be killed by the Death God Emperor. The South Pole has 3 beast tribes. They're not to be trifled with. Divine King He Dao said. During this period, Divine King He Dao's injuries had basically healed. He swore to capture that bastard for revenge. Let's go. Capturing Feng Chen was a mission given to them by the Death God Emperor. If they couldn't complete the mission, they wouldn't dare to return to the South Tomb Sword Palace. They couldn't bear the wrath of the Death God Emperor. At that time, only death would await them. Therefore, even though the journey to the South Pole was dangerous, they still chose to capture Fong-chun. South Pole, Phoenix Tribe's territory. These days, Fong-chun had been paying attention to the Heavenly God Grand Tournament. With Feng-er's help, the information of some powerful divine realm experts from the Demon Bird clan and the Heavenly Rock clan was continuously sent to him. After Fong-chun finished reading the book in his hand, he put it down gently with a smile on his face. I thought swordsman Xiao Yun was already a top expert among the divine kings. I didn't expect there to be someone even more powerful among the three beast tribes. Fong-chun couldn't help but sigh. There's always someone better than you. Recalling the information he learned, Fong-chun's deepest impression was the wind rock of the Tian Peng tribe and the eagle wings of the Demon Bird tribe. This wind rock's true form is a golden-winged great rock. Just like the sky rock race's ancestor, his bloodline is extremely pure and rich. He's a formidable opponent, Fong-chun muttered to himself. The golden-winged great rock was a powerful existence among the bird-type divine beasts. Moreover, the golden-winged rock was a super-divine beast. Its potential was too great. Only the heaven-devouring divine rat could firmly suppress the golden-winged great rock. According to the introduction of Feng Peng in the dossier, Feng Peng had once killed 5 peak heavenly deity stage powerhouses in one go. According to Fong-chun's estimation, this person's strength was close to that of a divine king expert. If I fully activate the space-time book and use the 5-sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art, I should be able to deal with him, Fong-chun thought to himself. Actually, what Fong-chun was really afraid of was not the wind rock, but the eagle wings, whose reputation was slightly inferior to the wind rock. The rise of the Demon Bird clan was swift and violent. Although Eagle Wings was just an ordinary bird, based on the dossier, his intuition told him that Eagle Wings was the real formidable opponent. It's best to defeat these two guys before the finals, Fong-chun thought to himself. At this moment, Star and Moon's figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard. You Fong-chun said with a smile. Brother Chun, Star and Moon said, I'm going out. Oh, where are you going? Fong-chun asked. I've sensed the aura of the Phoenix Cry Stone in the territory of the Phoenix clan. I want to go out and take a look. If I can obtain the Phoenix Cry Stone, it will be of great benefit to my cultivation, Star and Moon said. I'll go with you. Fong-chun's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said. Although he had been cultivating during this period of time, his life had been somewhat dull. He could use this opportunity to go out and take a look. Boss, we want to go too, Little Mouse said impatiently. Fong-chun nodded, and the group left the city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Are we almost there? In the sky, Fong-chun asked. They had been flying for more than 6 hours. Almost. As they spoke, Star and Moon's figure rapidly descended and soon landed in a mountain range. I can sense the aura of the Phoenix Cry Stone. It's nearby, and it's getting stronger. Star and Moon's beautiful face had a hint of a smile. Then let's go quickly, Fong-chun said. Roar. However, at this moment, a bird let out an angry roar. This was its territory. Since humans had barged in, it naturally had to attack. Boss, let me deal with it. The little mouse and Goldie attacked at the same time, and they immediately fought against the birds. Pangolin and Seahorse were also itching to fight and couldn't help but attack. Poochie. In a moment, the bird was killed. You guys are too much. I haven't even made a move, and you've already killed it, Seahorse said unhappily. Ha! Next time we meet, I'll let you do it. The 4 little guys laughed loudly. Fong-chun accompanied Star and Moon to search for the Phoenix Cry Stone. In the deepest part of the mountain range, clouds and mist lingered. Suddenly, a piece of bluestone cracked open. A figure sat cross-legged, as if he had existed since ancient times. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, as if he was a dead person. Voila! Suddenly, that person opened his eyes. Immediately, 2 substantial rays of light shot out from his eyes. His skin was grayish-black, giving off a very shocking feeling. His face squirmed, and then a hoarse voice sounded. After cultivating for 10,000 years, I've already forgotten the taste of human blood. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked out of the mountain range. Found it. Star and Moon, who was searching for the Phoenix Cry Stone, suddenly cried out in surprise. Immediately, she dug out a piece of Phoenix Cry Stone from a certain rock. It really is the Phoenix Cry Stone. Star and Moon was overjoyed. The Phoenix Cry Stone was extremely beneficial to her at her current stage. If she could use the Phoenix Cry Stone to cultivate, her strength would increase very quickly. Unfortunately, the Phoenix Cry Stone was very precious. Even a Phoenix clan did not have many reserves. Under normal circumstances, even the members of the Phoenix clan would not be able to sense the existence of the Phoenix Cry Stone. Only those who possessed extremely dense Phoenix power would be able to sense it. In the entire Phoenix clan, except for the Phoenix clan ancestor, there was probably no one with a higher concentration of Phoenix power than Star and Moon with the Shining Phoenix body. Sense carefully and see if there are any more Phoenix Cry Stones here, Fong Chun said. Star and Moon nodded and continued to search. However, everything they did had already been imprinted in the eyes of the mysterious powerhouse. Two heavenly gods, and one of them is even a prodigy of the Phoenix clan. This mysterious powerhouse was wearing broken armor. Under his grayish-black skin, a pair of terrifying eyes were hidden. My partner was killed by you. Then pay with your lives. After saying that, the powerhouse in broken armor moved his mind, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Terrifying power poured into the long spear. Immediately, the spear stabbed out. Whoosh! The long spear appeared in front of Star and Moon without any warning. Fong Chun frowned as he felt a trace of spatial fluctuation. Oh no! The next moment, Fong Chun shouted and pulled Star and Moon apart. Poochie! The long spear pierced through where Star and Moon was. Kill! The man in broken armor did not expect these two to be able to dodge. With a low shout, he immediately attacked. Who are you? After saving Star and Moon, Fong Chun took out the hidden star sword and fought with the man in broken armor. The person who killed you. The long spear in the man's hand was fierce and domineering. Every time he stabbed out, it would cause spatial fluctuations. Immemorial soul-refining art. Fong Chun shouted and immediately performed the immemorial soul-refining art. The man in broken armor was very strong. Fong Chun had to use all 5 sword moves. Whoosh! 5 sword lights with completely different auras instantly burst out. Seeing this, the man in broken armor's expression changed drastically. He immediately looked up to the sky and roared angrily. It's you. You are in cahoots. The man in broken armor suddenly fell into a state of madness. The long spear in his hand stabbed out crazily, and the space was shattered. He would never forget that the reason why he ended up like this was because he was suppressed by the mysterious Sword Principal Powerhouse back then. The sword moves that the Sword Principal Powerhouse used were exactly the same as the man in front of him. It was just that their auras were different and their power of rules were different. It must be them. Chapter 1852. The immemorial soul-refining art that Fong Chun used made the man in broken armor feel extremely familiar with each and every move. He would never forget how that damned bastard had suppressed him here and almost killed him. Although their auras are different, their moves are almost the same. They must be from the same group. The man in the broken armor thought to himself. His heart was burning with anger. The heavens have eyes, allowing me to meet you and take my revenge. As he spoke, the aura around the man in the broken armor suddenly became sharp. The spear in his hand was a high-level heavenly divine artifact. It was very powerful. Whoosh! A powerful ray of light shot out from the long spear and headed straight for Fong Chun. Spatial fluctuation. Fong Chun frowned. He felt that the man's attack contained the power of the spatial rules. When the spear stabbed out, it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. If it was someone else, it would be difficult for them to dodge it. However, Fong Chun was different. Firstly, he was proficient in the spatial and temporal rules. Moreover, his attainments were very high. Secondly, he was a space-time body attribute cultivator. He was very familiar with spatial fluctuations. Therefore, when he sensed the spear's attack, he leaped and used the space-time book without hesitation. Pucci. The long spear carried a terrifying force as it pierced Fong Chen's body. Die! The man in the broken armor laughed wildly and increased his strength. His wrist shook and the spear stirred vigorously. He wanted to completely crush Fong Chen's body. However, at this moment, Fong Chen, who was stabbed by the spear, gradually dissipated in the void. Seeing this, the man in the broken armor's face changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Impossible!" The spear technique that he cultivated contained the spatial rules. Moreover, after studying it for countless years, he knew the spatial rules like the back of his hand. When he stabbed out with his spear, he first sealed the surrounding space. Even a Divine King expert would not be able to escape if he did not know about it. However, Fong Chen's figure had disappeared. His primordial spirit spread out and instantly covered the entire land. He carefully searched. His heart was filled with even more astonishment. This was because he realized that he couldn't find any trace of Fong Chen. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. The first possibility was that Fong Chen had a special method that allowed him to break through the spatial seal and escape far away. The second possibility was that he was still hiding nearby, but he was unable to detect him. The man in the broken armor shook his head, his eyes filled with shock. He held the long spear in his hand and stood in the void, exuding a terrifying aura. Break through the spatial seal? He would rather believe that this person could break through the spatial seal than believe that he was still hiding nearby. Humph. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you ran away? The man in the broken armor looked at Xingyu in a sinister manner. Suppress. He growled and shook his wrist, thrusting out his spear again. He wanted to suppress the star and moon and force Fong Chen to show himself. Pucci suddenly, a terrifying sword chi appeared in the void, and then Fong Chen's figure appeared. With a casual swing of his sword, the immemorial soul-refining chant was used again. Dong! 5 major sword moves were used at the same time, immediately blocking the man's spear attack. Dang, dang, dang. Caught off guard, the man in the broken armor continuously retreated until he landed on the ground. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, the man in the broken armor's expression was extremely gloomy. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chen. I really didn't expect your attainments in the spatial Tao to be so strong. After a long while, the man in the broken armor spoke. To be honest, he had to admire the person in front of him. His concealment technique was truly amazing. However, they were enemies and would not rest until one of them was dead. Who exactly are you? Why are you attacking us? Asked Fong Chen. If we rashly came here and disturbed you, I apologize to you. The man in the broken armor smiled sinisterly and said, Who I am is not important. You just need to know that we are enemies. Enemies? We've never met before. What hatred is there? Asked Fong Chen. Humph, don't pretend in front of me. If it weren't for your group back then, how could I have been suppressed here for tens of thousands of years? I even almost died. The man in the broken armor sneered. Back then, I swore that if I didn't get revenge, I wouldn't be human. Our group? Fong Chen was even more confused. Just who did he think he was? Although I don't know you, your attacks are exactly the same as that person back then. Even if I die, I won't forget it. The man in the broken armor continued. His words were filled with iciness as he stared sharply at Fong Chen. He tightly clenched his spear, and his aura surged. He was ready to attack at any moment. Their attacks are exactly the same. Hearing this, Fong Chen was startled. He thought of a possibility. Just now, I used the immemorial soul-refining art, and this person said that the mysterious person who suppressed him back then used the same attack as me. Could that person be the successor of the destiny system of the 6 great successors? Fong Chen's mind was rapidly working. The other successors had all been killed by the creation system successor. As for the creation system successor, he had also been killed by him. So far, of the 6 great successors, only he and the destiny system successor were left. Only the destiny system successor would be able to use the same attack as his immemorial soul-refining art. Thinking of this, Fong Chen spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. It seemed that this person had misunderstood him. He was extremely powerful. Even if Fang Chun went all out, he would at most be able to fight him to a draw. There was no need to provoke such a powerful enemy, since there was no enmity between them. "I think you've misunderstood," said Fang Chun with a smile. "Misunderstood? Impossible," said the man in the broken armor coldly. He didn't believe this person's nonsense. As he spoke, he prepared to attack, but Fang Chun stopped him. "Listen to me first before you decide if you want to attack," said Fang Chun. The man in the broken armor's eyes flickered, and he stopped attacking. He had waited for tens of thousands of years. He wanted to see what tricks this guy had up his sleeves. Fang Chun organized his words and then slowly said, "You're right. The mysterious person who suppressed you has the same attack as me. I don't deny that, but we're not the same group." Fang Chun raised his hand, indicating for the man in the broken armor to be quiet. Then he continued, "Once, I obtained the sword inheritance of a powerhouse. There were a total of 6 inheritances. They were called the 6 Great Inheritances, and each inheritance corresponded to a law. Apart from me, there were 5 other people who obtained the inheritances. I obtained the Destruction System's inheritance. However, the price we had to pay for obtaining the inheritances was to kill each other until we devoured the power of the other 5 great successors. Only then could we obtain the complete inheritance. Before that, I encountered the creation system's successor and fought with him. In the end, I killed him. In the process of absorbing his energy, I discovered that there were already 3 different powers in his body. In other words, of the 6 great successors, only the Destiny System's successor and I are left. Although I've never met him before, we'll have to fight eventually. In that case, we can still be considered friends," Fang Chun said with a smile. "Isn't the enemy of my enemy a friend?" Fang Chun looked at the man in the broken armor with a smile. The man in the broken armor's eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chun. He was observing whether the latter was lying. Fang Chun spread his hands and continued, "Do you think I have a need to lie? If we really want to fight, my wife and I will join forces. You may not be our match. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I don't want to make enemies for no reason." After saying this, Fang Chun ignored the man in the broken armor and walked to Star and Moon's side. "Are you all right?" Fang Chun asked gently. Star and Moon shook her head, indicating that she was fine. The man in the broken armor's expression changed as he asked in a low voice, "Is what you said true? True or false? Don't you already know the answer in your heart?" Fang Chun grinned. The man in the broken armor pondered for a moment. In the end, he put away his spear and said in a low voice, "I'll believe you for now. If I find out that you lied to me, I'll kill you even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth." In fact, apart from what Fang Chun said, there was another reason why he stopped. Chapter 1853. The man thoughtfully glanced at Fang Chun and then turned to leave. Fang Chun didn't stop him. He had already made things very clear. If there really was no other way, then they could only fight. He believed that the man wouldn't want to see such a scene. However, after the man in the broken armor left, Fang Chun suddenly called out to him, "Can I ask you a question?" Hearing this, the man's expression changed slightly. He turned to Fang Chun and said, "Speak. Do you know where that mysterious expert who suppressed you is now?" asked Fang Chun. The man shook his head. If he knew, he would have already gone to take revenge. "I don't know, but one day I will find him," said the man. Fang Chun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He had thought that he would be able to learn some information about the successor of the fate attribute from man. That way, he would have the upper hand in the fight for the final inheritance. "Are you looking for the Phoenix Cry Stone?" The man in tattered armor, floating in the air, seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to ask. Fang Chun nodded. The latter smiled and said, "If you continue walking from here, you'll reach the deepest part of the mountain range. There's a blue stone there, 10,000 miles below the blue stone." With that, the man in broken armor left. Fang Chun's eyes brightened. If what the man said was true, then that would be great. The Phoenix Cry Stone was extremely important to Star and Moon, especially since the profound Phoenix body had yet to fully awaken. If she could absorb a large amount of energy from the Phoenix Cry Stone, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Let's go take a look." Fang Chun shook his head, no longer thinking about the man. He gently said to Star and Moon. The latter nodded, and the two of them quickly advanced according to the route the man had given them. Soon, they arrived in front of the blue stone he had mentioned. There really is a blue stone. Fangchen smiled when he saw the blue stone. His divine sense spread out and enveloped the blue stone. He wanted to check if there was a Phoenix Cry stone underground. However, Fangchen's expression soon became serious. Under the blue stone, there seemed to be a layer of restriction that was blocking his spiritual sense. Fangchen transmitted his voice to the little mouse. A moment later, the little mouse arrived at the depths of the mountain range. "Boss, what's going on?" Little Mouse asked. Fangchen explained what had happened. Little Mouse laughed and said, "Boss, leave it to me. Wait here. I'll go down and investigate the situation." "Be careful," Fangchen said. Although he really wanted to obtain the Phoenix Cry Stone, he did not dare to believe the words of the man in the broken armor so easily. The god-devouring rat's body was incomparably hard, which made the little mouse's ability to penetrate the ground very strong. The little mouse dove into the ground, while Fangchen and Star and Moon waited quietly. After about 2 hours, the little mouse appeared from under the blue stone, panting. "How is it?" Fangchen hurriedly asked. The little mouse's face was full of smiles. "Boss, there are many Phoenix Cry stones 10,000 miles underground." "So it's true." Fangchen was secretly delighted. Under the guidance of the little mouse, they quickly dove down. In a very short time, they arrived 10,000 miles underground. Bang! The little mouse had dug a cave here in advance. Then, Fangchen and Star and Moon entered the cave. "Boss, look." The little mouse's finger pointed at the depths of the cave. Fangchen looked over and was stunned. What entered his eyes was a dense mass of Phoenix Cry stones. The number of Phoenix Cry stones was too shocking. Could it be that this is a Phoenix Cry stone mine? Fangchen's heart was in turmoil. If it was really a Phoenix Cry stone mine, then they had made a huge profit. "I can feel the rich aura of Phoenix Cry stone," Star and Moon said at this time. "This should be a Phoenix Cry stone mine." Fangchen nodded. You stay here and absorb the aura of the Phoenix Cry stone. I'll help you mine it." Star and Moon nodded obediently. In fact, even if she wanted to help, she couldn't do much. The most important thing now was to absorb the power of the Phoenix Cry stone. Thinking of this, Star and Moon sat cross-legged on the ground, and the Phoenix Cry stone appeared in her palm. Fangchen transmitted his voice to Xiao Huang, Pangolin, and Xiao Hai. They also arrived at the Phoenix Cry stone mine. Then, they began to mine the Phoenix Cry stone like crazy. What a rich aura of the Phoenix Cry stone. In the process of mining, Fangchen couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Little Mouse's mining speed was the fastest, followed by Xiao Huang. Fangchen's mining speed was actually the slowest. The Hidden Star Sword's level is too low. I need to find some time to upgrade it to a top-quality, heavenly divine artifact. Fangchen thought to himself. Last time, he had just broken through to Saint-level swordsmith and had yet to stabilize his cultivation. Thus, he only upgraded the Hidden Star Sword to a low-quality, heavenly divine artifact. As time passed, Fangchen was confident that he could upgrade the Hidden Star Sword to a high-quality or even a top-quality heavenly divine artifact. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this period of time, Fangchen, Little Mouse, and the others worked together to mine the Phoenix Cry Stone. They had mined over 10,000 Phoenix Cry Stones. This was because they did not have the Phoenix's energy in their bodies. Thus, their mining speed was relatively slow. During this period of time, Star and Moon had been absorbing the power of the Phoenix Cry Stone the entire time. The Phoenix's energy in their bodies had become denser and denser, giving others a shocking feeling. On this day, Fangchen entered a tunnel that was excavated from the Phoenix Cry Stone mine. While he was mining the Phoenix Cry Stone, he suddenly felt the Hidden Star Sword tremble. What's going on? He felt pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. Logically, the Phoenix Cry Stone's recoil shouldn't be this strong. Fangchen curiously stared at the tip of the Hidden Star Sword. He discovered that the color of the ores here was somewhat different from the Phoenix Cry Stone. The Phoenix Cry Stone's color is fiery red. Why is the color of the ores here white? At the beginning, Fang Chun did not think too much about it and continued mining. However, the more he mined, the more shocked he became. Not long after, a very large piece of white-colored ores was revealed. Fang Chun determined that these ores were definitely not Phoenix Cry stones. What kind of ores are these? Why are they living within the Phoenix Cry stones? Fang Chun frowned. According to his understanding of the Phoenix Cry stones, it was impossible for other ores to exist within them. Thinking of this, Fang Chun sucked in a breath of cold air. Soon after, he was dumbstruck as he looked at the large piece of white ore. "Little Mouse, quickly come over." Fang Chun hastily sent a sound transmission to Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Who in an instant. The four of them arrived in front of Fang Chun. "Boss, what's wrong? What did you find?" Little Mouse curiously asked. "Look at what this is." Fang Chun pointed at the white ore in front of him. Why is it white? This isn't Phoenix Cry stone." Little Mouse solemnly said. Xiao Huang carefully examined the white ore and then gently touched it with his hand. He immediately cried out in surprise. "Boss, this is Phoenix Origin Stone." "What Phoenix Origin Stone?" Hearing the three words Phoenix Origin Stone, Fang Chun was also startled. Soon after, a perilous storm was set off in his heart. "Is indeed Phoenix Origin Stone. I have seen records of it in some books." Pangolin also slightly nodded his head. "Phoenix Origin Stone rarely appears. Once it appears, it will definitely be accompanied by Phoenix Cry stones. It is exactly the same as what is recorded in the books. It exists within the Phoenix Cry stone mine and is completely white. If I'm not wrong, this should be Phoenix Origin Stone." Little Hai also nodded his head. "Is it really Phoenix Origin Stone?" Fang Chun felt as if he was in a dream. He did not expect that by casually mining, he would be able to find the legendary Phoenix Origin Stone. Most of the experts in the divine realm trained their physical body to raise their spirit realm. However, only those experts who stood at the peak knew the importance of the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was the foundation of a martial artist. If the primordial spirit was shattered, the martial artist's soul would completely disperse. And this legendary Phoenix Origin Stone could increase the strength of the primordial spirit. In the entire universe, other than true god experts, very few heavenly gods could take out Phoenix Origin Stone. The value of Phoenix Origin Stone had already surpassed top-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Even some true gods could not resist the temptation of Phoenix Origin Stone. Phoenix Origin Stone. Fang Chun sucked in a breath of cold air. He gently touched the white ore. His heartbeat quickened. Chapter 1854. An ore like the Phoenix Origin Stone was something that could only be found by chance. Fang Chun did not expect to encounter it here. He was also a little stunned. However, after a short moment of shock, he was ecstatic. When he was in the lower realm, he was a sword cultivator and soul cultivator. His soul cultivation level was also gradually increasing. All along, his identity as a soul cultivator had helped him solve a lot of problems. It was also his trump card. However, after coming to the God realm, he had been busy improving his cultivation level and seemed to have neglected soul cultivation. The improvement of his primordial spirit also depended on the improvement of his cultivation level and strength. He did not deliberately cultivate it. In this way, soul cultivation was almost forgotten by Fang Chun. However, now, Fang Chun's heart was once again ignited. With his Phoenix Origin Stone, the improvement of his primordial spirit would be achieved naturally. At that time, his soul cultivation level would also be able to increase rapidly. Whoosh whoosh, he took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. Fang Chun sorted out his thoughts and said, "Now is not the time to be happy. First, help you to mine enough Phoenix Cry Stone, then mine the Phoenix Origin Stone for my own use." After all, he did not know if there were any experts here. Anyway, it was not safe. Fang Chun planned to mine first and then use it slowly. "You guys mine the Phoenix Cry Stone, I will mine the Phoenix Origin Stone," Fang Chun said to the four guys. "No problem." Little Mouse led Xiao Huang and the others to mine the Phoenix Cry Stone quickly. Fang Chun, on the other hand, was mining the Phoenix Origin Stone carefully. A lot of information about the Phoenix Origin Stone appeared in his mind. The Phoenix Origin Stone was different from the Phoenix Cry Stone. It contained some special power related to the primordial spirit. Therefore, although the Phoenix Origin Stone was an ore, it was actually very fragile. Once it was broken, the special power inside would collapse. In that case, the Phoenix Origin Stone would have no value. Therefore, Fang Chun had to use a special method to mine the Phoenix Origin Stone. Creak. Holding the hidden star sword, the golden heart beat. The golden liquid completely poured into the hidden star sword and finally gathered at the sword tip. Yu 1. Fang Chun used the star-hidden sword to carve out streaks of marks on the white ore. Then, he carefully took out the cubes that he had cut. The first time he mined, it was very strenuous. He used a full hour to mine a piece of Phoenix Origin Stone. Looking at the milky white Phoenix Origin Stone in his palm, Fang Chun was extremely excited. Continue. After the first experience, he was much more proficient in the following mining operations. As time passed, Star and Moon continued to absorb the power within the Phoenix Cry Stone. Finally, another half a month passed. Boom inside the mine, a deafening sound rang out, immediately alarming Fang Chun. Fang Chun arrived at Star and Moon's seclusion spot almost immediately. At this moment, Xing Yu's entire body was filled with extremely dense phoenix power. Behind her head, there seemed to be an illusory phoenix dancing lightly and gracefully. So strong. Fang Chun was shocked. The aura emanating from Star and Moon's body made him feel oppressed. Is she about to break through? Fang Chun was a little excited. Star and Moon was already in the heavenly god realm. One more step and she would become a true god. However, reality proved that Fang Chun was overthinking. Even for a monstrous talent like Star and Moon, it was very difficult for her to break through to the true god realm in a short period of time. In the vast god realm, there were trillions of cultivators. However, most of them were trapped in the heavenly god realm their entire lives. There was an insurmountable gap between heavenly gods and true gods. A true god powerhouse was already considered an upper-level powerhouse in the god realm, especially a god emperor powerhouse. They stood at the top of the pyramid in the god realm. This was also the reason why there were only so many true gods in the god realm for countless years. Soon, the powerful aura around Star and Moon quickly dissipated. Yu 2 crash. Star and Moon opened her beautiful eyes. The Phoenix Cry Stone in her palm instantly turned to dust. At this moment, Star and Moon stood up. In her eyes, a fiery red phoenix spread its wings and soared. Fang Chun was shocked. Ever since she awakened the mystical Phoenix body, Star and Moon's cultivation had become even more unfathomable. He even thought that if he didn't work hard in his cultivation, he might be left behind by Star and Moon. Congratulations. Fang Chun smiled and pulled Star and Moon into his arms. Her long black hair covered Star and Moon's face, but a faint blush could be seen. Although she had been on the run with Fang Chun, Star and Moon was very happy. Brother Chun, Star and Moon said softly as she lay in Fang Chun's arms. For a moment, the atmosphere in the air was very romantic. After a long time, Star and Moon left Fang Chun's arms. Brother Chun, I've absorbed enough Phoenix Cry Stone. The mystical Phoenix body seems to have strengthened a little. I can't absorb any more for the time being, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Fang Chun nodded and said, don't worry. The Phoenix Cry Stone is good for you anyway. We'll mine more and put it in the Sumeru ring. When you need it in the future, you can take it out and use it. Star and Moon nodded gently. With Star and Moon's help, the mining speed was obviously much faster. In fact, it could be said that Star and Moon's mining speed alone was enough to beat all of them. One day, the Phoenix Origin Stone had already been completely mined by Fang Chun. Boss, it's almost done, right? Little Mouse asked. After a rough calculation, they had mined a total of 10 million Phoenix Cry Stones during this period of time. They were piled up in the Sumeru ring. The number of Phoenix Origin Stones was relatively less. In total, there were only 10,000 pieces. Calculating the time, we've been out for almost 2 months. It's time to go back. Fang Chun nodded. The Phoenix Cry Stone mine was extremely large. If they wanted to mine it all, it would take several hundred years. UU3, they couldn't waste time here forever. So they simply stopped mining and left. After returning to the territory of the Phoenix clan, they happened to run into Feng. She was wondering where Feng Chen had gone during this time. Big brother Feng, big sister Yue, you're finally back. Feng saw Feng Chen and Star and Moon from afar and said with a smile, if you didn't come back, you wouldn't have been able to make it to the Heavenly God Grand Competition. Oh, the Heavenly God Grand Competition shouldn't have started yet, right? Feng Chen asked. The Heavenly God Grand Competition hasn't started yet, but the time for our Phoenix clan to select heavenly gods has already passed. Feng rolled her eyes at Feng Chen. Feng Chen patted his head. Only now did he remember. Then what should we do? Feng Chen hurriedly asked. Seeing Feng Chen's anxious expression, Feng giggled and said, Hee, I'm just joking. Even if you come back late, you can still participate in the Heavenly God Grand Competition. Our Phoenix clan attaches great importance to this Heavenly God Grand Competition, so we have to select the strongest 100 heavenly gods. Big sister Yu doesn't need to say anything. The ancestor personally selected her to participate. As for big brother Feng, you're a gold-ranked consecrated, so you naturally have spot. Hearing this, Feng Chen sighed in relief. But Feng suddenly changed the topic. Although big brother Feng is a gold-ranked consecrated, there are several heavenly gods in the clan who refuse to accept you. They feel that you've taken their spots and are unwilling to accept it. During this time, they've been saying that they want to challenge you. They want to challenge me. Feng Chen frowned. But big brother Feng, don't worry. You're a gold-ranked consecrated, and you obtained a spot with your own strength. If they want to challenge you, you can just directly refuse, said Feng. Feng Chen shook his head. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as Feng imagined. If he didn't display some strength, there would definitely be people coming to bother him. As soon as he thought of that, he heard a clamor. Feng Chen raised his head and was surprised to see 3 or 4 heavenly gods walking towards him at high speed. Are you consecrated, Feng Chen? Asked one of them, a one-eyed old man. Yes, I am. Feng Chen nodded. You're a gold-ranked consecrated at such a young age. I'm extremely doubtful of your strength. The Heavenly Deity Grand Competition slot that originally belonged to me was seized by you. I want to fight you. If you lose, hand over your spot and scram from the Phoenix clan, said the one-eyed consecrated. Consecrated one-eyed, you're going too far, said Feng unhappily. Chapter 1855. The one-eyed reverend was a heavenly god expert of the Blackbird race. Because he was powerful, it was hard for him to find an opponent in the heavenly god realm. Furthermore, in order to pursue a higher level of the martial path, he had also sought protection. In the end, he had chosen to join the Phoenix race. The Blackbird race naturally became a subsidiary race of the Phoenix race. After joining the Phoenix race, the one-eyed reverend had always been very high profile, hoping that the true gods would notice him and give him better cultivation resources. He believed that this grand competition was a chance for him to show off his abilities. But in the end, he had failed. He wasn't strong enough to defeat the other reverends, so he naturally vented his anger on Feng Chen. He believed that Feng Chen was too young and hadn't experienced any life or death battles. Although he was strong, his fighting skills shouldn't be that strong. So he had declared that he would challenge Feng Chen. He wanted to use this method to obtain a spot for the grand competition. If I lose, I'll hand over my spot and scram from the Phoenix race. Feng Chen laughed. Then what if you lose? I won't lose, said the one-eyed reverend confidently. But what if? Feng Chen continued to ask. The one-eyed reverend sneered. If I lose, I'll apologize and won't bother you anymore. How laughable. If Brother Chen loses, he'll have to leave the Phoenix race. But if you lose, all you'll have to do is apologize, sneered Star and Moon. You don't have the right to speak here. The one-eyed reverend was already very angry. When Star and Moon interjected, he immediately vented his anger on Star and Moon. Buzz! Star and Moon frowned, and an icy aura erupted from her body. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. The one-eyed reverend sensed Star and Moon's aura, and his expression changed. At this time, Fang Chun grabbed Star and Moon's hand, indicating that she shouldn't do anything. Then he thoughtfully looked at the one-eyed reverend. You won. All right, I'll do as you say. Fang Chun readily agreed. It was an eventful time. The Phoenix clan was fighting against the Heavenly Rock clan and the Devilbird clan at the same time. One-Eyed Consecrator's Blackbird clan was also considered a small force. If One-Eyed Consecrator was forced out of the Phoenix clan, the Blackbird clan would definitely leave, which would be disadvantageous to the Phoenix clan. Let's go to the martial arts arena. The One-Eyed Consecrator's figure flashed and shot toward the martial arts arena. Fang Chun also followed him to the martial arts stage. Feng looked at Fang Chun worriedly from below. Sister will Brother Fang be all right? Feng asked. Star and Moon nodded calmly. No one knew Fang Chun's strength better than her. Although the One-Eyed Consecrator was strong, he had no chance of winning against Fang Chun. Let's begin, Fang Chun said with a shrug. Kill. The One-Eyed Consecrated Elder let out a low cry. His body flashed as a frightening strength whizzed out. Fang Chun stared at the One-Eyed Consecrator, thinking in his mind. Since he wanted to make an example out of the One-Eyed Consecrator, then he had to suppress him with absolute strength. He had to win this battle beautifully. Crash! Fang Chun's figure disappeared like a ghost after using the time-space book. Before the One-Eyed Consecrator could react, Fang Chun's hidden star sword was already at the latter's throat. Sword chi surged above the hidden star sword. As long as Fang Chun exerted a little force, it would pierce a bloody hole in the One-Eyed Consecrator's throat. One-Eyed Consecrator, I don't know if there's any need to continue this battle. Fang Chun's lazy voice entered the One-Eyed Consecrator's ears. The latter's expression changed, and his heart was filled with humiliation. How is this possible? The One-Eyed Consecrator couldn't believe the fact in front of him, but he knew that he had been defeated, thoroughly defeated. After a brief struggle in his mind, the One-Eyed Consecrator lowered his head like a deflated balloon. I've lost. The One-Eyed Consecrator said these 3 words with difficulty. The celestial god realm powerhouses who were secretly watching this battle all sucked in cold breaths. Oh my god, how can this consecrator be so strong? His movement technique is really too strange. I can't catch his trace at all. This kind of strength is probably comparable to Feng Ni and Feng Xiu. Originally, there were many people who wanted to challenge Fang Chun, but after this battle, they secretly left. They didn't want to make a fool of themselves. The battle between Fang Chun and the One-Eyed Consecrator soon spread among the Phoenix clan. Many clansmen were shocked. They didn't expect this golden consecrator to be so strong. In an elegant courtyard, Fang Chun and Star and Moon sat on a stone bench and chatted. All of a sudden, Feng walked in from the outside, grinning. Behind her, there were 2 beautiful women with outstanding charm. The temperament of these 2 women was different from others. One of them gave off a fiery feeling, while the other gave off an ice-cold feeling. Brother Feng, Sister Feng walked to Fang Chun's side with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Feng Ni, a young genius of our Phoenix clan. Although Sister Feng Ni looks cold on the outside, she's very warm on the inside. She's just not good with words. While speaking, Feng Ni nodded slightly at Fang Chun. You're Fang Chun. You're really young. I'm Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu was more lively and spoke before Feng introduced herself. You 3, Brother Feng, they also heard about your battle with the One-Eyed Consecrator and were surprised by your strength. So they came to take a look, Feng said slowly. Fang Chun nodded and gestured for the 2 to sit down and talk. The group sat on the stone bench. Brother Feng, although Sister Feng Ni and Sister Feng Xiu are women, their strength surpasses almost all the gods in our clan. Feng was chattering nonstop. Moreover, both of them are super experts ranked in the top 10 of the South Pole deity list. This was the first time Fang Chun had heard of the South Pole deity list, so he was a little confused. Consecrated Feng, let me introduce them to you. Feng Xiu said, the South Pole deity list is actually a list that represents the combat strength of the gods in the South Pole continent. There are a total of 36 places on the list, and the experts on the list almost cover the entire South Pole continent's strongest gods. It's ranked according to combat strength. In fact, the people on the list are basically our three beast clans. There are very few gods from other small clans, Feng Xiu said. Feng Chen nodded. So that's how it is. I wonder where the two beauties are ranked, Feng Chen said with a smile. Feng and I is ranked 3rd, and I'm slightly weaker, ranked 7th, Feng Xiu said. Oh, hearing this, Feng Chen's eyes flickered for a moment before he said, if my guess is correct, the top 2 on the South Pole deity ranking should be Immo, Ing Yizing, Yi, and Feng Peng from the Tianpeng clan. However, I wonder which one of them is first. Smart. Looks like you have a certain understanding of the South Pole continent. You actually know the geniuses of the other 2 beast clans. Feng Xiu smiled. The one ranked first on the list is Feng Peng of the Tianpeng clan. His original form is a golden-winged Peng, and the purity of his bloodline is second only to the ancestor. He's the number 1 opponent in this competition. As for Ing Yi, he's slightly weaker, but he's not to be underestimated. Feng Chen nodded. In fact, he didn't care much about the South Pole deity list. The only 2 opponents he cared about were Ing Yi and Feng Peng. According to the ancestor, star and moon strength can rank in the top 10. Consecrator Feng, you were able to defeat the one-eyed consecrator, so your strength can't be underestimated. This competition mainly depends on the 4 of us, Feng Xiu said. I also want to see how strong the top experts of the South Pole deity list are. Feng Chen looked up at the blue sky and muttered to himself. Feng Xiu coughed lightly and chuckled. Consecrator Feng, you've misunderstood. We're here to discuss the competition. Your mission is to defeat either Bing Peng or Tian Qinzi. As for Ing Yi and Feng Peng, you're no match for them. Hearing this, Feng Chen was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled indifferently and didn't explain anything. Bing Peng is ranked 4th, and Tian Qinzi is ranked 5th. According to our plan, Feng Peng will be dealt with by Feng and I, and I'll deal with Ing Yi. You and Star and Moon will deal with Bing Peng and Tian Qinzi. This way, our Phoenix clan will have more chances, Feng Xiu continued. Feng Chen grinned. Chapter 1856. Feng and I was introverted and rarely talked to others. However, she was very strong. Being able to become a heavenly god's prodigy in a clan as powerful as the Phoenix clan showed how strong her potential was. Don't worry, I know what to do, Feng Chen said. According to Feng Chen's speculation, Feng Ni's strength should be on par with swordsman Xiuyan. If he went all out, defeating Feng and I wouldn't be a problem. However, Feng and I was a prodigy of the Phoenix clan and had the special techniques of the Phoenix clan. She couldn't be underestimated. Feng Chen learned some information about the South Pole celestial god leaderboard from his conversation with Feng and I and Feng Xiu. His conversation with the 2 girls went much smoother. The 2 girls wanted Feng Chen to go all out against the experts of the 2 beast clans in the heavenly god competition. In fact, Feng Chen would go all out even if they didn't ask. Star and Moon's goal was to get first place, so he would help Star and Moon get rid of the obstacles no matter what. At the edge of the South Pole continent, the tide surged, splashing countless waves. On a small hill, Divine King Changshun and Divine King Yanyu sat cross-legged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Divine King Black Sword hurried back with a look of joy on his face. I've already found out about that bastard, Divine King Black Sword said with a smile. Divine King Yanyu and Divine King Chen opened their eyes and looked at Divine King Black Sword. That kid is called Feng Chen. He's now the Phoenix clan's golden guardian. Divine King Black Sword said, does he think that we can't do anything to him just because he's hiding in the South Pole continent? What a joke. After offending the South Tomb Sword Palace, there's nowhere for him to hide. Although the Phoenix clan has declined, we can't underestimate them. There's even a god emperor in the clan. We can't act rashly, Divine King Yanyu said. Chanshin nodded, agreeing with Yanyu. The strength of a god emperor is not something we can compare to. Since he's a golden guardian of the Phoenix clan, he must be protected by the Phoenix clan. Think of a way to lure him out of the territory of the Phoenix clan. It won't be too late for us to make our move then. Black Sword Divine King nodded and said, No matter what, we have to kill this child. Otherwise, we won't be able to give an account to the Death God Emperor. You should know the temper of the Death God Emperor. If we return empty-handed, I'm afraid that we will be the ones to die." The three of them did not dare to tell the Death God Emperor about what happened here for the time, being as they were afraid that the latter would be enraged. In a while, the God of Heaven competition in the South Pole continent will begin. "We have to kill this kid before the competition begins," the Black Sword God Kings said after thinking for a while. They had been out for long enough. They couldn't delay any longer. "Keep a close eye on this child's every move. The moment he leaves the territory of the Phoenix clan, we will immediately take action and capture him," God King Chanshin said. Yu 1, Fong Chun, who was in the territory of the Phoenix tribe, had no idea that the three divine kings of the South Tomb Sword Palace had already arrived at the South Pole. After Feng Ni and Feng Xiu are left, Star and Moon returned to her room to absorb the Phoenix Christstone. Fong Chun also sat cross-legged and took out the Phoenix Origin Stone, preparing to absorb its energy to increase the strength of his primordial spirit. "My primordial spirit is almost at the second Yuan level," Fong Chun said to himself. In the God world, there were a total of 4 levels of primordial spirit. They were the first Yuan, second Yuan, third Yuan, and fourth Yuan. When an ordinary warrior became a true god, his primordial spirit would undergo a transformation. Within the primordial spirit, a little golden man would appear. This little golden man was where the energy of the primordial spirit was stored. The first Yuan level primordial spirit represented a little golden man. To become a true god, one's primordial spirit had to reach the second Yuan level. Within the primordial spirit, 2 little golden men would be formed. At this moment, Fong Chun had 2 little golden men within his primordial spirit. Their auras were extremely dense. However, as he had not been a true god for long, the 2 little golden men seemed a little illusory. Only by completely materializing the little golden men would there be hope for his primordial spirit to reach the third Yuan level. Reaching the third Yuan level was the prerequisite to becoming a true god. Once it was done, the strength of the primordial spirit would also reach unprecedented strength. As for the fourth Yuan level, it seemed to only exist in legends. It was said that only cosmos gods could raise their primordial spirit to the fourth Yuan level. A primordial spirit at the fourth Yuan level could kill a true god expert with a thought. This level of expert was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Hiss Fong Chun began to absorb the energy within the Phoenix Origin Stone step by step. Suddenly, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Suddenly, Fong Chun discovered that the speed at which he absorbed the Phoenix Origin Stone had increased by quite a bit. In a moment, a piece of Phoenix Origin Stone turned into white powder. Seeing this, Fong Chun grinned. He felt that the primordial spirit in his mind seemed to have undergone some changes. "It's effective." Fong Chun was overjoyed and continued to refine the Phoenix Origin Stone. Yu 2, after refining more than 100 pieces of Phoenix Origin Stone, Fong Chun's primordial spirit finally reached the peak of the second Yuan level. He was just 1 step away from the third Yuan level. "Seems like I've reached a bottleneck." Fong Chun curled his lips and said, with his current realm, his primordial spirit could only be raised to this realm. Unless his cultivation reached the heavenly god realm, it would be very difficult for his primordial spirit to reach the third Yuan level. Even so, Fong Chun was satisfied with the outcome. "It's time to raise the level of my soul cultivation." Ever since he ascended to the god realm, Fong Chun had been thinking of ways to raise his martial cultivation and neglected the cultivation of the soul Tao. Now that he had obtained the Phoenix Origin Stone, it was an opportunity. While a large amount of information about soul cultivation appeared in his mind. In the god realm, deity soul cultivation was the lowest level of soul cultivation. Next was the heavenly god realm, followed by the true god realm and the universe realm. Every realm was divided into the early, middle, late, and peak stages. Fong Chun's understanding of the soul Tao was very deep, and with the help of the Phoenix Origin Stone, His soul cultivation level was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Two little golden men were seated cross-legged within Feng Chen's Yuan spirit. A complicated soul, Dao, aura, gradually surged out and tightly wrapped around Feng Chen's body. This state lasted for 2 hours. At a certain moment, Feng Chen opened his eyes, and the soul Dao aura around him was instantly withdrawn. He opened his palm, and with a move of his mind, an extremely rich soul Dao aura emerged from his palm. Peak Heavenly God Realm. Feng Chen grinned. The power of the Phoenix Origin Stone was really strong. In just 2 hours, his soul cultivation level had risen to the peak Heavenly God Realm. My soul cultivation level has risen, but I still lack a soul Dao Divine Art. Feng Chen curled his lips, feeling a little helpless. If he could obtain a corresponding soul Dao Divine Art, his soul Dao attack alone would be able to fight against the top heavenly god. After thinking for a while, Feng Chen decided to ask Feng Er. After a while, Feng Er, who had received the news, rushed to Feng Chen's courtyard. Big brother Feng, why are you looking for me? Feng Er asked with a smile. Feng, do you know where I can buy some divine arts in the South Pole continent? Asked Feng Chen. Big brother Feng wants to buy a divine art? Asked Feng Er in surprise. Feng Chen nodded. Feng Er said, Big brother Feng, you're a divine art of the Phoenix clan, so you can choose a divine art for free. Feng Chen shook his head and smiled. I want to buy a soul Dao divine art. Does Big brother Feng study the soul Dao? Asked Feng Er, blinking her eyes. I have some understanding, said Feng Chen. Feng Er thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Big brother Feng, I know a place where you can buy a soul Dao divine art, but it will cost a lot of divine spiritual stones. Where? Asked Feng Chen hurriedly. The South Pole Chamber of Commerce. As long as you pay enough, you can buy anything, said Feng Er. The South Pole Chamber of Commerce. Feng Chen muttered under his breath and said, Bring me there. In a certain eerie place in the South Pole continent, the Black Sword God King was currently monitoring Feng Chen. Suddenly, he saw someone coming out from the territory of the Phoenix clan. When he focused his eyes, he discovered that the person was actually Feng Chen. Brat, you're finally willing to show yourself? At the same time, the Black Sword God King transmitted to the God Kings Yin Yu and Chan Chen. He silently followed behind Feng Chen. This place was too close to the Phoenix clan's territory, so he didn't dare act rashly. Chapter 1857. Big Brother Feng. Feng Er jumped up and down happily, holding Feng Chen's arm as they walked. Suddenly, Feng Chen's movement stiffened. He frowned slightly, but soon returned to normal. Big brother Feng, what's wrong? Feng also felt that something was wrong with Feng Chen and asked hurriedly. Feng Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. However, he had already guessed the identity of the person who was following him in the dark. They're really persistent, Feng Chen said to himself. He pretended not to notice the person who was secretly following him. Seeing that they were about to leave the Phoenix clan, he suddenly used the space-time book and quickly disappeared into the void. Black Sword God King, who was following Feng Chen, was stunned and immediately realized that he had lost him. Damn it! Black Sword God King roared angrily and immediately transmitted his voice to Chan Chen God King. The busiest city in the Antarctic continent was called Antarctic City. Almost all the beast clans in Antarctic City gathered in this city. The Antarctic Chamber of Commerce was in Antarctic City. Under Feng Er's lead, Feng Chen finally arrived at Antarctic City. Big brother Feng, this is Antarctic City. Feng Er pointed at the city in front of them and said. Feng Chen nodded and quickly entered the city. After a while, the two of them arrived at the Antarctic Chamber of Commerce. It's so spectacular. Feng Chen was quite shocked. Such a remote place, like the South Sea, actually had such a luxurious pavilion. It was really an eye-opener. Let's go in. Feng Er pulled Feng Chen's arm and entered the Antarctic Chamber of Commerce. The first floor of the Antarctic Chamber of Commerce basically sold some ordinary things. The real good things were all in the upper floor. Hello, how can I help you? A staff member quickly ran over and asked. Does your Antarctic Chamber of Commerce have Soul Path Divine Arts? Feng Chen asked directly. Yu 1. Of course, please follow me. The staff member led Fong Chun to a room on the second floor. This is the elder in charge of Soul Path Divine Arts in our Chamber of Commerce. If you need anything, just tell him. The staff member introduced. The first thing he saw was a spoiled old man. He recognized Fong. So it's a little girl from the Phoenix clan. The elder chuckled. Elder, this is our Phoenix clan's gold medal offering, Fong Air introduced to the elder. The latter was obviously surprised. Who would have thought that the person in front of him was already a gold medal consecrator of the Phoenix clan at such a young age? You need a soul, Tao divine art? Asked the elder. I need a heaven-grade divine technique. Does the South Pole Chamber of Commerce have it? Fong Chen asked. Heaven-grade. The elder sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Fong Chun in surprise. If it's an ordinary heaven-grade divine art, the South Pole Chamber of Commerce will naturally have it. However, Soul, Tao divine arts were rare and precious. Even the South Pole Chamber of Commerce can't take out heaven-grade soul, Tao divine spells. However, Fong Chun and Fong O's eyes fell on the elder. You came at the right time. The South Pole Chamber of Commerce will be holding a large-scale auction in a day. There will be a heaven-grade soul, Tao divine art at the auction. As for what kind of soul, Tao divine art it is, I don't know. As long as you have enough money, you can buy it, said the elder with a smile. A large-scale auction? Fong Chen said. That's right. The South Pole Chamber of Commerce's large-scale auction is held once every 10 years. Many peerless treasures will appear at each auction. You can go and take a look. The elder said, however, God's spiritual stones can't be used at the auction. Only God's spiritual crystals can be used. Fong Chen nodded. He was no stranger to God's spiritual crystals. The common currency of the divine world was God's spiritual stones. However, above God's spiritual stones were God's spiritual crystals. One God's spiritual crystal could be exchanged for 100 top-grade God's spiritual stones. It was very valuable. Almost all of the higher-ups of the divine world used God's spiritual crystals. God's spiritual stones were only used by ordinary gods. Thank you for the reminder. Fong Chun and Fong left the second floor and went to the first floor. Big brother Fong, do you have God's spiritual crystals? Asked Fong. I'll have them soon. After killing Luo Tiandu and swordsman Xiao Yun, there were many things in the spatial rings that could be exchanged for God's spiritual crystals. Soon, Fong Chun found the place where they bought miscellaneous items. He took out the items in the 2 spatial rings. You too. After the staff member finished counting, he said to Fong Chun, your items are worth a total of 1 million God's spiritual crystals. After the transaction, Fong Chun placed the God's spiritual crystals in the spatial rings and left the South Pole Chamber of Commerce with Fong as expected of the Death God Emperor's disciple. He actually has so much wealth. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. Of the 1 million God spiritual crystals, 800,000 belonged to swordsman Xiao Yun. The remaining 200,000 belonged to Luo Tiandu. In the South Tomb Sword Palace, the 2 of them had similar statuses. Swordsman Xiao Yun was the chief disciple, while Luo Tiandu was the second disciple. However, the difference in wealth between the 2 of them was like heaven and earth. 800,000 God spiritual crystals was equivalent to 80 million top-grade God spiritual stones. To a heavenly God of the younger generation, 80 million top-grade God spiritual stones was definitely not a small sum. According to past experience, there are many competitors in every large-scale auction. I wonder if I can get the Soul Tao Divine technique with 1 million God spiritual crystals. Fong Chun thought to himself. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Fong Chun didn't return to the territory of the Phoenix clan. Instead, he stayed in the South Pole City. After all, the large-scale auction would begin tomorrow. It wouldn't be too late to return after participating in it. On this day, countless heavenly gods entered the South Pole City. There were even some true gods hiding in the dark. The once-in-a-decade, large-scale auction attracted countless powerhouses. The 3 god kings of the South Tomb Sword Palace also came to the South Pole City. Black Sword, how did you lose him? God King Chan Shun said with some displeasure. A god king actually lost a heavenly god while following him. God King Chan Shun, That kid's concealment technique is very impressive. I suspect that he's proficient in spatial laws. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of me. God King Black's sword said with some embarrassment. What do we do now? God King Yin asked. Let's do it tonight. God King Chanshan said in a deep voice. Nightfall. UU3. There were specks of starlight in the dark night sky. The three God Kings attacked together and arrived at Fong Chen's residence. Let's end this quickly. After all, this was the South Pole City. The three of them didn't dare to go overboard. Crash. The three God Kings quickly rushed into the residence and headed straight for Fong Chen's room. They launched a fierce attack. However, to their surprise, there was no one in the residence. What's going on? God King Black's sword asked in a deep voice. We've been tricked. At this moment, God King Chan Shun sensed the presence of the death mark. With a leap, he landed on the roof. His pitch-black eyes stared ahead. At this moment, in front of a window on one of the floors of the South Pole Chamber of Commerce, Fong Chan was looking at the three God Kings with a smile. Kid, do you think we can't do anything to you if you hide in the South Pole Chamber of Commerce? God King Chan shouted. The God Kings of the South Tomb Sword Palace are just SOSO. The three God Kings teamed up to deal with a weak divine realm expert like me, and I managed to escape. I'll be a laughing stock if this gets out. Fong Chen grinned. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You'll die a horrible death if you offend the Death Emperor. God King Black's sword said coldly. God King Yin Yu exuded a terrifying aura and was ready to attack at any time. However, God King Chan stopped her. There's a God Emperor in the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. Don't act rashly. God King Chan Chen's gaze was fixed on Fong Chun. What Fong Chun did was a blatant provocation. However, they couldn't act rashly. God King Chan Chen clenched his fists and was furious. Kid, I don't believe you'll hide in the South Pole Chamber of Commerce forever. God King Chan Chen said coldly. As long as you come out, I'll make you beg for death. That's right. You don't have much time left. Enjoy your last moments in the divine world. God King Yin Yu said. Chapter 1858. There was a divine emperor in the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. Since Fong Chun was in the South Pole Chamber of Commerce, he was a VIP. If the three supreme being Chan Shun and the other two were to attack him, they would anger the divine emperor. No matter how bold they were, they would not dare to provoke a divine emperor. Moreover, they were not in the South Pole, but the South Pole continent in the South Sea. Bear with it, even though Fong Chen's words had infuriated the three God Kings. But Supreme Being Chan Shun had to bear with it. Kid, enjoy your last moments in the divine world. With that, Supreme Being Chan Shun left with Supreme Being Blacksword and Supreme Being Yin Yu. Fong Chun, who was standing in the pavilion, narrowed his eyes as he watched the three of them leave. He was deep in thought. After a silent night, the next morning, the South Pole City was bustling with noise and excitement. It was the day of the South Pole Chamber of Commerce's decennial auction. Master, the auction is about to start. The staff came to Fong Chen's house and whispered. After a long while, the door opened with a creak and Fong Chen walked out. Master, this way please. After saying that, the staff member led Fong Chen to the auction house. The South Pole Chamber of Commerce was extremely powerful in the South Pole continent. They had the support of a mysterious expert. Therefore, even the three beast tribes had to give face to the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. The auction was set up in a huge square not far from the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. Standing on the street, Fong Chun could see a sea of people as far as the eye could see. So many people. Fong Chen could not help but exclaim. A staff member at the side said, It's a large-scale auction that is held once every 10 years. Every time, some peerless treasures will appear. It's very attractive. All the experts in the South Pole continent will be there. The three beast tribes and some reclusive real gods will be there. In the large-scale auction 10 years ago, there was even an emperor god expert, the staff member continued to say. Hearing that, Fong Chun was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and took a deep breath. God Emperor realm experts were experts who stood at the peak of the entire divine world. If even they were attracted, it was enough to show how attractive the South Pole Chamber of Commerce's large-scale auction was. Which god emperors came to participate in the auction? Fong Chun asked casually. There were 4 god emperors in the South Pole continent. 3 of them were the patriarchs of the 3 beast clans, while the last one was a loose cultivator. It's the elusive god emperor Azura from the South Pole continent, the staff member said. God Emperor Azura. This was the first time Fong Chun had heard of the rogue god emperor's name. Just from the name alone, one could tell that this god emperor was extremely powerful. Young master, please follow me. While he was thinking, the staff brought Fong Chun to the VIP passage and entered the auction house. There were very few people in the VIP passage. After all, it was not easy to become a VIP of the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. As for the ordinary entrance, there was a sea of people, densely packed. After entering the South Pole Chamber of Commerce, Fong Chun chose a seat in the back and sat down. He looked around and realized that the auction house was extremely spacious. In the middle, there were seats after seats. There were many VIP rooms in the surroundings. According to the staff member's explanation, these VIP rooms were specially reserved for the 3 beast clans and other true god experts. Although Fong Chun was a VIP, he was not a true god and could not enter the VIP room. After he sat down, many divine realm experts walked in from the entrance. After a while, the empty auction house became lively. Just as Fong Chun was recuperating with his eyes closed, there was a sudden commotion. Fong Chun looked in the direction of the noise and saw a god emperor leading a group of people in through the VIP passage. Fong Chun felt that there was a strange aura coming from this group of people. I didn't expect the Dragon Rock God Emperor of the Tian Peng clan to come. Yeah, the Dragon Rock God Emperor is the strongest person in the Tian Peng clan below the God Emperor level. Since he is leading a group here, it seems that a treasure will appear in this auction. Look, the cold-looking young man behind the Dragon Rock God Emperor is the only golden-winged rock in the younger generation of the Tian Peng clan. His bloodline is second only to the ancestor. The Wind Rock is too strong. His aura is similar to that of a true god expert. Everyone in the auction house was discussing in low voices. Fong Chun was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then, he looked at the Dragon Rock God Emperor. So strong. Fong Chun felt that the Dragon Rock God Emperor was emitting a faint and terrifying aura. He had seen a God Emperor expert before, the Rain Emperor of the Zhou clan in the easternmost land. Although they were both God Emperors, the Rain Emperor's aura was not comparable to the Dragon Rock God Emperor's. He is a golden-winged rock with a strong bloodline. Fong Chun shifted his gaze from the Dragon Rock God Emperor to the Wind Rock. Compared to the Dragon Rock God Emperor, the Wind Rock did not have any aura. However, Fong Chun felt a bit of pressure. I really want to have a fight with him. Fong Chun grinned. At this moment, the Wind Rock seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. He raised his head and looked at Fong Chun. In an instant, the Wind Rock looked away. In his opinion, Fong Chun was just a divine lord trash. There was no need to be afraid of him. While the crowd was discussing, the Dragon Rock God Emperor led the Heavenly Rock clan into the number 1 VIP room. Following the Heavenly Rock clan was the Demon Bird clan. Fong Chun looked at the people of the Demon Bird clan thoughtfully. He did not expect the 2 Beast clans to come. Moreover, the people leading them were only second to God Emperors. The leader of the Demon Bird clan was the Blackbird Divine Emperor. His strength was not weaker than the Dragon Rock God Emperor. This caused a commotion. Standing behind him was Eagle Wing. When Fong Chun's gaze landed on Eagle Wing, he could clearly feel the golden heart tremble. He frowned slightly and looked at Yi. According to the information, this person's original form was just an ordinary bird. However, Fong Chun felt that he seemed to be more threatening than the Wind Rock. What a mysterious guy, Fong Chun said to himself. The Demon Bird clan entered the number 2 VIP room. Next was the Phoenix clan. The leader of the Phoenix clan was the leader. The appearance of Feng Ni and Feng Xiu also caused an uproar. The women of the Phoenix clan were famous for their beauty, especially Feng Xiu and Feng Ni. One was hot and the other was cold, giving a visual impact. It's just the 3 beast clans. What's so great about them? Suddenly, an old man beside Fong Chun curled his lips and said, His face was full of indifference. When Fong Chun heard this, he turned to look at the old man. The three beast clans are the dominators of the Antarctic continent. It's normal for their arrival to cause a commotion, Fong Chun said with a smile. The old man did not think much of it and closed his eyes to rest. Fong Chun also returned to his seat. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked at Fong Chun. He said, "Kid, your potential is not bad." Yes. Fong Chun was a little confused. Why did the old man suddenly say this? I have a secret technique that can see a person's potential. Although your cultivation is only at the Divine Lord realm, I can see that your strength is not much different from the young geniuses of the three beast clans, the old man said. Fong Chun was a little curious about the old man. Was what he said true? Was there really such a secret technique that could see a god's potential? Senior, I'm just a weak Divine Lord realm god. How can I compare to the young geniuses of the three beast clans? Fong Chun shook his head. That's right. You don't even know how to brag. What a joke. The old man and a god behind Fong Chun happened to hear it and said with disdain, "The wind rock of the Tian Peng clan is a golden winged rock. Its combat strength is unparalleled, and it's hard to find a match among the gods. The Demon Bird clan's eagle wing is a little weaker, but it's also an expert that can challenge the wind rock. As for Feng and I and Feng Xiao, they're also in the top 10 of the Antarctic god list. How can this kid compare to these geniuses with his strength?" Stupid, the old man sneered. The Demon Bird clan's eagle wing is stronger than the wind rock. The wind rock is just relying on its golden winged rock. What's there to brag about? Chapter 1859. The old man's words surprised Fong Chun. Feng Peng was recognized as the strongest sky god in the Antarctic continent. He was much stronger than Ingi, especially his true body, which was the legendary golden-winged Great Peng of the Peng race. His fighting strength had soared. Unless one was a true god expert, it was impossible for ordinary people to see through him. He gave people a very ordinary feeling, but if you underestimated him, you would die miserably. The old man beside him seemed to be talking nonsense, but Fong Chun knew that he was telling the truth. TCH, what a joke. You don't know how to act dumb. The person behind him sneered and ignored the old man. Fong Chun looked at the old man carefully. He felt that the old man was not an ordinary person. "May I know Senior's name?" Fong Chun asked with a smile. The old man laughed. "Kid, I'm just an ordinary true god. I just like to join the fun. There's no need to know my name." Fong Chun wanted to ask more, but he heard the auctioneer's voice. There was a huge stage in the front row of the auction house. At this moment, lights were gathered on the stage. A young woman in a tight leather skirt stood in the middle of the stage. Her face was full of smiles. She looked around and said, "Everyone, please be quiet." Suddenly, the noisy auction house quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young woman's beautiful figure. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. If they could spend the night with such a beautiful woman, it would be too good. However, they were also aware of their own limitations. This woman was the famous auctioneer of the Antarctic Chamber of Commerce. They could not touch her. "Hello, everyone. I'm Luan Jing, the special auctioneer of the Antarctic Chamber of Commerce. This large-scale auction will be hosted by me. I hope everyone can come and support me," said the woman called Luan Jing. Her voice was incomparably enchanting. This woman often appeared at auctions. She knew how to arouse the crowd's emotions. When she saw that the crowd's enthusiasm had reached a certain level, the time was right. She waved her hand and began to introduce the rules of this auction. There are a total of 36 auction items in this auction. Every auction item had a minimum bidding price, and anyone could participate in the auction. You are not allowed to make false bids at the auction. Once it is verified, you'll have to bear the consequences. After Luan Jing explained the rules, a woman walked onto the stage with a tray in her hand. There was an ordinary ore on the tray. Luan Jing pointed at the ore and said, "This is the first item of this year's auction. I'm sure everyone knows that this ore is the simplest flowing gold Oregon." Fong Chun nodded lightly. He was very familiar with the flowing gold rock. Even in the lower realms, it was not considered too precious. Although this flowing gold rock is ordinary, it has a great background. The place where the flowing gold rock was located once had a god-emperor realm expert cultivating there. Over the years, the flowing gold stone had a trace of the god-emperor's aura. If you can comprehend the mysteries within, you will definitely gain a lot. Wan Jing chuckled as he introduced. Instantly, the auction house was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the flowing gold stone in the tray in astonishment. If it was just an ordinary flowing gold stone, no one would be willing to look at it. However, after it had something to do with a god-emperor realm expert, it was no longer an ordinary flowing gold stone. Many people became restless and waited for the auction to start. The starting price of the flowing gold stone is 100 divine spiritual crystals. Each increment must not be less than 10. As soon as Luan Jing finished speaking, someone started to bid. I bid 120. Haha, with the God Emperor's aura, if I can comprehend the mysteries within, I might be able to break through to the true God realm. I bid 130. Ridiculous. I bid 150. The price of the flowing gold stone rose quickly, which made Fong Chen speechless. However, the old man beside him curled his lips and said disapprovingly, "Isn't it just a broken stone with the God Emperor's aura? Ridiculous. The South Pole Chamber of Commerce is getting better at tricking people." Hearing this, Fong Chen asked, "Senior, what do you mean? Is the South Pole Chamber of Commerce tricking people?" Fong Chen clearly felt that there was a unique aura within the flowing gold stone. As for what kind of aura it was, he couldn't tell. These people who bid don't know what a God Emperor is. Just a word from the South Pole Chamber of Commerce, and they went crazy. Ridiculous. The old man said, "This stone has only appeared in the God Emperor's residence." What do you mean by the God Emperor's aura? What a joke. What kind of person is the God Emperor? How could a stone with the God Emperor's aura be like this? Besides, even if it has the God Emperor's aura, they think they can comprehend the mysteries within. The old man snorted disdainfully at the crowd, and even more disdainful of the flowing gold stone. I see. After hearing the old man's words, Fong Chun understood. Actually, this stone was just an ordinary stone. The God Emperor's aura was just a way for the South Pole Chamber of Commerce to raise the price. Sure enough, after the crazy bidding, the final price reached a terrifying 350 divine spiritual crystals. Fong Chun didn't dare to imagine it. These divine spiritual crystals were too crazy. In order to become a true god, they were really unscrupulous and wouldn't give up on any possibility. Looking at the crowd's unsatisfied expression, Fong Chun sighed. As expected of a chamber of commerce that even the three beast clans didn't dare to provoke. Earning money was too easy. With such a huge amount of wealth, it was too easy to nurture experts. The first item was sold for a very high price. Wan Jing was very happy and her face was full of smiles. Then, the second auction item was brought up. This tentacle is the tentacle of the divine world's famous divine beast, the Imperial Ant Clan. Luan Jing introduced, "I don't need to say anything. Everyone should know about the Imperial Ant Clan. This tentacle was obtained by a divine king from our South Pole Chamber of Commerce. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights and killed an Imperial Ant Clan member. This tentacle is very hard and is very suitable for refining tools." After the introduction, Luan Jing announced the starting price. The Imperial Ant Clan's tentacle is 100 divine spiritual crystals. Hearing Luan Jing's introduction, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. However, he wasn't in a hurry to bid. Instead, he asked for the old man's opinion. His intuition told him that the old man should be a true god expert. "Senior, is this Imperial Ant Clan's tentacle real?" Fong Chen asked. The old man nodded and said, "It is real, but it's not very useful. The Imperial Ant Clan's tentacle is as hard as a divine weapon. Even a peak saint-level blacksmith can't refine it, so it's useless to buy it. As for absolute god-level blacksmiths, they won't be interested in it." Fong Chen nodded. He already had an idea in his mind. At this time, the price had been raised to 180 divine spiritual crystals. It seemed that there weren't many blacksmiths present. Only a few people were bidding. 200 divine spiritual crystals. Fong Chen bid for the first time. "You're a blacksmith?" The old man looked at Fong Chen with surprise. The latter shook his head and said in a low voice, "I have a partner who is from the Imperial Ant clan. I think this thing should be useful to him. Anyway, it won't cost much divine spiritual crystals. I'll buy it for him." "That's a good idea," the old man said. 220. 250. When the price reached 300 yuan, several people who were bidding gave up. Wan Jing looked at the auction hall with a burning gaze. She hoped that someone would bid again. That way, the price would be even higher. However, it was clear that the crowd didn't like the Imperial Ant clan's tentacle. 300 going once. 300 going twice. 300 going thrice. Sold. When Luan Jing slammed the hammer, Feng Chun was full of smiles. The auction continued. However, the following auction items did not attract Feng Chen's attention. What made Feng Chen curious was that the old man beside him didn't bid from beginning to end. Every time an item was brought out for auction, he would ridicule it. His actions puzzled Feng Chun. However, Feng Chun didn't know the details. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Chapter 1860. In the previous 22 items, apart from the second item, the Ant Emperor's tentacle, nothing else could move Feng Chun. He had been waiting for the heaven-ranked Soul Path Divine Technique to appear, but it had not appeared. This made Feng Chun somewhat helpless. But thinking about it carefully, the Soul Path Heaven-ranked Divine Technique was very precious and would probably appear at the end. Thinking of this, he was not too anxious. His restless heart gradually calmed down. However, just as he was about to relax, an item on the stage caught his attention. That is, Feng Chen's eyes widened as he stared at a golden ore on the tray. His golden heart was beating rapidly. At this moment, the beautiful auctioneer Luan Jing was introducing the item to everyone. The 23rd item is also an ore, but this ore is a bit special. After our team of experts appraised it, we found that there is no energy fluctuation inside. Only the special energy hidden around it means that this ore should be extraordinary. Luan Jing said. Feng Chun could clearly feel the special energy hidden around the ore. Because we are unable to appraise the specific use of the ore, we decided to sell it. Luan Jing continued. After hearing Luan Jing's words, everyone was very clear in their hearts. The South Pole Enterprise felt that this ore should be extraordinary, but they could not be sure and did not want to give it up so easily. So they brought it to the auction, hoping to get a good price. But clearly, everyone was more rational. The most important thing about ore was the energy contained inside. Once there was no energy inside, it was no different from an ordinary ore. One must know that although the flowing gold ore in the opening auction was very ordinary, it still contained energy inside. The South Pole Enterprise is too much. Why would they auction such a trashy ore? Do they really think we are fools? This ore is obviously an ordinary ore. There is a special energy hidden around it. It is nothing. This kind of trashy ore, who would be so bored to bid for it? Many people began to complain about the South Pole Enterprise, showing their dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Luan Jing hurriedly spoke to calm everyone's emotions. Everyone, perhaps in your eyes, it is indeed an ordinary ore. However, think about it carefully. If it was really ordinary, why would the South Pole Trade Association use it to ruin our reputation? Our appraisal team can't identify its specific effects. But there is one thing I have to tell everyone. This ore probably contains a powerful martial arts inheritance, Luan Jing said. Although Luan Jing said so, no one bought it. Luan Jing's heart was also stirred. She prayed in her heart and quickly called out a price. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to sell this stone. Yu won. This way, the South Pole Chamber of Commerce's large-scale auction would have a black mark. This was something they didn't want to see. 10 God crystals. Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the auction house. Suddenly, Luan Jing's anxious face revealed a smile. No matter what, it was fine as long as someone offered a price. Her beautiful eyes searched the crowd and finally landed on Feng Chun. This young master has bid 10 divine spirit crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Luan Jing calmed down and spoke frankly. This plaything might be ordinary, but it's pleasing to the eye. 50 God spirit crystals. The voice came from VIP room number 1. Needless to say, it was the young genius of the Tian Peng race, the #1 on the South Pole heavenly god list, Feng Peng. Because his true form was a golden-winged great Peng, Feng Peng's personality was especially arrogant. He believed that the golden-winged great Peng was the absolute king among the flying divine beasts. Within the Tian Peng race, he only respected the old ancestor. As for the others, they were all unconvinced. His personality was very casual. As long as he liked something, he would definitely get it. He had also carefully sensed this stone, but there was nothing special about it. The only reason he bid was because he liked it. When Feng Chun saw that no one liked this stone, he was secretly delighted. He thought he could get it at a very low price. However, Feng Peng raised the price to 50 God Spirit crystals. It was as if God's Spirit crystals were not worth mentioning to him. Hearing this, Feng Chun frowned slightly. 60 God Spirit crystals. Feng Chun continued to bid. Feng Peng's voice came from VIP room #1 again. He directly bid 100 God Spirit crystals. Young master, this stone is very ordinary. It's not worth bidding at all. An elder of the Tian Peng race dissuaded. That's right, young master. Since there are people bidding, just give it to them. Our target is the finale item, another elder said. This young master likes it. You too. As Feng Peng spoke, Feng Chun bid again. Feng Peng's face immediately darkened. Interesting. How dare you compete with me? Feng Peng stood up and looked outside through the window of the VIP room. He saw Feng Chun. I want this kid's information, Feng Peng said. In the blink of an eye, the elder of the Tian Peng race delivered Feng Chun's information to Feng Peng. Feng Peng took the file and looked at it. His face was full of mockery. So, it's a consecration of the Phoenix race. 200 God Spirit crystals. Feng Peng continued to bid. He was not afraid of competing with God Spirit crystals. However, just as Feng Peng finished bidding, the Dragon Rock Divine Emperor, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke. Penger. Hearing that, Feng Peng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He glared at Feng Chun and gave up bidding. Each time Feng Peng called out a price, Feng Chun would add 10 divine spirit crystals on the basis of his bid. This surprised everyone. Who is this kid? How dare he compete with Feng Peng? When Feng Chun bid 210 God Spirit crystals, the VIP room #1 stopped bidding. It's just a broken stone. I don't want it. Feng Peng's voice sounded again. His voice was full of displeasure. In the VIP room #3, the people of the Phoenix race naturally saw Feng Chun. Seeing Feng Chun competing with Feng Peng, Feng Enai and Feng Xiu frowned and shook their heads. I got it. Feng Chun was a little excited. If it was not for the golden heart, he might have been fooled by the stone's ordinary appearance. But now, he was finally going to get it. The old man at the side did not say anything. He was watching coldly. 250 God Spirit crystals. Just as Wan Jing was about to raise the hammer, a voice was heard all of a sudden. UU3. Feng Chen's face changed drastically. He turned around and saw 3 people sitting in the last row of the auction house. Damn it! Feng Chen clenched his fists, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The 3 supreme beings of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb were causing trouble at this juncture. Feng Chun suppressed his anger and gradually loosened his clenched fists. 260 God Spirit crystals. Feng Chun gritted his teeth and bid. 300 God Spirit crystals. Black Sword Supreme Being grinned with a look that said, come and bite me. 310 God Spirit crystals. 350 God Spirit crystals. Black Sword Supreme Being continued to bid. Yin Yu Supreme Being and Chanshin Supreme Being watched at the side with interest. Every time Feng Chun bid 10 God Spirit crystals, the other party would bid 40 God Spirit crystals without hesitation. This made Feng Chun feel helpless. However, he did not want to give up. 500 God Spirit crystals. Feng Chun raised the price to 500 God Spirit crystals in one go. Instantly, it caused an uproar in the auction house. It was just an ordinary stone. How could the price be raised to such an extent? At this moment, the most happy person was the beautiful auctioneer, Wan Jing. She was full of smiles. She looked at Fong Chun gratefully. If not for this guy, the price would not be so high. Ha ha, 500 God Spirit crystals for a broken stone. Is there water in your brain? One idiot. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Black Sword Supreme being spread his hands and laughed sarcastically. Fong Chun glared angrily at the three divine kings before turning around and returning. Luan Jing announced on the stage that the final price of the stone was 500 God Spirit crystals. Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Although he was cheated by the three supreme beings of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, he finally got it. At this moment, the old man who had been watching the entire process spoke. Kid, you really don't want to spend 500 God Spirit crystals. Chapter 1861. Fong Chun turned around and looked at the blood-robed old man. You have a good eye. You can see that this stone is extraordinary. The blood-robed old man grinned and said, This stone is not an ordinary stone. There is energy inside it. Fong Chun was surprised. Did the old man notice it too? He noticed it because of the golden heart. What was the background of this blood-robed old man? How did he notice it? Senior. Fong Chun was about to speak when the old man spoke first. In the entire auction house, there are only two people who can notice that this stone is extraordinary. The blood-robed old man's meaning was obvious. He and Fong Chun were the two people. Senior, I'm only guessing. I'm not sure. Fong Chun said humbly. Your guess is correct. This stone is the legendary sky-burying stone. There is the purest destruction law energy inside it. It is very important to heaven gods. The blood-robed old man said softly, If I'm not wrong, you should be a destruction Tao cultivator. If I can completely refine this sky smoke stone, not to mention other things, just my cultivation alone will be able to rapidly increase by a level. As expected, Fong Chun clenched his fist and was excited. When the golden heart moved, he sensed the signs of the power of destruction inside the stone. A clear idea gradually appeared in his mind. However, because he had never seen the sky-bearing stone, he was not sure. The sky-bearing stone is a very precious stone in the divine world. Even true God experts are eager to get their hands on the sky-bearing stone. It is a pity. The blood-robed old man stopped halfway through his words. Fong Chun was surprised. How did the blood-robed old man know? However, after thinking about it, he did not ask. No matter what, the benefits of getting the sky-burying stone were too great for him. Moreover, he only spent 500 divine spiritual crystals. If the Sky Rock Race and the three divine kings of the South Tomb Sword Palace knew that they had brushed shoulders with the sky-burying stone, he wondered how they would react. Since the sky-burying stone was already under his name, Fong Chun was not worried that they would snatch it from him. After all, this was the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. The sky-burying stone would be temporarily kept by them and would only be returned to him after the auction. Fong Chun calmed himself down and looked at Luan Jing, waiting for the auction to begin. The following auction process was very intense and very popular. The Heavenly Rock Race and the Demonic Bird Race attacked repeatedly, leaving the many cultivators with no chance at all. Even a Phoenix clan had made a move. As long as the three major beast clans made a move, there were basically no competitors. What kind of joke was this? Those were the absolute powerhouses that ruled over the entire Antarctic continent, especially the three emperor gods from the three beast clans. Only Emperor God Xiao Luo, who was hiding in the South Pole, could compete with them. It was a pity that Emperor God Xiao Luo was elusive, and it was impossible to see him on a normal day. It was a large-scale auction that was held once every 10 years, and each time there were only 36 items to be auctioned. Therefore, if they missed this opportunity, they could only wait for 10 years. Many people didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. They knew that their financial resources were limited, and it was impossible for them to compete with the three beast tribes for the final item. Therefore, they made a move in advance to snatch the items that the three beast tribes didn't want. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed amidst the ecstasy of the beautiful auctioneer Luan Jing. After winning the sky-burying stone, Fong Chun was in low spirits for a long time. He was very curious as to why the old man beside him had come. Why hadn't he made a bid yet? Fang Chen had asked the old man about it, but the old man only smiled and didn't say anything. When the 30th item was auctioned, the bidding became even more intense. Some powerful true gods even threatened the divine realm experts who were bidding with them. In short, the entire auction house was in chaos. All sorts of bids rang out incessantly. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This was the charm of a large-scale auction. It was really shocking. When the 33rd item was auctioned, the soul path heavenly grade divine technique that Fang Chen had been dreaming of finally appeared. On the stage, Wan Jing pointed at a scroll on the tray and said with a smile, "The 33rd item is a heavenly grade soul path divine technique." When her voice fell, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Those who came to participate in this large-scale auction were at least divine ancestor realm experts. For them, a heavenly grade divine technique wasn't very attractive. However, a soul path heavenly grade divine technique was different. Soul cultivators were a very terrifying kind of cultivators. Their research on the primordial spirit had reached an unimaginable level. Soul cultivators could easily kill martial artists in the same realm. What they made use of was the omnipotent soul Tao divine arts to launch a series of attack methods targeting the primordial spirit of martial artists. The conditions to become a soul cultivator were very harsh. Therefore, there were very few soul cultivators in the divine world. Most soul cultivators couldn't reach the heavenly god realm. Once a soul cultivator reached the heavenly god realm, many forces would try to rope them in. A top heavenly god tier soul cultivator could challenge a divine king realm expert. Soul path divine techniques were what soul cultivators lacked the most. A heavenly grade soul path divine technique was very attractive to heavenly god realm soul cultivators. This heavenly grade soul path divine technique is called Thousand Leaf Needle. When facing an enemy, it can condense one's soul path aura into needle-shaped attacks. Each needle-shaped attack is as powerful as a heavenly god realm expert. Wan Jing continued to introduce. Wan Jing was very happy to see the excited faces of the crowd. A heavenly grade soul path divine technique. Fang Chen's eyes fell on the tray. His primordial spirit spread out and enveloped the tray. However, he was surprised to find that there was a very strong restriction around the tray that prevented his primordial spirit from probing. I must get it. The purpose of participating in this auction was to obtain a heavenly grade soul path divine technique. Now, it had finally appeared. Fang Chen clenched his fists in excitement. It's a heavenly grade soul path divine technique. How shocking. Ha! I'm about to become a heavenly god realm soul cultivator. If I can get this divine technique, I'll definitely amaze the world. This heavenly grade soul path divine technique is mine. No one can take it away from me. This heavenly grade soul path divine technique was very important to soul cultivators. However, it was nothing to ordinary martial artists. Therefore, the Tianpeng clan gave up on competing for it. Instead of wasting time on this matter, it was better to leave behind enough wealth to compete for the final item. The Phoenix clan also gave up. This way, 2 of the 3 major beast clans gave up. In the second VIP room, Eagle Wing, who was resting lazily on the armchair, suddenly stood up. He looked at the stage through the window with a burning gaze. His eyes shone with a shocking light. Thousand Leaf Needle? Eagle Wing chuckled, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. Yeah, don't worry. Our Demon Bird clan will definitely get this Thousand Leaf Needle. Emperor He Fowl nodded. This is really beyond my expectations. I didn't expect a heavenly grade soul path divine technique to appear in a large-scale auction. Even Emperor He Fowl didn't expect this. However, since it appeared, they had to get it. Because no one knew that Eagle Wing was a soul path cultivator and a very powerful heavenly god realm soul cultivator. If he could cultivate the Thousand Leaf Needle, his strength would definitely be comparable to a divine king expert. All this time, Eagle Wing had been hiding his strength. If he fought with his full strength, he could definitely defeat Feng Peng. However, He didn't like to be in the limelight. Therefore, he gave the first place of the South Pole Heavenly God list to Feng Peng. The funny thing was Feng Peng was arrogant enough to think that he was the strongest heavenly god in the South Pole continent. This heavenly grade soul path divine technique appeared at the right time. The world will definitely remember me in this heavenly god grand competition, Eagle Wing thought to himself. After a while, the atmosphere in the auction house was completely stirred up. Wan Jing felt that it was about time. She opened her red lips and said, "The starting price of 1,000-leaf needle is 100 divine, spiritual crystals. The auction starts now." Chapter 1862. I'll bid 200 divine spirit crystals. A bloated fatty stood up excitedly and shouted loudly. 200 divine spirit crystals for a heaven-grade soul path divine art. You're insulting soul cultivators. I'll bid 500 divine spirit crystals. The price was very high, but there weren't many bidders. After all, the soul path divine art had its limitations. It was as worthless as a piece of paper to non-soul cultivators. Most of the people were excited, but they just watched quietly. In a short minute, the price had soared to 1,000 divine spirit crystals. However, there were only a dozen people bidding. Fang Chun secretly observed for a moment and found that the people bidding were all soul cultivators. It was just that their soul cultivators were slightly weaker. Only 2 of them were heavenly god-tier soul cultivators, while the rest were god-tier soul cultivators. A heaven-grade soul path divine art is quite attractive, Fang Chen whispered. 1,300 divine spirit crystals. 1,500 divine spirit crystals. 2,000 divine spirit crystals. Soon, the price had soared to 3,000 divine spirit crystals. The price didn't slow down, but some soul cultivators had already given up. There's no hurry. Let's wait until the end to bid, Fang Chun thought to himself. There was no point in bidding now. When the price was raised enough at the end, it would be enough to shock everyone. Just like that, while they waited anxiously, the price finally began to slow down after it reached 8,000 divine spirit crystals. There were only 3 soul cultivators bidding now. 10,000 divine spirit crystals. A gray-robed, heavenly god-tier soul cultivator sitting in the 3rd row said in a deep voice. In response to his words, the other 2 soul cultivators fell silent. 10,000 divine spirit crystals, even to a celestial god, was not a small sum. Only disciples of major factions could afford such a sum. I give up. The only god-tier soul cultivator gave up after weighing the pros and cons. In his opinion, he wouldn't be able to get the soul path divine art even if he forced himself to keep up. 15,000 divine spirit crystals. Another heavenly god-tier soul cultivator continued to bid. 20,000 divine spirit crystals. The gray-robed soul cultivator smiled calmly. He was very calm, as if he was determined to get the heaven-grade soul path divine art. 25,000 deity crystals. Another heavenly god-tier soul cultivator gritted his teeth and shouted. This was already his limit. There was nothing he could do about it. 30,000. Sure enough, the gray-robed soul cultivator didn't hesitate to raise the price by 5,000 divine spirit crystals. In response, the soul cultivator who had made a bid earlier didn't bid any further. Instead, he gave up on the heaven-grade soul, Tao divine ability. The heaven-grade soul, Tao divine spell is mine. The soul cultivator in gray laughed sinisterly. Right at that moment, a voice sounded. I'll pay 40,000. The bidder was Fang Chun. He had raised the price by 10,000 divine spirit crystals in one go in order to make the gray-robed soul cultivator back off. Damn it, why is there still someone bidding? Moreover, it's an increase of 10,000 divine spirit crystals. The ecstatic, gray-robed soul cultivator's face instantly darkened. He turned to look at Fang Chun and said, Brother, I'm a heavenly blood soul. Can you give me some face and let me have this heavenly soul, Tao divine technique? Everyone was shocked and looked at the gray-robed soul cultivator in shock. He's a heavenly blood soul? No wonder he's so determined to get this heavenly soul, Tao divine technique. I didn't expect even a heavenly blood soul to come. It said that this person is extremely powerful among the heavenly gods and is ruthless. He's an out-and-out devil. Yeah, those who offend a heavenly blood soul have never had a good ending. Whispers could be heard in the auction house. Fang Chun was also taken aback. Immediately, he grinned and said, "But I also want to have it. Why don't you let me have it?" Hearing this, the heavenly blood soul cultivator's face became a little ferocious. "Boy, you know that I'm a heavenly blood soul cultivator, and you still dare to say such words. Is this a provocation?" The heavenly blood soul cultivator's words were full of threat. Fang Chun naturally knew that the heavenly blood soul cultivator was an expert ranked 6th on the South Pole divine list. He was extremely powerful. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a heaven-grade soul, Tao divine ability, the heavenly blood soul cultivator would have been ranked 1st on the South Pole divine list. He was known for his bloodthirsty and ruthless nature in the South Pole continent. Ordinary people didn't dare offend a heavenly blood soul cultivator for fear of angering him. However, Fang Chun wasn't afraid. Qianyu was very important to him, and he couldn't just let someone else have it. So what if he offended a heavenly blood soul cultivator? He wouldn't even hesitate to offend the 3 beast races. It's not a provocation. This auction house is just a fair competition. If everyone was like you, the heavenly blood soul cultivator, then what's the point of continuing this auction? The weak don't even need to participate. Wouldn't it be easier for you experts to directly buy from the South Pole Trading Company? Fang Chun shrugged. Everyone nodded inwardly. They agreed with Fang Chun's words, but they didn't dare openly support Fang Chun. The heavenly blood soul cultivator was completely enraged. A weak divine lord actually dared to publicly contradict him? Fair competition. I want to see how you can win against me, a heavenly blood spirit. The heavenly blood soul cultivator had originally wanted to reveal his identity to intimidate Fang Chun and make him stop. But he hadn't expected this person to fail to appreciate his kindness. Now he couldn't blame him for being merciless. 50,000 divine spirit crystals. The heavenly blood soul cultivator no longer paid attention to Fang Chun. He directly raised the price to 50,000 divine spirit crystals. However, before Fang Chun could say anything, a voice rang out from the second guest room. "Heavenly blood soul cultivator, for better or worse, you're an expert on the South Pole heavenly divine ranking. Do you really need to rely on threats to compete for a divine art?" Hawkwing's mocking voice rang out in the heavenly blood soul cultivator's ears. Hawkwing didn't like the heavenly blood soul cultivator's personality. Eagle Wing sneered after witnessing what had just happened. "Yes, Devil Bird Race." Everyone's eyes lit up. This was getting more and more interesting. Even the Devil Bird Race was interfering. "Hawkwing, what I do is none of your business," said the heavenly blood soul cultivator. "My Devil Bird Race also wants the Qianyi needle. Can you give my Devil Bird Race some face?" Hawkwing repeated the heavenly blood soul cultivator's words. The heavenly blood soul cultivator's expression fluctuated. Fair competition. The heavenly blood soul cultivator didn't dare offend the Devil Bird Race. He threw out a sentence and sat down, no longer arguing with Hawkwing. Fair competition? I really want to know just who in the South Pole has the wealth to challenge my Devil Bird Race. Although Hawkwing's words were a bit arrogant, he had the capital to back it up. The Devil Bird Race was one of the 3 great beast races. 100,000 divine spirit crystals. Hawkwing beamed as he looked at the stage through the window. He raised the price to 100,000 divine spirit crystals. Fang Chun frowned. He looked in Hawkwing's direction. Damn it. Now that the Devil Bird Race is involved, they'll definitely have to pay a heavy price. Fang Chun cursed inside, but he couldn't give up. Right now, he had 1,000,000 divine spirit crystals. That was enough to support his bid. Hawkwing, the heavenly blood soul cultivator, shot to his feet, glaring at the second guest room. Ingyi's bid was aimed at him. The heavenly blood spirit warrior was furious, but he could not attack Ingyi. "I give up." Eagle Wing's gaze swept across VIP room number 2 before landing on Fang Chun. He glared fiercely at Fang Chun before flinging his sleeves and leaving the auction house in a huff. Humph. Although I've given up, that doesn't mean you can get it. The heavenly blood soul cultivator snorted as he left. Feng Chen frowned. He was a bit displeased. The heavenly blood soul cultivator's words had drawn Hawkwing's gaze to him. Fair competition? My devil bird race has never been afraid of anyone, said Hawkwing confidently. Everyone's gazes focused on Feng Chen. Right now, only he could compete with Hawkwing. It was unknown whether or not he would back off. After all, Hawkwing had raised the price to 100,000 divine spirit crystals. The devil bird race might be rich, but they can't use all their wealth to compete. Their target should be the final item. So I still have a chance, thought Feng Chen. Chapter 1863. If he really wanted it, Feng Chen was thinking about how to get it at the lowest price. After thinking for a while, Feng Chen started to bid. 110,000 divine spiritual crystals. Although it was only 10,000 divine spiritual crystals, it was still more than what Eagle Wing had bid. 200,000 divine spiritual crystals. Eagle Wing didn't seem to care about the price at all. It was as if 200,000 divine spiritual crystals were nothing to him. 210,000. Feng Chen frowned and raised the price again. There was no sense of urgency in Eagle Wing's voice. Feng Chen was a little confused. Was he wrong? Was the Demon Bird Clan determined to get the 1,000-leaf needle? 300,000 divine spiritual crystals. When Eagle Wing's bid reached 300,000 divine spirit crystals, Blackbird Divine Emperor, who was in the second VIP room, finally spoke. You have to be mentally prepared. All of the divine spiritual crystals that we have brought this time around are used to fight for the final item. We didn't expect a heaven-grade soul path divine technique to appear, so we didn't prepare enough, said Emperor Hayfowl. What's the maximum limit? Asked Eagle Wing expressionlessly. 500,000 divine spiritual crystals, at most 500,000. Any more, and it will affect our bid for the final item, said Emperor Hayfowl after thinking for a while. Eagle Wing nodded. He had an idea. Each time Feng Chen raised the price, it was 10,000 divine spiritual crystals. This made Eagle Wing very angry. The reason he raised the price by 100,000 was to scare Feng Chen and make him back off. But now it seemed that it was impossible. When Feng Chen raised the price again, Eagle Wing's expression changed. He said in a low voice, 500,000 divine spiritual crystals. Hearing this, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Countless heavenly gods exclaimed. Raising the price to 500,000 divine spiritual crystals in one go was definitely a big deal. Only the 3 Beast clans could do this. Everyone exclaimed. Yu won. In the number 1 VIP room, Long Peng Deity Emperor frowned and said, It seems like the Demon Bird race is determined to get this heaven-grade soul path divine art. But what are they using it for? Could it be that the Devil Bird clan is secretly nurturing heavenly god-tier soul cultivators? I hope the higher the price, the better. This way, he could consume the Demon Bird clan's divine spirit crystals. At that time, the pressure on us for the finale item will be greatly reduced, Feng Peng said with a smile. The Dragon Rock Divine Emperor felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he nodded and stopped thinking about it. Meanwhile, in VIP room number 3, the Phoenix Clan leader remained silent. On the other hand, Feng Yanai and Feng Xiu were worried about Feng Chen. This fellow has thoroughly offended the heavenly blood spirit entity. Now, he's fighting against the Demon Bird clan. He's really fearless. Feng Xiu curled her lips and said. Feng Mi's eyes flickered. She looked at the Phoenix Clan leader and said, Clan leader, no matter what, Feng Chen is still a consecrator of our Phoenix Clan. We should help him. The Phoenix Clan leader shook her head and said helplessly, The other 2 Beast clans will definitely be eyeing the finale item covetously. If we help Feng Chen now, the other 2 Beast clans will definitely benefit. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that they couldn't. Feng and I lowered her head when she saw this. 500,000 divine spirit crystals? Inside the auction house, Feng Chen smiled when he heard Ying Yi's voice. His heart was finally at ease. He had been paying attention to Ying Yi's voice. From his voice, just now, Fong Chun could tell that he seemed to be having a hard time bidding. This also meant that 500,000 divine spirit crystals should be Yi's bottom line. If that's the case, you've reached your bottom line, Fong Chun said with a grin. Then, without hesitation, he raised the price to 510,000 divine spirit crystals. Everyone thought that Yi would continue bidding. However, to everyone's surprise, VIP room number 2 fell into silence. There was no sound. Have they given up? Everyone looked at each other. They hadn't expected the devil birds to give up in the end. Within VIP room number 2, Yi clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. He was extremely furious. Leave the 1,000-leaf needle with him for now. I'll get it back for you later, comforted the Black Bird God King. Yi nodded and sinisterly said, I'll leave the 1,000-leaf needle with you for a while. There's nothing I can't get when I want it. The auction house was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were guessing why Yi had given up. At the same time, they gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. You too. This fearless young man was the only one who dared to go against the Demon Bird clan in public. Sitting in the last row, the Black Sword God King of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace wanted to bid, but he was stopped by God King Chun Shun. Are you crazy? If you lie about the price, we won't be able to bear the consequences, said God King Chun Shun. This was the Antarctic continent, not the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. No matter what, they were just ferocious dragons. They were no match for local snakes. They had come out in a hurry and did not have many divine spiritual crystals with them. Naturally, they did not dare to lie. Are we going to let that kid off so easily? Black Sword God King said, unhappily. Black Sword, give up. There are too many restrictions here. We can't act rashly. Can't you see that even the devil birds have given up? God King, Yin said slowly. Black Sword God King snorted coldly and sullenly sat in his seat. 510,000 divine spiritual crystals. He had successfully obtained the 1,000-leaf needle. Fong Chun was slightly excited. Although the price was much higher than he had expected, it was worth it. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a heavenly god-tier soul cultivator, said the blood-robed old man with a chuckle. Fong Chun grinned and asked, Senior, why did you come to participate in the auction? Why haven't I seen you bid? Fong Chun had been holding back this question for a long time. He felt that the blood-robed old man's behavior was strange. He seemed to be dissatisfied with everything. Of course, it's for the finale item, the blood-robed old man laughed. The finale item. Fong Chun was stunned and immediately said, the 3 great beast clans, as well as numerous true god powerhouses, are probably all here for the final finale item. Are you sure you can win against the 3 beast clans? In the South Pole continent, only the South Pole Chamber of Commerce could win against the 3 beast clans in terms of wealth. As for an individual, unless it was Emperor God Xiao Luo, it would be impossible. Just watch. The blood-robed old man smiled mysteriously and did not say anything else. Fong Chen's gaze returned to the stage. The auction continued. The 34th auction item was sold at a final price of 2 million divine spiritual crystals. EU3. This was already a huge number. The 35th auction item was sold at a price of 5 million divine spiritual crystals. According to Fong Chen's speculation, the finale item should be sold at a price of 10 million divine spiritual crystals. After obtaining the Heaven Grade Soul, Tao Divine Skill, Fong Chun had no more desires. Moreover, even if he wanted to compete, his wealth would not allow him to. Fong Chun relaxed and watched the fierce competition quietly. When the 35th auction item was sold, the atmosphere in the auction hall was unprecedentedly lively. Everyone's burning gaze fell on Luan Jing. The beautiful auctioneer, Luan Jing, also looked a little excited. Her beautiful body was trembling, and her charming face was filled with excitement. What is the finale item? Many people were guessing what the finale item was. Fong Chun was curious. He turned to look at the blood-robed old man and saw that the latter's gaze had become sharper. Senior, do you know what the finale item is? Fong Chun asked softly. You won't understand even if I tell you, the blood-robed old man said. A bunch of idiots. The finale item is not something they can touch. The blood-robed old man's tone was arrogant, and there was a faint flowing light on his body. The golden heart suddenly trembled, and Fang Chen's expression changed. He looked at the blood-robed old man and seemed to have discovered something. A divine emperor realm expert? Fang Chen thought to himself. Only a divine emperor realm expert would not be afraid of the three beast clans. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, the final item of this auction was finally taken out. What is it? Fang Chen was curious. Chapter 1864. The tray was covered by a red cloth. Luan Jing walked in front of the tray and placed her hand on the red cloth. The last item of this year's auction is... She purposely dragged out her voice to arouse everyone's curiosity. Voila! When the atmosphere reached its peak, Luan Jing waved her hand and lifted the red cloth. That was... A seed the size of a thumb was lying quietly on the tray. A seed is enough to make everyone so shocked. Fang Chen was puzzled. He thought it was an important treasure, but it was just a seed. However, he was quickly enlightened by the blood-robed old man. Kid, what do you know? This seed is not an ordinary seed. The blood-robed old man said, This is the seed of the world tree. If nurtured properly, it can grow into a world tree. The world tree. Fang Chen's mind was blown. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the insignificant seed on the tray. Oh my God, this seed is the seed of the world tree. This is crazy. The South Pole Trading Company is auctioning the seed of the world tree. Are they crazy? After living in the divine world for so many years, Fang Chen naturally knew what kind of existence the world tree was. It was no exaggeration to say that the world tree was the strongest plant in the entire universe. The world tree was like a space of its own, containing the operating rules of the entire universe. Moreover, every day, the leaves contained the foundation of martial arts. To a martial artist, it was simply a cultivation treasure. According to the history books, the appearance of the world tree in the previous universe era caused a great war in the divine world. Some divine emperors also joined in, but in the end, it was obtained by a lucky divine emperor. After obtaining the world tree, he hid in the world tree and disappeared from the universe. Even the God Emperor realm experts were helpless against him. After countless years, this expert returned with the world tree and set off a storm of blood in the divine world. Those God Emperors who went against him in the past were all avenged. Yu won. In the end, he became famous. The world tree itself existed under the operating rules of the universe. It contained the order of the universe. Even to God Emperor realm experts, it was quite attractive. It was too crazy. Not only the three beast tribes, but even a large number of heavenly gods were incomparably crazy. The three divine kings of the South Tomb Sword Palace immediately stood up. It's actually the seed of the world tree. How is that possible? They couldn't believe it. They had the urge to immediately send a message to the South Tomb Sword Palace's God Emperors. However, right at that moment, a questioning voice sounded. I don't believe that the South Pole Chamber of Commerce would be willing to auction off the world tree seed. There must be something wrong with this world tree seed. The voice of doubt instantly silenced the entire auction hall. Everyone was pondering this question. That's right. Would anyone be willing to put something as precious as the seed of the world tree up for auction? The South Pole Chamber of Commerce also had true God experts. How could they not know about this? There must be something wrong with the seed of the world tree. The hot-headed crowd gradually calmed down. Luan Jing smiled and explained, I'm sure everyone here knows how precious the world tree is. There's something wrong with this world tree seed. Otherwise, why would the South Pole Chamber of Commerce auction it? Hearing this, the auction house became noisy. Sure enough, there was a problem. This world tree seed was accidentally obtained by an expert of the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. After countless years of repeated inspection and testing, we discovered that the world tree seed was damaged internally. It's almost impossible for it to grow into a new world tree. Of course, this isn't absolute. After all, some experts have unimaginable methods. They might be able to repair the damage inside the seed. Luan Jing smiled. Hearing this, the crowd's enthusiasm suddenly decreased. The South Pole Chamber of Commerce must have gone through countless tests. If this seed failed, it would mean that it was practically a useless seed. It was almost impossible for such a seed to grow into a world tree. Wan Jing said this in order to make everyone think more about the seed. Although the world tree seed is damaged, I'm sure everyone knows how valuable it is. The starting price is 1 million divine spiritual crystals. Each increment must be at least 100,000 divine spiritual crystals. Wan Jing said. Everyone gasped. A useless seed was being sold at such a high price? However, only the ordinary divine spiritual realm experts would think so. The three beast clans wouldn't think so. In the first room, Godly Emperor Long Peng smiled coldly and said, "A bunch of idiots. Even if it's a waste seed, it can still benefit a godly emperor." 2 million divine spiritual crystals. The bidder was Divine Emperor Long Peng. 3 million divine spiritual crystals. 4 million divine spiritual crystals. Although the crowd was still interested in the useless seed, they didn't participate in the bidding. Only the three beast clans bid. The Tianpeng clan is interested in this useless seed. 5 million divine spiritual crystals, Divine Emperor Long Peng said with a smile. The Demon Bird clan isn't willing to give up either. 10 million divine spiritual crystals, Divine Emperor He Fowl said. The Phoenix clan naturally wasn't willing to give up either. For a moment, the three beast clans were in a stalemate. Feng Chen felt somewhat helpless when he saw this. As expected of the world tree seed, although it was useless, the price still soared to such an extent. According to Feng Chen's guess, the final price of the world tree seed would exceed 100 million divine spiritual crystals. The divine spiritual crystals they were currently using were low-grade divine spiritual crystals. 100 million low-grade divine spiritual crystals was equivalent to 1 million middle-grade divine spiritual crystals. 10,000 high-grade divine spiritual crystals was definitely not a small sum. However, for the three beast clans, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. "Senior, why aren't you bidding?" Feng Chen asked. The blood-robed old man was calm and composed, as if waiting for the right moment. "What's the point of bidding now?" Feng Chen nodded slightly when he heard this. Indeed, there was no point in bidding now. He would wait until the three clans were about the same before bidding. However, Feng Chen felt that the blood-robed old man was more and more unfathomable. Can he compete with the three beast clans? Feng Chen thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to 50 million divine spiritual crystals. At this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. UU3, the Phoenix clan in the third VIP room, suddenly gave up. Oof, they have indeed declined. 50 million divine spiritual crystals, and they gave up. A mocking voice came from the second VIP room. This is just the beginning. In the first VIP room, the Dragon Rock Emperor also sneered. In the auction house, everyone was whispering. They couldn't understand why the Phoenix clan gave up without any warning. In the third VIP room, "Clan leader, why did you give up? We have prepared enough divine spiritual crystals for this." Feng Xiao was puzzled. "That's right, clan leader. No matter what, the Phoenix clan is an ancient clan with a deep foundation. How can we let the other two beast clans ride on us?" Feng and I, who is usually not good with words, also spoke up. "All right, let's end this here." In the end, the Tianpeng clan and the Demon Bird clan won't get it, the Phoenix clan leader said. Feng and I and Feng Xiao were surprised, but the Phoenix clan leader closed her eyes and didn't say anything else. "Blackbird Emperor, how about you give the world tree seed to me?" The Dragon Rock Emperor said with a smile. "But I want it too. How about you give it to me, Dragon Rock Emperor?" The two emperors shouted across the air. No one was willing to take a step back. They could only compete fairly and see how much money they had. 60 million divine spiritual crystals. 70 million divine spiritual crystals. 80 million divine spiritual crystals. 100 million divine spiritual crystals. As expected, the price rose to 100 million divine spiritual crystals. However, it seemed that the price had not decreased. Feng Chen was shocked. As expected of the finale item, the price had increased by more than 100 times. One had to know that although the prices of the previous auction items were not low, they were only a few million. There were no more than 10 million. The competition between the two beast clans was very intense. Fong Chen turned to look. The blood-robed old man was still calm and composed, as if he didn't care about the result. Senior, the price has reached 100 million, Fong Chen reminded in a low voice. Chapter 1865. The Phoenix race's unexpected withdrawal caused the crowd to cry out in alarm. However, the two beast races were rather happy. After all, they had one less competitor. Now, the price had already soared to 100 million divine spirit crystals. From the looks of it, the price was still rising crazily. Although the Tianpeng race and Devilbird race had some business dealings, they wouldn't back down when it came to the World Tree seed. 110 million. 120 million. At this moment, everyone was reduced to spectators. Even Fong Chun felt helpless. He hadn't expected the price to soar like this. Was an abandoned seed worth such a high price? On the stage, Luan Jing's face was filled with excitement. Before this, she had been worried that there would be an awkward silence. Who would have thought that the Tianpeng race and Devilbird race would be so crazy? Continue rising, Luan Jing prayed in her heart. The higher the price, the more commission she would receive and the greater her reputation would be. It wasn't easy to be in their line of work. To be able to receive such a special treatment was already pretty good. What they valued more was reputation. If the transaction volume of this large-scale auction broke the previous record, she would definitely become famous. 150 million, 170 million, 190 million, 200 million. The price was still rising crazily. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. In the last row, the three god kings of the Sword Palace sneered inwardly as they watched coldly. These two beast races are really stupid. They actually bid such a high price for an abandoned seed, sneered the Black Sword God King. That's right. They really think that they can repair the seed after buying it, said the God King, Yin Yu disdainfully. As for the God King Chan Chun, his expression said it all. The three of them were only waiting for the auction to end quickly. Then, they would use thunderous means to capture Fong Chun. Time passed by slowly. As the price of the final item soared, the Blackbird God Kings and the Dragon Rock God Kings were also trying to persuade each other to give up. However, neither of them was willing to give up. When the price soared to 300 million divine spirit crystals, the speed of increase finally slowed down. The two God Kings were helpless, but they wouldn't give up. For a moment, the auction entered a state of anxiety. I wonder who will get it in the end, Fong Chun thought to himself. However, no one noticed that the blood-robed old man beside Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze swept across VIP rooms 1 and 2. Then he nodded and said, "It's about time." He slowly stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "I bid 500 million divine spirit crystals." Although the blood-robed old man's voice was not loud, it instantly broke the silence in the auction house. The two divine emperors, who were deep in thought, were startled when they heard the voice. Their faces immediately darkened. At this time, there was actually someone who dared to compete with them. This was simply courting death. An uproar broke out in the auction hall. Countless warriors widened their eyes and looked at the blood-robed old man in disbelief. "Old man, you will be punished if you lie about the price." "That's right. I advise you not to play to the gallery. Otherwise, the South Pole Chamber of Commerce will not let you off. Not to mention the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. Even the two beast clans won't let you off easily." Many people were worried about the blood-robed old man, hoping that he would be careful when bidding. The original 300 million was already a big deal. Now that the price had been raised to 500 million, it was a huge leap. Fong Chun was also a little shocked. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the blood-robed old man. 500 million. Fong Chun was a little confused. The blood-robed old man looked lazy, but he had suddenly bid 500 million. Wasn't he too rich? No wonder he had said that his target was the final item. "Who are you?" Divine Emperor Long Peng spoke as the crowd exclaimed. "It's none of your business who I am," the blood-robed old man said indifferently, ignoring Divine Emperor Long Peng. Do you know that you will offend both beast clans by doing this? Divine Emperor Longpeng's voice was full of threat. Divine Emperor Blackbird from VIP Room 2 also spoke. I advise you to be careful. The Demon Bird clan is determined to get the World Tree Seed. If you want to compete, you will be making an enemy of the Demon Bird clan. The blood-robed old man laughed. How laughable. The reason the South Pole Trade Association is so famous in the South Pole is because of its fair and just rules. 4 large auctions. As long as you can pay the price, you can participate in the auction. Do you think you 2 beast clans can force me? The blood-robed old man looked at Luan Jing. Luan Jing was startled and hastily said, "This old mister's words are reasonable. Our South Pole Trade Association is fair and just. As long as you can pay the price, you can participate in the auction. There's no need to threaten us." Luan Jing's words were like a slap to the 2 God Kings' faces. However, she represented the South Pole Trade Association. She wasn't afraid of the 2 God Kings. "Old man, are you sure you want to go against our 2 beast clans?" Divine Emperor Long Peng and Divine Emperor Blackbird still refused to give up. "Are the 2 beast clans very powerful? How come I don't sense any of that?" asked the blood-robed old man indifferently. There was no fear on his face. After a moment of silence, Divine Emperor Long Peng once more said, "In the South Pole, our 3 beast clans are the absolute rulers. What you're doing is very unwise. You'll only bring disaster upon yourself." "That's right. If you continue to be so stubborn, no one will be able to protect you," said Divine Emperor Blackbird. The blood-robed old man directly ignored the 2 God Kings. "Little girl, since no one is bidding, shouldn't we announce the result?" Luan Jing nodded. According to the rules, that was the case. However, in her heart, she didn't want to announce the result. She was still praying that the 2 God Kings would bid again. Divine Emperor Long Peng was infuriated, but in the South Pole Trade Association's territory, he couldn't openly attack. 510 million divine spirit crystals, said Divine Emperor Long Peng. 1 billion. As soon as Divine Emperor Long Peng finished bidding, the blood-robed old man raised the price to 1 billion. That sudden increase shocked everyone. Feng Chen frowned. He was wondering just who this blood-robed old man was. Heavens, is he crazy? 1 billion divine spirit crystals? Can he really take out that much? He's determined to go against the 2 beast clans. After a short moment of silence, a clamor resounded throughout the auction house. On the stage, Luan Jing's body began to tremble. 1 billion divine spirit crystals. That was definitely a record for all the auctions she had been in charge of. No one would be able to break it in a short period of time. Great! Luan Jing clenched her fists. Her chest heaved. She was extremely excited. 1 billion and 10 million. Divine Emperor Blackbird clenched his teeth. 2 billion. However, something even more blood-curdling happened. The blood-robed old man raised the price to 2 billion again. Even Luan Jing couldn't bear the increase. Feng Chen, who was standing at the side, was shocked. 2 billion? That's ridiculous. I don't believe it. I request the South Pole Trade Association to investigate this person, said Divine Emperor Blackbird furiously. The South Pole Trade Association had a rule that no one was allowed to make false bids. If they were found to have made false bids, they would be severely punished. Divine Emperor Blackbird believed that this person had definitely made a false bid. Otherwise, there was no way he would raise the price so casually. That's right. I suspect that this person is here to cause trouble. I asked the South Pole Trade Association to investigate this person, said Divine Emperor Long Peng. The 2 Divine Emperors' attitudes were the same. They firmly believed that the blood-robed old man was making false bids. For a moment, Luan Jing was in a difficult position. How ridiculous. Is 2 billion divine spirit crystals a lot? Just because the 2 of you can't take out that much doesn't mean others can't, sneered the blood-robed old man. Bullshit. Why will my Tian Peng race care about 2 billion divine spirit crystals? Cursed Divine Emperor Long Peng. No matter what, if the South Pole Trade Association doesn't investigate this person today, then I, Divine Emperor Blackbird, will lower myself and do it myself, said Divine Emperor Blackbird coldly. Your suggestion is in line with the South Pole Trade Association's rules, said Luanjing. Chapter 1873. South Pole City, the Phoenix Clan's stronghold. The South Pole continent was vast, but it was a little remote after all. Being far away from the god realm allowed them to live a peaceful life. The three beast clans originally coexisted peacefully on the South Pole continent, but the Demon Bird clan was too ambitious and wanted to replace the Phoenix clan's position. That was why the situation today was like this. The Phoenix clan's stronghold was in the central area of the South Pole City, near the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. From this point, it could be seen that the Phoenix clan's foundation was very deep. Even if the Demon Bird clan and the Tian Peng clan joined forces, they might not be able to erase the Phoenix clan from history. After the Phoenix clan leader brought everyone here, he hurriedly left. Everyone began to cultivate, racing against time. Fang Shan was talking with Star and Moon when his primordial spirit suddenly shook. Immediately, his face lit up with ecstasy. Brother Chun, Xingyu asked in surprise when she saw this. My thousand-leaf needle has broken through. Fang Chun was very excited. His doppelganger had been comprehending the second level of the thousand-leaf needle, and he had finally comprehended it before the Heavenly Deity Grand Competition. Fang Chun couldn't wait to test the power of the second level of the thousand-leaf needle. You come with me. After saying that, Fang Chun took Star and Moon's little hand and hurried to the training field. There was no one here. Fang Chun waved his hand, and a saint-level formation instantly enveloped the entire training field. You attack me with all your strength, Fang Chun said. Xingyu nodded and leaped onto the martial arts stage. Then, an extremely cold and gloomy aura surged from her body. The terrifying power of the Phoenix also burst out in an instant. Thousand-leaf needle, second level. Fang Chun didn't say anything and directly activated his primordial spirit to perform the thousand-leaf needle. In his primordial spirit, the three golden figures burst out with a terrifying soul Dao aura. In the sky, embroidery needles condensed. They were so fast that even Fang Chun found it unbelievable. In a few breaths' time, millions of embroidery needles were condensed. However, Fang Chun also felt that the second stage of the thousand-leaf needle consumed a lot of his soul Dao aura. Fang Chun took a deep breath, then looked at Star and Moon and reminded her, I'm going to make my move. Star and Moon nodded, and the fiery red Phoenix Phantom immediately enveloped Star and Moon. Following Star Moon's tender shout, her defense immediately rose to the highest level. It was also at this time that millions of embroidery needles swarmed over. Ding, 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 the densely packed embroidery needles, carrying a terrifying force, instantly hit Star and Moon. In an instant, a fiery red light erupted around Star and Moon, forming a powerful defensive barrier. Fang Chun's heart was filled with astonishment. Thousand-leaf needle's second layer was already strong enough, but Star and Moon's defense shocked him even more. This level of defense is no weaker than a godly king's. Fang Chun was shocked. He finally understood how terrifying the mystical Phoenix constitution was. Kacha, millions of embroidery needles madly rushed towards Star and Moon's body. Most of the needles hit the defensive barrier and collapsed. However, there was still a small portion that managed to pierce through the defensive barrier. Star and Moon's delicate body trembled, and she quickly retreated. Seeing this, Fang Chun hurriedly withdrew his attack, and the remaining needles disappeared without a trace. He rushed to Star and Moon's side and supported Star and Moon's body. He asked worriedly, Are you okay? Star and Moon shook her head, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Brother Chun, I'm fine. Your attack was too strong. I used all my strength, but I couldn't block it. If we meet that godly King Blacksword again, I don't need to do anything. You can kill him on your own, said Star and Moon. Only those who had personally experienced Fang Chun's attack would know how terrifying the second layer of thousand-leaf needle was. Millions of embroidery needles rushed toward him at the same time, unless he had a super strong defense like the godly sky-devouring rat. Star and Moon's mystical Phoenix constitution was strong enough but she still couldn't block it. From this point, one could see how strong Fang Chen's attack was. After checking Xingyu's body and finding that she was fine, Fang Chen's worried heart was finally at ease. His face was full of smiles. His doppelganger continued to comprehend the third layer of Thousand Leaf Needle, while he familiarized himself with the second layer. The second layer of Thousand Leaf Needle's attack is indeed much stronger than the first layer. However, a large part of the reason is that my primordial spirit has reached the third Yuan realm. Otherwise, the attack wouldn't be so strong. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun concluded the reason. No matter what, he had become stronger. That was the most important thing. Now, he was even more confident. Windrock and Eagle Wing were no match for him. If I can master the third layer of Thousand Leaf Needle, I can escape unscathed from a godly emperor, Fang Chun said to himself. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the Phoenix Clan leader led 100 contestants out of the stronghold and to the square. The other two beast clans had also arrived. On the platform, the four godly emperors stood side by side, looking down. The Phoenix Clan leader, Blackbird, godly emperor, Dragon Rock, godly emperor, and the godly emperors of the South Pole Chamber of Commerce. South Pole, godly emperor, it's our honor to have you as the host of this divine grand competition. Dragon Rock, godly emperor, cupped his hands and smiled. Yes, with the South Pole, godly emperor as the host, the divine grand competition will be incomparably fair, Blackbird, godly emperor said with a smile. The Phoenix Clan leader nodded slightly. The four godly emperors did not appear, but they were constantly paying attention to the situation. After the four godly emperors discussed for a while, the South Pole godly emperor announced the rules of the competition. The South Pole godly emperor waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, it's our honor to host the divine grand competition held by the three beast clans. Next, let me explain the rules of the divine grand competition to you. The South Pole godly emperor said, the purpose of the divine grand competition is to temper the strength of the heavenly gods of the three beast clans. At the same time, it's also a competition of strength between the three beast clans. Therefore, the rules are very simple. There are no rules. Whoosh! The entire square was in an uproar. The heavenly gods of the other two beast clans were relatively calm, but the heavenly gods of the Phoenix clan were shocked. They knew very well what it meant to have no rules. It meant that they could kill as they wished in the competition. Were the Demon Bird clan and Tian Peng clan crazy? Were they trying to kill the Phoenix clan? The Phoenix clan leader's face was a little pale. Clearly, she did not agree with the rules, but she had no choice but to agree. In the competition, as long as the opponent does not admit defeat, the battle will continue. Unless one of them dies or voluntarily admits defeat, the battle will only end, the South Pole godly emperor said. Although it's a little cruel, a battle on the edge of life and death can stimulate everyone's potential. Some people might not be able to break through to the Divine King realm in their lifetime by relying on their own efforts, but after the Divine Grand Competition's baptism, they might be able to break through the bottleneck very quickly. Although the South Pole godly emperor said it casually, everyone felt extremely depressed. Fangchen also frowned slightly. The attitude of the two beast clans could not be more obvious. They wanted to destroy the reserve strength of the Phoenix clan, so that there would be a gap in the Phoenix clan's strength. From there, they would gradually be destroyed. What a vicious method, Fang Chun said to himself. The two beast clans are so deranged. They're really determined to destroy the Phoenix clan, Star and Moon said calmly. No matter what the rules were, her goal was to be first in the divine grand competition. Moreover, with Fang Chen's help, it was almost certain that she would be able to take first place. If the prodigies of the two beast clans try to stop her, she would not show any mercy. It's just a pity for the weaker heavenly gods. Fang Chun said, I can foresee that many heavenly gods will lose their lives here in this divine grand competition. However, this was the realm of the gods. Reality was so cruel. He could not change the world, but he could change himself. He could let himself gradually adapt to this world where the strong preyed on the weak. In the Tian Peng clan's area, Fengpeng's face was full of wild smiles. His arrogant gaze swept across the many heavenly gods of the Phoenix clan. It was as if he was telling them that their lives were his. And he also smiled calmly. There was a hint of madness in his eyes, but he did not show it like Fengpeng. The atmosphere in the Phoenix clan was a little gloomy. Chapter 1874. The rule of the Heavenly God Grand Competition was that there were no rules. This was the most terrifying thing, and also what the Phoenix clan was most worried about. However, it still happened in the end. However, since they couldn't change it, they could only try to adapt. In the following time, the South Pole Divine Emperor briefly explained the rules of the competition. The three beast clans had a total of 300 heavenly gods. They would fight in pairs, and the winner would advance to the next round, while the loser would be eliminated. In this way, there would be a total of 150 matches in the first round. The drawing of lots was quickly completed. To Feng Chen's surprise, he actually drew lot number 150, which meant that his match would be the last one. The drawing of lots is complete. The Heavenly God Grand Competition will now begin. With the South Pole Divine Emperor's command, the Heavenly God Grand Competition finally began. The atmosphere in the entire square was very solemn. In comparison, the Heavenly Rock Clan and the Demon Bird Clan's attitudes were relatively better. As for the 100 participants of the Phoenix Clan, each of them had a gloomy expression and did not say a word. Even Feng and I, who was standing in the first row, looked coldly at the martial arts arena. Whoosh! In the Demon Bird Clan's area, a young heavenly god leaped onto the martial arts arena. His gaze fell on the Phoenix Clan's area, and his eyes were full of provocation. He drew lot number 1, and his opponent was the heavenly god who drew lot number 300. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Who exactly was it that had drawn number 300? Under everyone's gaze, a woman walked out from the Phoenix Clan's area. On the martial arts arena, the two heavenly gods faced each other, and then under the command of the South Pole Divine Emperor, they began to fight. Boom! The battle was on the verge of breaking out, and it was very intense. The Demon Bird Clan's heavenly god did not hold back and used all his strength. Bang! After a series of fierce attacks, the Phoenix Clan's heavenly god finally couldn't resist and was sent flying by the Demon Bird Clan's heavenly god. Lung quickly admit defeat. Below the martial arts arena, Feng Xiu's expression changed drastically as she shouted loudly. However, it was too late. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Demon Bird Clan's heavenly god as he leaped to the side of the Phoenix Clan's heavenly god. Then, he channeled all his strength into his fist. Boom! His fist smashed into the head of the Empyrean god from the Phoenix Clan. Instantly, the Empyrean god's head exploded and his primordial spirit shattered. He died on the spot. Lung Seeing this, the Phoenix Clan's heavenly deity became extremely emotional. Fortunately, Feng and I was in control of the situation, so they did not act recklessly. Damn it! Feng Xiu's eyes were bloodshot as she bared her teeth. This is just the beginning, and the Demon Bird Clan is already so fierce. Calm down. Feng Ni's ice-cold voice echoed. Didn't you already know this would happen before you came? This is a normal competition, and the other party didn't break the rules. If you rush up recklessly, you'll be the ones to suffer in the end, Feng and I said in a deep voice. Her voice successfully stopped the impulsive heavenly god of the Phoenix Clan. In the crowd, Feng Chen couldn't help but shake his head. The Demon Bird race and the Heavenly Rock race did not intend to hold back at all. As long as one admitted defeat a little slower, one would definitely die. On the rostrum, Emperor He Fao and Emperor Long Peng were full of smiles. The South Pole Divine Emperor announced the result of the competition expressionlessly. As for the Phoenix Clan leader, her expression was extremely gloomy, but there was nothing she could do. The second match. After the first match, the Demon Bird race's heavenly god made a provocative gesture toward the Phoenix Clan's area. In the second match, the Demon Bird race's heavenly god took the stage again. His opponent was the Heavenly Rock race's heavenly god. Although the battle between the two heavenly gods was intense, it was not as bloody as the first match. In the end, after dozens of rounds, the Heavenly Rock Race's Heavenly God won by a fluke. However, he did not kill his opponent. This made the Phoenix Clan's Heavenly God even angrier. Time passed bit by bit, and the Phoenix Clan's Heavenly Gods took the stage one after another. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. The competition had already gone on for 30 matches. 2 of the Phoenix Clan's Heavenly Gods had died, and the rest of the Heavenly Gods were either seriously injured or lightly injured. In short, the Heavenly Gods of the Heavenly Rock Race and the Demon Bird Race were unable to gain the upper hand. When the competition reached the 31st match, the eyes of the Phoenix Clan's Heavenly Gods lit up. They were extremely excited. This was because the person who took the stage was the strongest Heavenly God of the Phoenix Clan, Feng and I. Dressed in martial attire, Feng and I quickly stepped onto the martial stage. She had an expressionless face, and she emitted an ice-cold aura. Opposite her was a Demon Bird Race's Heavenly God. The strongest Heavenly God of the Phoenix Clan? I shall see just how powerful you are. That Heavenly God sneered and immediately attacked. Roar! A loud and clear phoenix cry resounded through the sky. Suddenly, fiery red phoenix energy rapidly engulfed the entire martial stage, directly enveloping the Demon Bird Race's Heavenly God. A miserable cry came from the power of the phoenix. I concede. The Demon Bird Race's Heavenly God's voice was heard intermittently. He wanted to concede. Feng and I was simply too powerful. He was simply unable to withstand her. However, before he could even utter the words concede, he was brutally killed by Feng Ni's phoenix energy. The process was simple and crude. It was simply unimaginable for a woman with such an ice-cold appearance to be capable of such a bloody thing. Crash! Feng and I withdrew her phoenix energy. Without even taking a glance at the Demon Bird Race's Heavenly God, she turned around and left the martial stage. She had used her actions to successfully retaliate against the Demon Bird Race. The Phoenix Clan was not to be bullied. Well done! The Phoenix Clan's Heavenly Gods all clenched their fists in excitement. On the other hand, the Demon Bird Race's Heavenly Gods all had ashen expressions. They were somewhat displeased. What a domineering phoenix energy! Feng Chun was also somewhat astonished. He did not expect the introverted Feng and I to possess such a domineering phoenix energy. Her phoenix energy is not pure, Star and Moon said in a low voice. She possessed the profound phoenix body and had a unique understanding of phoenix energy. Although she had only come into contact with it for a brief moment, she had already sensed that the phoenix energy in Feng Ni's body was not the purest form of phoenix energy. Feng Shen also nodded. He said, although it appears to be a domineering attack, its offensive power is actually limited. If she were to fight against the Eagle Wings or the Wind Rocks, it would be very difficult for her to win. Feng Ni's killing of a Demon Bird Race's Heavenly God had finally allowed the Phoenix Clan to walk out of their previous shadow. Following this, the battle continued. The Phoenix Clan's Heavenly Gods also gradually displayed a robust temperament. A few Heavenly Gods even crippled the Heavenly Gods of the Tianpeng Race and Demon Bird Race. Although they did not have the chance to kill them, it was still a good performance for the Phoenix Clan. One match after another went on. Occasionally, there would be Heavenly Gods of the Demon Bird Race and Tianpeng Race who would severely injure the Phoenix Clan's Heavenly Gods. However, most of the time, they were evenly matched or slightly suppressed. After the 99th battle of the first round, it was finally Star and Moon's turn to go on stage. Star and Moon's opponent was the 10th strongest on the South Pole Heavenly God list, a Heavenly God of the Tianpeng race called Mo Peng. Little girl, you're quite pretty. If you're happy with me, perhaps I'll let you go. Mo Peng stared at Star and Moon lustfully as he spoke greedily. Star and Moon exuded a cold aura from all over her body. She gave off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. When they saw Star and Moon go on stage, Yi and Feng Peng's expressions also changed. When did the Phoenix Clan produce such a beauty? Feng Peng's eyes burned with desire. Star and Moon's beauty was different from Feng Ni's and Feng Xiuer's. Her beauty seemed to be completely natural. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but take a few more glances. Every young heavenly god who saw such a devastatingly beautiful woman would feel a sense of adoration in their hearts. Oomph. Star and Moon snorted coldly and ignored Mo Peng. The desire to conquer in Mo Peng's heart grew stronger. He licked his dry lips and said, I like women like you who have a strong personality. I'm very curious how you'll react when I conquer you. In the crowd, Feng Chun frowned slightly when he heard Mo Peng's words. He was a little displeased. When Xing Yu, who was on the martial arts practice stage, saw this scene, she immediately raised her ice-cold eyes. Her red lips gently parted as she said, You deserve to die. You want to kill me? What a joke. Mo Peng sneered, not at all bothered by Star and Moon's threat. Chapter 1875. Many people, including the gods of the Phoenix clan, had never seen Star and Moon fight before, let alone know how strong she really was. Feng Xiao looked a little worried. After all, her opponent was Mo Peng, who ranked 10th on the South Pole God list. He was very strong, and even Feng Xiao or herself might not be able to defeat him. Master Feng, is Star and Moon all right? Feng Xiao turned to look at Feng Chun and asked. Feng Chun smiled faintly and then shook his head. He knew Star and Moon's strength best. Even Ying Yi and Feng Peng might not be able to defeat her, let alone kill this guy. On the martial arts arena, Star and Moon's purple robes fluttered even though there was no wind. A cold aura gradually spread out and swept across the entire arena. Mo Peng was a little angry when he saw Star and Moon being so arrogant. Girl, don't worry. I'll hold back. Mo Peng grinned. Star and Moon looked at Mo Peng with cold eyes and said softly, But I won't hold back. As soon as she said that, Star and Moon suddenly waved her hand, and an extremely cold aura immediately locked onto Mo Peng's body. You're courting death. Mo Peng's face was full of anger. He was about to attack when he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. Mo Peng was shocked. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt pain all over his body, and his primordial spirit trembled. No! Then, a miserable scream came out of Mo Peng's mouth. The next moment, Mo Peng's primordial spirit shattered, and his body was blasted out of the arena. Xing Yu, who was dressed in a purple robe, stood there quietly, as if nothing had happened. On a main platform, Blackbird God Emperor and Dragon God Emperor stood up immediately. At that moment, the two God Emperors actually felt their hearts beat faster. This situation was really rare. What's going on? The two God Emperors looked at each other. They finally didn't dare to underestimate this purple-robed woman in front of them. Oomph, you have a fiery temper. The more you act like this, the more I want to conquer you. Feng Peng sneered. In his opinion, Star and Moon had only killed Mo Peng, who was ranked 10th on the South Pole deity list. If he were to attack, the other party would not have any chance to retaliate. The entire square was in an uproar. Star and Moon's first move had shocked everyone. The heavenly gods of the Phoenix clan all cried out in surprise. Even Feng Yanai and Feng Xiao were a little stunned. After a long while, Feng Yanai nodded slightly. She seemed to understand why the ancestor had personally asked Star and Moon to participate in the Heavenly God Grand competition. Under everyone's gazes, Star and Moon walked down from the stage. Amazing. Feng Xiao gave Star and Moon a thumbs up. This battle had also caused Star and Moon to suddenly become extremely popular Heavenly God experts. Being able to kill Mo Peng in one strike was enough to prove that Star and Moon's strength was enough to be ranked on the South Pole Heavenly God list. In the crowd, everyone was discussing. This woman called Star and Moon is too strong. Yeah, the first time she fought, she was ranked in the top 10 of the South Pole deity list, and she didn't even use her full strength. It seems that the Phoenix clan was also prepared. There was no news of such a genius before. Many people were praising Star and Moon. Some people even thought that Star and Moon's strength was enough to be ranked in the top 5. The people of the Tian Peng clan hated Star and Moon in their hearts. In the following matches, the heavenly gods of the two beast clans attacked even more fiercely. The casualties of the Phoenix clan were also gradually increasing. Of course, the Phoenix clan was also fiercely fighting back. For example, Feng Xiu's opponent was very weak. Feng Xiu was not indecisive and directly killed her opponent at the crucial moment. In just half a day, the first round of the competition was nearing its end. Roughly speaking, the Phoenix clan lost about 10 heavenly gods, while the Demon Bird clan and Tianping clan lost relatively fewer heavenly gods. The last one to fight was Feng Chun. He fought as a gold medal consecrator of the Phoenix clan. His opponent was Tian Qinzi of the Demon Bird clan, who was ranked 5th on the South Pole deity list. Tian Qinzi's strength was very strong, and he was also very fierce. The people of the Phoenix clan did not expect that Feng Chun's opponent would be Tian Qinzi. On the martial arts stage, Feng Chun and Tian Qinzi faced each other. "Kid, you will be the last heavenly god of the Phoenix clan to die in the first round," Tian Qinzi said sinisterly. Feng Chun grinned and said, "Why not you? I thought you would be the last heavenly god of the Demon Bird clan to die in the first round." There was no fear on Feng Chun's face. On the contrary, he was full of smiles and very relaxed, as if he did not take Tian Qinzi seriously at all. Seeing this, Tian Qinzi was indeed angry. Tian Qinzi let out a sinister smile. Those who knew him well knew that this was his angry expression. "You're the most arrogant heavenly god I've ever seen." Tian Qinzi's raspy voice rang out through the plaza. Feng Chun spread out his hands and said, "Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you met me." After saying that, a powerful aura began to faintly appear around Feng Chun. However, the aura he released made Tian Qinzi smile even more wildly. Has the Phoenix clan really declined to this point? Even a divine lord heavenly god has been sent to participate in the heavenly god grand competition, mocked Tian Qinzi. The people of the two beast clans were also pointing at Feng Chun. Even heavenly god realm experts could die, let alone divine lord realm heavenly gods. "Kid, kill yourself. If you wait for me to act, you won't even have an intact corpse," sneered Tian Qinzi. Feng Chun clasped his hands behind his back, his face full of confidence. "If I were you, I would think about why a divine lord heavenly god would appear on the battlefield instead of foolishly mocking his opponent. As an expert in the top 10 of the South Pole heavenly god list, you're actually such an idiot. I'm really starting to doubt the authority of the South Pole heavenly god list. Is it true that as long as you're an idiot, you can get on the list?" Continued Feng Chun. His words were sharp, instantly infuriating Tian Qinzi. At the same time, it also caused the crowd to be dissatisfied. "Kid, you're too arrogant." Feng Peng and Ying Yi's expressions gradually darkened. They narrowed their eyes and glared at Feng Chun. "Tian Qinzi, I don't need to tell you what to do I?" Ying Yi's voice entered Tian Qinzi's ears. Hearing this, Tian Qinzi nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry. If I don't kill him, I won't have the face to continue living in the South Pole continent." Then Tian Qinzi turned to Feng Chun and said coldly, "Kid, I'll let you know that the top 10 experts on the South Pole heavenly god list are not people you can insult. Also, I'll let you know the difference between the divine Lord Heavenly God and the divine Lord Heavenly God realm. I hope that in your next life, you'll keep your eyes open and don't offend people you shouldn't offend." Feng Chun curled his lips and was a little speechless. "You're talking as if you can really kill me. It seems that you won't give up until you see the coffin. In that case, there's nothing more to say. I hope that you won't kneel down and beg for mercy later." The figure of the whole clan flashed, and a wild aura instantly spread out. He attacked very quickly and did not want to give Feng Chun any chance to admit defeat. Crack! Tian Qinzi's body transformed into a divine beast in the shape of a black eagle in the void and charged at Feng Chun. It directly pierced through Feng Chun's body, and the latter's body was shattered. An afterimage. Tian Qinzi suddenly realized that he had pierced through Feng Chun's afterimage, and his face changed. "It's a bald eagle." Feng Chun's voice came from behind Tian Qinzi. Tian Qinzi's eyes stared coldly at Feng Chun and said coldly, "Kid, you're courting death." He hated it when people called him a bald eagle and Fang Chun had touched his taboo. Whoosh! A wild gust of wind blew on the martial arts arena and covered the arena. In an instant, the martial arts stage was completely covered. Then, Tian Qinzi's speed was raised to the maximum, and he started to attack Fang Chun. Whoosh! Fang Chun's body kept flashing. Although Tian Qinzi was fast, he could not catch up with Fang Chun's body. This was also Fang Chun's strategy. He would first show his weakness and let Tian Qinzi think that he would only run for his life. When Tian Qinzi let down his guard, it would be time for him to attack. Chapter 1876. The battle on the martial arts stage was still going on fiercely. In the clouds, the four emperor gods were facing each other. Originally, Devil Bird Ancestor and Heavenly Rock Ancestor were paying attention to the Heavenly God Grand competition. However, when they saw Fang Chun using a movement technique to dodge, their faces changed drastically. This was because they recognized Fang Chun's movement technique. Heavenly Bone Palace. They concluded that Fang Chun's movement skill should be from the Heavenly Bone Palace. The void cultivation system of the Heavenly Bone Palace was too profound. Many emperor gods had suffered losses from the bone progenitor. Voila! Demon Bird Ancestor wanted to inform Black Bird Emperor, but he was stopped by Phoenix Ancestor. Demon Bird Ancestor, are you going to break the rules? Phoenix Ancestor said coldly. At that moment, Heavenly Rock Ancestor and Emperor God Xiao Luo appeared. It's your Phoenix clan that broke the rules first. That kid is from the Heavenly Bone Palace, but you sent him. If he uses the void cultivation system of the Heavenly Bone Palace, no god here can catch him, Demon Bird Ancestor said coldly. Heavenly Rock Ancestor nodded slightly. So what if he's from the Heavenly Bone Palace? He's now a consecrator of the Phoenix clan. It's natural for him to represent the Phoenix clan, Phoenix Ancestor said without backing down. Emperor God Xiao Luo frowned. Demon Bird, Heavenly Rock. I don't care about the grudges between the three beast clans. But I'll say one thing. Experts above the true god realm can't casually interfere with the grudges between the three clans. Otherwise, the South Pole continent will be plunged into misery and suffering. The god battle was agreed upon by the three clans, so I won't say anything. But for an emperor god to interfere, isn't it too much? Emperor God Xiao Luo agreed to stand on Phoenix Ancestor's side because he didn't want to see the three beast clans kill and cause misery and suffering in the South Pole continent. After all, he was born and raised in the South Pole continent. Naturally, he didn't want that to happen in his hometown. Heavenly Rock Ancestor pondered for a while and nodded. Demon Bird, forget it. So what if he's from the Heavenly Bone Palace? My Tian Peng race is known to be the fastest bird race, especially the wind pung. His original form is a golden-winged great pung. Although his speed isn't even 1/10 of mine, he's almost invincible among heavenly deities. Old Ancestor Heavenly Rock's meaning was clear. Just leave this person to Wind Rock to deal with. The Demon Bird Ancestor snorted coldly and said no more. In the plaza below, no one knew that the four great god emperors were watching this battle from the clouds in the void. Fang Chun had been evading all this time, and he finally incurred the displeasure of Tian Qinzi. Brat, don't run if you have the ability. Tian Qinzi furiously roared and turned into a vulture with extreme speed. He left behind afterimages as he attacked Fang Chun. Fang Chun, who was hiding in the void, felt that it was about time. Swoosh, the star-concealing sword appeared in his hand. He suddenly appeared behind Tian Qinzi and used the immemorial soul refining art. Suddenly, a terrifying destructive aura entered the sword light and pierced into the condor's body. Tian Qinzi let out a miserable cry. His back was bleeding profusely. Tian Qinzi was enraged. He spread out his wings and launched his strongest attack on Fang Chun. Go to hell. Fang Chun had expected this. His figure disappeared again. The next time he appeared, it was another sword that pierced into Tian Qinzi's body. At the same time, Fang Chun secretly activated the Golden Heart, allowing the golden liquid to merge into the destructive sword move. Hiss, 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 after these two heavy blows, Tian Qinzi could no longer maintain his original form. He turned into his human form and was in a sorry state. Blood splattered all over the sky. Feng Chun took advantage of this opportunity to use the immemorial soul refining art once again. However, in order to not attract attention, Feng Chun deliberately only used one move. It gave people the impression that his movement technique was strong, but his attack power was average. Pucci, the star-concealing sword, danced and pierced into Tian Qinzi's head. Brat, go to hell. Tian Qinzi fell into a frenzy. He activated the energy in his body and ignited it instantly. Rumble. A terrifying, explosive force swept across the entire martial arts stage and engulfed Feng Chen's body. Not good. On the platform, the four divine emperors' faces changed drastically. No one expected that an unknown divine overlord could force Tian Qinzi to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a heavenly god expert was too powerful. Fortunately, the South Pole Divine Emperor acted in time and restrained the explosive force on the martial arts stage. Rumble. The deafening sound gradually dissipated. All the heavenly gods looked at the martial arts stage in a daze. What happened to Feng Chun? In the Phoenix Clan's area, many heavenly gods were looking for Feng Chun. In the Demon Bird Clan and Tian Peng Clan's area, they were in disbelief. Damn it, how could this be? A strong wind blew past, blowing away the energy on the martial arts stage. A figure staggered into the crowd's line of sight. Sword-shaped runes circulated around Feng Chen's body. His clothes were a little tattered, but it was not a big deal. Phew! Seeing this, everyone in the Phoenix Clan heaved a sigh of relief. This battle had really given them too much shock. That's great. Many people were cheering. Feng Yanai and Feng Xiao widened their eyes and opened their small mouths, looking at Feng Chun on the martial arts stage in disbelief. He actually killed Tian Qinzi. This Feng Xiao was shocked. Tian Qinzi was much stronger than her. The entire square was filled with cheers. Some were happy, and some were sad. On the platform, Divine Emperor He Qin and Divine Emperor Long Peng's faces were gloomy, and they did not say anything for a long time. They had discussed this many times, including Feng Ni and Feng Xiao, but they did not expect such a monstrous expert to appear among the gold medal consecrators. After a long time, Divine Emperor He Qin clenched his fists and cursed secretly. Damn it. Soon, the two Divine Emperors adjusted their mentality. The Heavenly God Grand Competition was about the final result, not the process. This person was very strong and had killed Tian Qinzi. But in the end, he was still going to die at the hands of Ying, Yi, and Feng Peng. As long as there were no problems with Ying, Yi, and Feng Peng, the final result of the Heavenly God Grand Competition would be a crushing defeat for the Phoenix Clan. As long as Feng Ni and Feng Xiao died, there would be a gap in the Phoenix Clan's heavenly gods. This would be a huge blow to the Phoenix Clan. The Divine Emperor of the South Pole stared at Feng Chun, his heart trembling. The happiest person was none other than the Phoenix Clan leader. At first, she was very worried about Feng Chun. Now, it seemed that she had misjudged. It seems that we might be able to turn the tables in this Heavenly God Grand Competition, the Phoenix Clan leader thought to herself. Amidst the cheers, the first round of the competition was completely over. There were a total of 150 matches. After a detailed calculation, the Phoenix Clan had lost the same number of heavenly gods as the two Beast Clans. This was something that they did not even dare to think about before the competition. Moreover, strictly speaking, the Demon Bird Clan was the one who suffered the most. Although they had killed several heavenly gods of the Phoenix Clan, the clan's genius, Tian Qinzi, had died. He was ranked 5th on the South Pole Divine Emperor list, second only to Ying Yi. However, he had been killed in the first round of the competition. Ying Yi's gaze fell on Feng Chun, and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Tian Qinzi, that idiot, was too arrogant. But even so, he was still a member of the Demon Bird Clan. His death will not be in vain. Ying Yi thought to himself, I hope you can live a little longer. Otherwise, it will be too easy for you to die. The second round of the competition would be held tomorrow. The heavenly gods of the three beast clans left the square under the lead of the divine emperor. The huge square suddenly became incomparably quiet. The news of Fang Chan killing Tian Qinzi instantly spread throughout the entire South Pole city. All the warriors cried out in surprise. On this day, all the inns in the South Pole city could hear the two words Fang Chan. In a secluded courtyard, bang! Divine King Yinyu slammed his palm on the stone table in front of him, instantly smashing it into pieces. His face was full of anger. "Damn it! This kid is too lucky," Divine King Yinyu said. Divine King Chan Chun, who was beside him, said thoughtfully, "This kid seems to be related to the Celestial Bone Palace. After the Heavenly God Grand Competition is over, we must capture him and bring him back to the Sword Palace of the South Tomb for interrogation." Chapter 1877. Fang Chun didn't spend much effort to kill Tian Qinzi. He hid his strength and didn't even use the 5-sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining technique together. On one hand, he didn't want to expose too much, which would result in him not being able to catch any big fish later on. On the other hand, he was worried that there would be Emperor God powerhouses secretly watching. Emperor God powerhouses were at the top of the God realm and were experienced and knowledgeable. If it was recognized that his inheritance came from a cosmos god, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he did this for safety's sake. At the Phoenix Clan stronghold, all the heavenly gods surrounded Fang Chun. Star and moon-killing Mo Peng, who ranked 10th on the South Pole deity list, shocked everyone. But the shocking effect wasn't as good as Fang Chen's. He forced the 5th-ranked Tian Qinzi to self-destruct. It was too fierce. "Fang Chun, why didn't you tell us that you're so strong?" Feng Xiao curled her lips and said. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "You didn't ask." Many people surrounded Fang Chun and talked to him. Fang Chun was a little confused. Fortunately, the Phoenix Clan leader came forward and made the heavenly gods return to their resting place. In the end, only the Phoenix Clan leader and Fang Chun were left in the courtyard. "Consecrator Fang," the Phoenix Clan leader said with a smile. "Clan leader, Consecrator Fang's performance today really surprised me," the Phoenix Clan leader said. Previously, when Fang Chun succeeded in the challenge and became a gold medal consecrator of the Phoenix Clan, she didn't care. But today, Fang Chun's performance was really eye-catching. "You're very strong. I hope that in the next competition, you can make good use of your advantage and speed to fight against your opponents. Remember, don't be careless. Eagle Wing and Wind Rock are both strong opponents," the Phoenix Clan leader said. Fang Chun nodded. The two chatted for a while before the Phoenix Clan leader left. Night fell and darkness covered the world. Fang Chun sat on the stone bench and took out the mysterious stone he got at the large-scale auction. With a little force, the heavenly god power surrounded the stone. Fang Chun looked at the stone curiously. Strange. Fang Chun couldn't see the information inside the stone, which made Fang Chun very puzzled. However, he soon found out the reason. The golden heart was beating rapidly, and a golden liquid was seeping into the stone. Immediately, Fang Chun was able to see everything inside the stone clearly. What power! The golden liquid entered the stone's interior. Even the experts of the South Pole Chamber of Commerce could not see through the stone, but Fang Chun saw through it. He finally understood why Emperor God Xiao Luo had said that the stone was extraordinary. There's so much energy here. If I can absorb it all, I should be able to reach the heavenly god realm, right? Fang Chun thought. Then, he used the golden heart to absorb the energy within the stone. In a dark corner of South Pole City, two figures suddenly appeared. Shun Chun, S's. T22. If we can't do it, we'll reveal our South Tomb Sword Palace's identity. The Phoenix tribe won't dare to be enemies with us. Chanshin Supreme being said softly. Don't worry. Let's work together. We'll definitely catch the kid, Yinyu Supreme being said. They wanted to wait until the Heavenly God Grand Competition to take action against Fang Chun, but they couldn't wait any longer. Ying Yi and Feng Peng were too strong. Even if the two Supreme Beings were to fight against them, they wouldn't be confident of winning. That was why they took the risk. Huff, huff, huff. The two supreme beings sneaked into the Phoenix tribe's stronghold easily. They soon found Fong Chen's location. This kid is cultivating. Yin Yu Supreme Being was overjoyed when she saw it. This is a great opportunity. We can't miss it, Chan Chen Supreme Being said. The two of them hid in the darkness and approached Fong Chen quickly. Soon, they arrived at Fong Chen's courtyard. Hiss. At this moment, Fong Chen's cultivation had reached the most critical point. Do it, Chan Chen Supreme Being roared. Suddenly, the two Supreme Beings stretched out their hands and grabbed at Fong Chen. Swoosh! At the same time, an ice spear that contained the terrifying power of the phoenix cut across the sky and pierced through the darkness. It appeared in front of the two Supreme Beings and stopped them from attacking Fong Chen. Bang! The two Supreme Beings were forced to block the ice spear. With a loud boom, the two God Kings grabbed the ice spear with their hands. Then, they used all of their strength to shatter the ice spear. In a flash, Star and Moon flew out of the room and landed in front of Fong Chen. A supreme being from the South Tomb, Sword Palace, sneakily attacked a divine overlord. What a joke. Star and Moon's face was cold. She exuded a dark, aura and was surrounded by the power of the phoenix. You're courting death, God King Chan Shun said coldly when he saw this. Then, he attacked Xing Yu with lightning speed. As for Divine King Yin Yu, he continued to reach for Fong Chen. He wanted to capture Fong Chen. Crack! Chan Chen Supreme Being blocked Star and Moon. Divine King Yin Yu easily grabbed Fong Chen's shoulder. Let's go! Divine King Yin Yu was overjoyed. He exerted his strength and restrained Fong Chen's body. He wanted to take him away. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The stone in Fong Chen's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Boundless energy gushed out and forced God King Yin Yu back. After which, all of the energy gushed into Fong Chen's body wildly. The commotion alerted the Phoenix Clan Master. She was a divine emperor expert and came here with a thought. You're courting death. The Phoenix Clan Master waved his hand and sealed the space. He attacked the two Supreme Beings. Stop! Divine King Chanshin felt the pressure and shouted. However, the Phoenix Clan Master had no intention of stopping. We are the Supreme Beings of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Left with no choice, Divine King Chan revealed his identity. Bang! The Phoenix Clan Master waved her hand, and a palm print appeared in the void, forcing the two of them to retreat. She stared at the two of them coldly and said, The Phoenix Clan has never interacted with the South Tomb Sword Palace. Why did you sneak into the stronghold of the Phoenix Clan and kill Consecrator Fong? Could it be that the South Tomb Sword Palace has colluded with the two Beast clans? The Phoenix Clan Master's expression changed. Phoenix Clan Master, you think too much. We are here for this person. Divine King Chan stabilized himself and said, This person killed the disciple of the Death Emperor, Swordsman Xiao Yun. We are here on the orders of the Death Emperor to capture this person. That's right. I hope the Phoenix Clan Master will give this person to us for the sake of the Death Emperor. Divine King Yin Yu said. The Phoenix Clan Master's expression changed. After a long while, she said, Leave. She waved her hand. They were the supreme beings of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Although she could easily kill them, she did not want to create more trouble. Right now, the Phoenix Clan was already in troubled times. It was not a wise choice to become enemies with the South Tomb Sword Palace. However, Fong Chun could not be handed over. He was a consecrator of the Phoenix Clan. If he was handed over, many people would be disappointed. Then before Divine King Chan Shun could finish his words, the Phoenix Clan Master scolded him. Oomph. You're good at the stronghold of the Phoenix Clan. Just this point alone is enough for me to kill you. Since you are the supreme beings of the South Tomb Sword Palace, I will let you go. Don't bargain with me. Scram. Divine King Chan Shun and Divine King Yin Yu hurriedly left when they saw the Phoenix Clan Master was angry. Brother Chun, Star and Moon's voice suddenly sounded. The Phoenix Clan leader turned around and saw that Fong Chen's body was surrounded by a terrifying force. What's going on? The Phoenix Clan Master was also surprised. The energy surrounding Fong Chen was too pure. He had never seen it before. Clan Master, what's wrong with Brother Chun? Star and Moon asked anxiously. Consecrator Fong should be fine, the Phoenix Clan Master said. Fong Chun was surrounded by a powerful energy. The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. The strange stone in his palm was long gone. In his mind, his primordial spirit was shaking. He seemed to be going crazy. Star and Moon wanted to approach Fong Chun, but the Phoenix Clan Master stopped them. Chapter 1878. The power around Fong Chun was very strong. He seemed to be breaking through. The Phoenix Clan leader did not disturb him and also stopped the others from approaching. Dong! At this time, the golden heart in Fong Chen's body was beating rapidly. A strange power poured into the golden heart. The power of time and space rules surrounded his body. The space-time cultivation system emerged in his mind. The three golden figures in his primordial spirit were waving the long swords in their hands. Hiss! The power of time and space rules gradually merged after coming into contact with the space-time cultivation system. This was also a path that Fong Chun had been exploring for a long time. The fusion of rules was impossible for sky gods. Even a true god would find it difficult to do so. This was because the 6 major rules were formed from the order of the universe. They were unique and had completely opposite auras. It was extremely difficult to fuse 2 completely different types of power of the natural order together. However, Fong Chun was a warrior of the space-time cultivation system. He had a deep understanding of space-time. Now that he had obtained the power of this strange stone, some of the insights hidden in his mind were stimulated. Time-space. Fong Chen's mouth muttered obscure words. As time passed, his body was gradually enveloped by the time and space rules. Fong Chen's mind was shaken. He saw many scenes. The space-time cultivation system was constantly evolving in his mind. In the courtyard, the Phoenix Clan leader's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This kid actually broke through at this time, the Phoenix Clan leader said to herself. Her words were full of approval for Fong Chun. Star and Moon, who was at the side, went from being worried to being happy. She knew that Fong Chun was breaking through. Boss, what's wrong? Little Mouse and the other 3 felt the commotion and quickly rushed over. Star and Moon told Little Mouse what had just happened. The latter was furious. These 2 bastards actually sneaked up on Boss, Little Mouse said through gritted teeth. After we break through, we'll definitely kill these 2 bastards, Xiao Huang said solemnly. After understanding the situation, he learned that Fong Chun was fine. Little Mouse and the other 3 were deeply stimulated. They quickly returned to the secret chamber to cultivate in seclusion. They would not come out until they had a breakthrough. The scene lasted for around an hour. The power of time and space nomological laws around Fong Chun gradually faded and formed a layer of special aura. Consecrator Fong Chun is fine, so I'll take my leave first. After the Phoenix Clan leader confirmed that Fong Chun was fine, she turned around and left. Star and Moon was the only one left in the courtyard, quietly watching Fong Chun. Boom! At some point, a deafening sound erupted from Fong Chen's body. Immediately after, the time and space precepts in his body were sucked dry. Hiss, 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 the moment Fong Chen opened his eyes, the 2 types of precepts instantly gathered together, forming a terrifying space-time aura. At the same time, Fong Chen's primordial spirit trembled in his mind. He seemed to have gained some understanding of the space-time cultivation system. Space-time, I see. The vast aura around Fong Chun gradually converged. Brother Chun, Star and Moon called out. Fong Chun stood up with a smile on his face. I've made you worry. It's okay, Star and Moon said. Fong Chun gently pulled Star and Moon into his arms. When he thought of the 2 divine kings of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, a cold, murderous intent shot out from his eyes. Divine King Yin-Yu, Divine King Chan-Chun, I won't let you off, Fong Chun said coldly. The dignified divine kings of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb had actually sneaked up on him. If word got out, he would definitely become a laughingstock. However, it was precisely because of their sneak attack that the attack had landed on him. As a result, the strange stone shook and the energy inside was absorbed by Fong Chun. This allowed Fong Chun to gain such a harvest. Fong Chun let out a soft cry of surprise. To his surprise, he discovered that his cultivation had already reached the celestial deity realm since who knew when. That's great. Fong Chun was overjoyed. After reaching the heavenly god realm, his understanding of the space-time cultivation system had deepened. Now, when he used the space-time book, divine kings would not be able to find him at all. Even a divine emperor realm expert would have a hard time tracking him down. Now, I have nothing to fear against divine kings, Fong Chun said to himself. When he was in the divine lord realm, he could already fight against divine kings. If he were to fight against divine King He Dao now, he could kill him alone. Early the next morning, the second round of the competition began. After the first round of competition, 150 people were eliminated, leaving only 150 people. Therefore, there were only 75 matches in the second round. They drew lots step by step, and soon the lot was drawn. Under the command of the South Pole Divine Emperor, the competition gradually began. At the beginning of the competition, some of the weaker heavenly gods fought against each other. Ying Yi and Feng Peng stared at Fong Chun as if they wanted to see through him. Last night, their ancestors had sent a message to their clans, telling them to be careful of the Phoenix clan's consecrator. This person was quite powerful. Feng Peng and Ying Yi were naturally not convinced. They thought that their ancestors had overestimated Fong Chun. "Kid, you better pray that you don't meet me," Feng Peng said eerily. Boom! At this moment, the battle on the martial arts stage was over. A heavenly god from the Demon Bird clan killed a heavenly god from the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan has declined after all. This heavenly god did not forget to mock the Phoenix clan after winning. The crowd was already used to this. This was because not only did the Phoenix clan's heavenly god fall, but also the heavenly gods from the Demon Bird clan and Tian Peng clan. Feng Yan'ai and Feng Xiao who took the stage one after another. Both of them were very powerful. So far, they had not met a powerful heavenly god. Therefore, when facing the two of them, their opponents directly admitted defeat. Oh, they've learned. Fong Chun saw this and smiled faintly. I thought that the Demon Bird clan and Tian Peng clan would continue to fight to the death. The two Beast clans are basically heavenly gods. They are also afraid of losing too much, Star and Moon said. Although the Demon Bird clan and Tian Peng clan had changed their strategy, they would directly admit defeat whenever they met an opponent that was too strong for the Phoenix clan. However, there were exceptions, such as Star and Moon. The opponent wanted to admit defeat, but Star and Moon did not give him a chance at all. In a flash, she killed the opponent. This made the two Beast clans even angrier, but there was nothing they could do. What a fiery girl. But this is what I like. Ying Yi's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Only by conquering a girl like this will I feel good. The Tian Peng clan's Feng Peng also stared greedily at Star and Moon. The two of them wanted nothing more than to fight Star and Moon right now. Star and Moon's battle was too fast. There was no time for them to react. It was only when she walked off the stage that they finally reacted. Thunderous applause rang out from the Phoenix clan's area. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. As long as you were strong enough, you would be respected no matter where you went. It's my turn. Star and Moon's battle had just ended when it was Fong Chen's turn. He smiled faintly at Xingyu and leaped onto the martial arts stage. Shuepeng also jumped onto the stage from the Tian Peng clan's area. Everyone cried out in alarm. Fong Chen's opponent was actually Shuepeng. Shuepeng's ranking was even higher than Tian Qinzi's. He was ranked 4th on the South Pole Celestial God list. Although he was only one rank away from Tian Qinzi, Tian Qinzi had once said in public that he was inferior to Shuepeng. From this, one could see Shuepeng's strength. Shuepeng was an expert of the Tian Peng clan, second only to Feng Peng. Shuepeng, don't hold back. Kill him for me, Feng Peng roared. He's dead for sure against Shuepeng, Ying Yi also said calmly. It seemed that the two Beast clans both thought that Fong Chun wouldn't be able to resist Shuepeng. However, facing Shuepeng, Fong Chun was very calm. Kid, you were lucky enough to kill Tian Qinzi in the last round. This round, let me end your legend, Shui Peng said coldly. Are you sure you won't follow in Tian Qinzi's footsteps? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 1879. In the Phoenix Clan's area, everyone was shouting Fang Chen's name. They believed that Fang Chen could create another miracle. On the VIP stand, Emperor He Fowl and Emperor Long Peng sneered. Tian Qinzi is no match for Shui Peng. He's dead meat, Emperor Long Peng said coldly. He knew Shui Peng well. That's right. Shui Peng's true form is a bloodthirsty black Peng. He has the terrifying bloodthirsty realm. Once a divine god falls into the bloodthirsty realm, he'll definitely die. Emperor He Fowl nodded. The bloodthirsty realm was not very useful for a true god, but for a divine god, it was a synonym for death. If Shui Peng had not offended a divine emperor many years ago and was severely injured, his cultivation would have dropped drastically. He would have surpassed Feng Peng and become the top expert on the South Pole divine god list. But even so, Shui Peng had improved his cultivation to this level after a few years of silence. And because of his deep accumulation, his bloodthirsty realm had become very bloody. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen stood there calmly without any fear on his face. Seeing this, Shui Peng exuded a strong bloody aura. Bloodthirsty realm. Suddenly, Shui Peng let out a low roar. Instantly, a terrifying bloody aura engulfed the entire martial arts arena, enveloping Fang Chen in the middle. Realm. Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect Shui Peng to release such a powerful realm. Bang! In the bloodthirsty realm, Fang Chen felt a terrifying aura approaching. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, he set up a sacred formation to separate himself from the bloodthirsty domain. You're too naive if you think you can resist my bloodthirsty realm. Shui Peng sneered and turned into his true form. A black heavenly Peng spread his wings and flew into the bloodthirsty realm. The people outside opened their eyes wide and looked at the martial arts stage. The bloodthirsty realm blocked them from seeing what was going on inside. Space-time book. Fang Chen sneered his heart and unleashed the time and space book. The fused time and space chi instantly spread out. Wherever the time and space chi passed, Fang Chen's figure could be seen. Puff! Puff! Fang Chen found the right opportunity and used the hidden star sword in his hand to slash at the wings of the blood rock. Crack! The blood rock's wings were directly cut off by Fang Chen, and it let out a miserable cry. At the same time, the bloody aura in the bloodthirsty domain became violet. If it was a true god weapon, it would definitely be able to destroy the wings of the crimson rock. Fang Chen looked at the hidden star sword in his hand. Previously, when he was assassinating the Dark Sword God King, the hidden star sword had shattered. However, in the Phoenix Clan, Fang Chen personally refined the hidden star sword. The newly refined hidden star sword had reached the level of a top-quality, heavenly divine artifact. However, there was still a certain gap between a top-quality, heavenly divine artifact and a true god artifact. In the blink of an eye, the blood rock controlled the bloody aura and crazily attacked Fang Chen. It's about time to end this. Fang Chen used the space-time book again, and his body moved unpredictably. At the same time, he used the ancient soul-refining art of destruction. Boom! A terrifying sword light pierced the blood rock's body. Immediately, the blood rock was nailed to the martial arts practice platform. Hiss! The bloodthirsty domain gradually collapsed. After a while, the people outside finally saw the situation on the martial arts practice platform clearly. What? The blood rock has fallen. No one knew who shouted, but suddenly, the entire square was in an uproar. Even the 4 divine emperors on the rostrum were a little stunned. How was it possible? How could he resist the blood rock's bloodthirsty domain? The dragon rock divine emperor was very puzzled. The black bird divine emperor beside him had a gloomy face, unable to accept this result. The South Pole divine emperor looked at Fang Chen in shock, while the Phoenix Clan master was overjoyed. On the martial arts practice platform, the tip of the hidden star sword was inserted into the ground, nailing the blood rock's body. The scene was simply too shocking. The blood rock was the 4th strongest on the South Pole divine ranking. However, in front of Fang Chen, he was so weak. How strong is he? In the Phoenix area, Feng Xiao said in confusion. Feng Ni's expression kept changing. After a long time, she sighed, knowing that she was not as good as Feng Chun. Some people were happy, while others were sad. In the Phoenix clan area, there was a burst of wild cheers. In the Tian Peng clan area, angry voices could be heard. The Wind Rock narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Chun. Kid, the Blood Rock will not die in vain, the Wind Rock said coldly. Feng Chun glanced at the Wind Rock, walked in front of the Blood Rock, and gently pulled out the hidden star sword. Crack! The Blood Rock's body instantly collapsed, and a breeze blew past, dissipating between heaven and earth. The fourth strongest on the South Pole, Divine Ranking, had died on the martial arts practice platform. Feng Chun put away the hidden star sword and returned to the Phoenix clan area. If yesterday's killing of Tian Qinzi was somewhat lucky, then today's killing of the Blood Rock made everyone have to reevaluate Feng Chun. The latter's strength was stronger than they had imagined. It seems that the winner of this divine great competition will be Eagle Wing, Wind Rock, Star and Moon, and Feng Chun. Star and Moon is slightly weaker. I think the strongest three will be Eagle Wing, Wind Rock, and Feng Chun. No matter who it is, this divine great competition will be exciting. Outside the square, the surrounding warriors were whispering. The two Beast clans did not expect things to turn out this way. Even though they were angry, there was nothing they could do. They were the ones who made the rules. Now that things had turned out this way, what else could they say? In the clouds, the Phoenix Ancestor and Emperor God Xiao Luo were smiling. The ancestors of the two Beast clans opposite them were gloomy. We can't let this kid live, the Heavenly Rock Ancestor said. The Demon Bird Ancestor nodded. It doesn't matter, even if he is a disciple of the Heaven Bone Palace. The Bone Progenitor will not start a war with US because of him. On the square, the battle was still ongoing. However, Feng Chun's battle was too dazzling. It overshadowed the battle behind him. Until the end of the second round, everyone felt like they were in a dream. They did not understand how Feng Chun could withstand Shui Peng's bloodthirsty realm. Only the Star and Moon knew that Feng Chun's strength had already surpassed Shui Peng's. Even Wind Rock and Eagle Wing were not his match, let alone Shui Peng. After the second round of the competition ended, everyone from the Phoenix clan returned to their stronghold in high spirits. The two Beast clans' faces were gloomy. At the Demon Bird clan's stronghold, Blackbird Divine Emperor, the Phoenix race has such a dark horse. This is something we did not expect, said Divine Emperor Dragonrock. We have to think of a way to get rid of this trouble. Their original plan was to kill the Phoenix clan's divine great competition. However, after only 2 rounds, the two Beast clans had lost so many outstanding divine realm experts. Therefore, they had to change their strategy. Unless Feng Chun faces Eagle Wing or Wind Rock, no one can stop him. The Blackbird Emperor nodded and said, but the South Pole Divine Emperor is in charge of drawing lots. We can't interfere. Just as the Dragon Rock Emperor and the Blackbird Emperor were thinking, 2 Divine Emperors appeared. Ancestor, the two of them hurriedly called out. Feng Chun's appearance has disrupted our plan. We have to get rid of him, the Demon Bird Ancestor said. But the 2 Celestial Kings also had their own difficulties. Now that things had developed to this point, they were helpless and could only pray that Ying Yi and Feng Peng would meet Feng Chun as soon as possible. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb has a grudge against Feng Chun. The 2 Divine Emperors came to the South Pole continent to capture Feng Chun. However, they alerted the Phoenix clan leader during the sneak attack, causing the attack to fail. You can contact the 2 Divine Emperors, the Sky Rock Ancestor said. Okay. The 2 Divine Emperors' eyes lit up when they heard that. They quickly thought about it. At night, it was dark in the South Pole City. In a secluded courtyard, 2 God Kings suddenly appeared. Come out, the Dragon Rock Emperor said. Divine Emperors of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, we mean no harm. Please come out and meet us, the Blackbird Emperor said. Whoosh! 2 figures walked out of the darkness. They were Divine Emperor Chan Shun and Divine Emperor Yin Yu. Are you here for us? Divine Emperor Chan asked. Chapter 1880. Divine King Chan Shun and Divine King Yin Yu looked at the two divine kings cautiously. If I wanted to kill you, would you still be alive? Divine King Long Peng sneered. Hearing this, the two great divine kings trembled. Indeed, they were divine kings, and the two before them were divine kings. May I know why the two of you are here? Divine King Chanshan thought for a moment and asked. Of course, Divine King He Fao said. Divine King, Yin Yu waved his hand and said, sit here. The four of them sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Under the dark night sky, the four of them were discussing how to deal with Fang Chun. This kid killed the only disciple of the Death Emperor, swordsman Xiao Yun. The Death Emperor personally ordered us to capture this kid. Divine King Chen suddenly said, so it's impossible for us to do anything to Fang Chun. That's right. We have to capture Fang Chun. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Death Emperor, Divine King Yin Yu said. The two Divine Kings' attitude was clear. They could take action, but they couldn't kill Fang Chun. The Black Bird Divine Emperor and the Dragon Rock Divine Emperor looked at each other. Then they chuckled and said, we can agree to your request and let you capture Fang Chun. However, you must guarantee that he will never step into the territory of the South Pole. That's not a problem. This kid killed swordsman Xiao Yun. The Death Emperor won't let him go, Divine King Yin Yu said. Who knows? The Death Emperor might refine him into a death warrior, Divine King Chanshan said. Those who offended the Death God Emperor had never been able to survive. This kid was no exception. If he was captured, he would definitely die. All right, it's a deal. The two Divine Kings stood up and disappeared into the darkness. Divine King Yin Yu looked at the two Divine Kings' backs and asked in a low voice, Chun, do you think this is a good idea? Divine King Chun narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. After that, he said, do we have any other ideas? We have been out for a long time. If we are unable to capture him and report back, the Death God Emperor will definitely be furious. At that time, only death will await us. Why don't we take a gamble here? All right, let's do it then. God King, Yin Yu nodded heavily. After a night's rest, everyone gathered in the square early the next morning. On the rostrum, the four divine emperors stood side by side. After 2 rounds of competition, only 75 Empyrean gods remained. The Empyrean gods who could advance to the 3rd round were all the strongest Empyrean gods. Their strength was almost invincible among the celestial gods of the South Pole. Of course, there are also some dark horses. For example, Fang Chun was the biggest dark horse in this year's Heavenly Deity Grand Competition. Moreover, he was the most popular candidate to win the championship. Many people had already compared him to Ying, Yi, and Feng Peng. From this point, it could be seen how astonishing his performance in the previous 2 battles was. According to the rules, the 3rd round was still a 2-on-1 battle. However, there was a slight change today. It was unknown how the 4 divine emperors negotiated, but the rules were changed. The 3rd round was no longer a 2-on-1 battle, but a test of survival skills for the Empyrean gods. There are a total of 75 Empyrean gods participating in the 3rd round of the test, the South Pole Divine Emperors said slowly. You Empyrean gods will participate in the test of survival skills. The test will be held in Dragon's Pine Ridge. There was an uproar in the square, and everyone was talking about it. They did not expect the 3rd round of the test to be held in Dragon's Pine Ridge. It was known that Dragon's Pine Ridge was known as the harvester of Empyrean gods. If Empyrean gods entered, it was almost certain that they would die. Unless they were extremely strong Empyrean gods, they could rely on their own strength to survive. The environment in Dragon's Pine Ridge was very harsh. It was very difficult to survive. More importantly, in Dragon's Pine Ridge, Empyrean gods' power would be confined. What did this mean? It meant that after entering Dragon's Pine Ridge, everyone was no different from ordinary people. No matter how big the gap in their cultivation was, in Dragon's Pine Ridge, they were all standing on the same starting line. Being unable to use Empyrean gods' power meant that they could not use powerful divine techniques. In this way, the battle between Empyrean gods could only rely on the strength of their physical bodies and primordial spirits. Therefore, when everyone heard that the test was held in Dragon's Pine Ridge, they were a little stunned. In Dragon Pine Ridge, there are no rules. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill any enemy. Your only goal is to survive, the South Pole Divine Emperor said. This test will last for only a month. At that time, the strongest 10 will be determined, and then the battles will be held one by one. I think everyone should be aware of how dangerous Dragon's Pine Ridge is. It's not too late to withdraw now. If you really enter Dragon Pine Ridge, you can't regret it. Unless a month is up, no one will be able to break the restriction set up by the 4 Divine Emperors. The South Pole Divine Emperor said solemnly. Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes were full of complicated emotions. In the Phoenix Clan's area, everyone gathered around Feng Ni and Feng Xiu, waiting for their opinions. At this moment, Feng Ni's beautiful eyes looked at Feng Chun, and she asked in a low voice, Master Feng, what do you think? When Feng Chun heard this, he walked to Feng Ni's side and said bluntly, My opinion is that those who are weaker don't have to go in. In this Empyrean God tournament, the 2 Beast clans have made it clear that they want to kill the Empyrean gods of the Phoenix clan. The 3rd test will be held in Dragon's Pine Ridge, and it's hard to say whether the 2 Beast clans have any tricks up their sleeves. Instead of going in to die, it's better to just give up. Anyway, in the end, only the top 10 will be determined, Feng Chen added. Feng Ni and Feng Xiu looked at each other. Feng Chen's words made sense. After a short discussion, everyone finally agreed to this decision. After a while, Feng Ni walked to Feng Chen's side and said, This time, only the 4 of us will be entering Dragon's Pine Ridge. Feng Ni was talking about herself, Feng Xiu, Feng Chun, and Star and Moon. The 4 of them were currently the strongest Empyrean gods of the Phoenix clan, and there was no doubt that they would enter the top 10. Feng Chen nodded. The remaining Empyrean gods of the Phoenix clan all withdrew from the competition. The Blackbird Emperor and the Dragon Rock Emperor were not surprised. When they made this decision, they had already guessed this. Moreover, their target was not the weak Empyrean gods. Killing the top Empyrean gods was the most important thing. Unsurprisingly, the Demon Bird clan and the Heavenly Rock clan had the same idea as the Phoenix clan. In this way, a total of 20 Empyrean gods of the 3 Beast clans entered Dragon's Pine Ridge. Have you all thought it through? The South Pole Divine Emperor asked. Yes. The South Pole Divine Emperor nodded and waved his hand. Then let's go. The 4 Divine Emperors led the way, and the 20 Empyrean gods followed closely behind. They flew out of South Pole City. Dragon's Pine Ridge was not too far from South Pole City. After a while, everyone arrived at Dragon Pine Ridge. What a strong restriction. Feng Chun was shocked. The restriction around Dragon's Pine Ridge was so strong that even he was shocked. A restriction set up by the 4 Divine Emperors? Feng Chen's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. All right, you all may enter. As soon as the South Pole Divine Emperor finished speaking, the 20 Empyrean gods entered Dragon's Pine Ridge. Dong! The restriction closed completely. In the clouds, the 4 Divine Emperors looked at each other and then left. In a dark place in Dragon's Pine Ridge. Chanshen, do you think the 2 Beast clans can persuade the Phoenix clan to change the rules? Divine King Yinyu asked worriedly. Don't worry. With the 2 Divine Emperors, it will definitely succeed, Divine King Chanshen said. It turned out that the 2 Beast clans had secretly sent Divine King Yinyu and Divine King Chanshen into Dragon's Pine Ridge last night. Then, the 2 Divine Emperors went to negotiate with the Phoenix clan elder. As for what happened during this time, no one knew. But in the end, the Phoenix clan elder agreed to change the rules of the 3rd round. Sometimes, the process was not important. What was important was the result. It was the same for Divine King Yinyu and Divine King Chanshen. The process of capturing Feng Chun was not honorable. Chapter 1881. Dragon Pine Ridge. In a forest filled with towering trees, Feng Chun and the other 3 stood side by side, looking around. Sure enough, we can't activate the heavenly god's power. Feng Chun grinned. When he first came in, he tried many times, but he failed every time. Dragon Pine Ridge was very strange. The rules here were very chaotic. As long as one entered here, the heavenly god's power would be confined. When a heavenly god's power was confined, one would not be able to use divine skills. Let's not split up. We'll move together, Feng Xiu'er said. Okay, we just need to persevere for a month, Feng and I said. The four of them moved forward quickly. After a while, the four of them heard a roar. Then, a sky fire bull appeared in front of them. This is a sky fire bull of the heavenly god realm. Feng Xiu'er opened her mouth, feeling a little helpless. As soon as they came in, they encountered a sky fire bull. Roar. When the sky fire bull saw Feng Chun and the other three, it roared at the sky and immediately rushed over. Kill. Feng Chun attacked first. Since he could not use the heavenly god's power, he could only use brute force. Bang! Feng Chun channeled all the strength in his body and gathered it on his fist. Then he punched the sky firebull's head. Crack! The horns on the sky firebull's head cracked under Feng Chen's attack. Feng Chen's body was also forced back by the sky firebull. What a strong power! Feng Xiu'er was speechless. Feng Chen's strength was too strong. He was almost invincible among the heavenly gods. Let's attack together. At this time, Feng and I reacted and attacked the sky firebull. Feng and I and Feng Xiu'er's strength could only be considered average. Feng Chen's strength was needless to say. His perfect sword body showed an absolute advantage at this moment. However, Star and Moon's strength was beyond the two girls' expectations. Yu'er's Xianin Phoenix body can burst out 100-fold power in an instant. It's really powerful, Feng Chun said to himself. After a while, the four of them finished off the sky firebull. Let's go. The battle with the sky firebull would definitely attract other divine beasts. If a group of divine beasts appeared, it would be troublesome. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, they encountered a heavenly deity from the Devil Bird clan. Without saying a word, they directly took action and killed him. After that, they did not encounter any other heavenly gods. Dragon's Pine Ridge. The four of them sat on a blue stone to rest. Feng Chun muttered these 4 words. Do you know the origin of Dragon's Pine Ridge? Feng Chun asked with great interest. Dragon's Pine Ridge has existed for a very long time. Rumor has it that it has existed since the beginning of this era of the universe. The ancestral records of our Phoenix race seem to have records of Dragon's Pine Mountain Range, Feng Xiu'er said. I remember that the ancestral book once said that there were traces of a true dragon in Dragon's Pine Ridge. One of the ancestors of our Phoenix clan used the aura of a true dragon in Dragon's Pine Mountain Range to finally pass the final hurdle and become a god emperor, Feng and I said. Not long after that ancestor became a god emperor, he was almost invincible. That was also the most glorious time of our Phoenix clan in this era of the universe. Traces of a true dragon. Hearing this, Feng Chen's eyes flickered. He had once obtained the blood of a true dragon in the Holy Dragon Mountains of the 100,000 Mountains. He had never refined it. Now that he heard that Dragon's Pine Ridge was related to a true dragon, he was slightly tempted. What else does your ancestral record say about Dragon Pine Ridge? Feng Chen asked. Feng Xiu'er and Feng and I shook their heads. They had also inadvertently heard the clan leader mention it. They were not qualified to read the ancestral records of Dragon's Pine Ridge. I remember that the clan leader once inadvertently said something like this. Feng and I suddenly remembered something from the past. One day, Longcheng Shao will be invincible throughout the southeast. What does that mean? Feng Chun frowned and racked his brains. One day, Longcheng Shao will be invincible throughout the southeast. Star and Moon said softly. Does this mean that the inheritance left behind by the true dragon is in the southeast region of Dragon's Pine Ridge? Feng Chun stood up and hurriedly asked, Do you know anything about Dragon's Pine Ridge? Feng Xiu'er nodded and said, Although we have never been here before, the clan has a map. Then, Feng Xiu'er took out the map and handed it to Feng Chun. The latter took the map and opened it. His gaze instantly fell on the southeast region, and there happened to be a red dot there. What does this red dot mean? Feng Chun asked. The clan leader said that where there is a red dot, it means that there is a god-king level divine beast, Feng and I said. Feng Chun glanced at the map and found 7 red dots on it. However, 4 of them were in the southeast region. Could there really be an inheritance in the southeast region? Fang Chun thought to himself. Combining all the circumstances, Fang Chun felt that this sentence recorded in the Phoenix clan's ancestral book should be referring to something. Anyway, this test will last for a month. Why don't we go and see how it goes? Maybe there will be unexpected gains, Fang Chun said. The 3 girls nodded and had no objections. Then let's go, Fang Chun said. Dragon Pine Ridge was vast. The entire Dragon's Pine Ridge was covered with a thick aura. There were many divine beasts in the other regions, but there was almost no divine beast in the southeast region. After 3 days, Fang Chun and the others bypassed many divine beasts and came to the southeast region. You two try to activate your Phoenix bloodline and see if you can sense anything, Fang Chun said. Feng and I and Feng Xiu activated their Phoenix bloodline and tried to sense something. However, at this moment, Star and Moon spoke. Brother Chun, I feel that something is calling me, Star and Moon said. Where is it? Fang Chun's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. It should be in the direction of the 4th red dot. Star and Moon pointed at the map and said. Fang Chun heard this and was slightly tempted. There were a total of 4 red dots in the southeast region, and the red that Star and Moon pointed at was vaguely surrounded by the other 3 red dots. Is this a coincidence? Fang Chun muttered to himself. After a while, Fang Chun said, You lead the way. Just like that, Star and Moon led the way, and Fang Chun and the others followed closely behind. There were God King level divine beasts in the southeast region, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Not long after Fang Chun and the others left, God King Yin and God King Chun happened to arrive. Look, God King Yin suddenly saw a black dot disappear in front of them. Is it Fang Chun? God King Chun hurriedly asked. I don't know. Let's catch up and see. With that, the 2 God Kings quickly chased after them. After a few breaths, they caught up with Fang Chun and the others. It really is him. After confirming the identity, the 2 God Kings revealed a sinister smile in their eyes. Then, God King Chun let out a low roar and shot toward Fang Chun. Thief, surrender quickly. Fang Chun and the others were walking carefully when they suddenly heard a roar. They turned around and saw that it was the 2 God Kings of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Their expressions changed drastically. How did they get in? Could it be the 2 great beast clans? Fang Chun's face turned completely gloomy. God King Yin and God King Chun stared at Fang Chun and sneered. Kid, who will save you today? You will definitely die after offending the God of Death Emperor. Be a good boy and give yourself up. As they spoke, the 2 God Kings emitted a terrifying true God force. Dragon's Pine Ridge could confine the heavenly God force, but it couldn't confine the true God force. Facing 2 great divine kings like this, there was virtually no strength to resist at all. What should we do? Feng Xiu was a little anxious. A thought flashed across Fang Chun's mind. He immediately said, The person you want to deal with is me, not them. Let them go, and I will leave with you. Otherwise, I will rather die than be captured by you. Faced with Fang Chun's coercion, the 2 God Kings' eyes flickered. Can you commit suicide in front of us? God King Yin sneered. You'll know if you try. Fang Chun sneered. You're courting death. God King Yin let out a low roar and flicked his big hand. Terrifying true God force instantly swept across the land. Fang Chun pushed the 3 girls away and said, Leave quickly. Then he activated his perfect sword body and took a hit from God King Yin. Poochie. His body flew out and he spat out blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 3 girls quickly escaped. Chapter 1882. With the strong defense of his perfect sword body, he barely managed to block Divine King Yin attack. None of you can escape. Divine King Chun sneered when he saw this. With a leap, he chased after Xing Yue and company. As for Fang Chun, he was being attacked by Divine King Yin. Bam! Divine King Yin attack was very strong. Fang Chun could barely block it. Damn it! Fang Chun cursed and forcefully activated his perfect sword body to block the attack. Huff, huff, huff. Xing Yu and the other two ladies sensed God King Chun chasing after them, and their expressions changed drastically. Let's block his attack. You lure the Divine King, level Divine Beast over. Feng Ni gritted her teeth and turned to attack Divine King Chun. At this point, Star and Moon did not waste any more time. They quickly rushed towards a red dot on the map. Bam! After being sent flying by Divine King Yin Yu once again, the golden heart beat rapidly. Golden liquid flowed out and spread all over Feng Chen's body. All of a sudden, Feng Chen felt a trace of power hidden in his body throbbing. This is true dragon blood. Feng Chen was overjoyed. He secretly activated the power of the true dragon blood. At the same time, with the help of the golden heart. Voila! With a shake of his wrist, Feng Chen quickly set up a saint-level array. Huff huff. After setting up the formation, Feng Chen was a little out of breath. With his heaven god power restrained, he would not be able to set up the array before. But with the help of the true dragon blood and the golden heart, he could barely set up the array. Although a saint-grade formation was unable to pose a threat to divine kings, it was still able to obstruct their attacks. Swoosh! Just as Divine King Chun was about to kill the two girls, a saint-level array suddenly appeared. Divine King Yin Yu in this quickly. Divine King Chun frowned and said in a low voice, "It's time to end this." Divine King Yin Yu nodded. Then a wild aura surged out from his body. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Feng Chen. Roar! The terrifying roar of a beast came from afar. Godly King Yin Yu and Godly King Chen's expressions changed slightly as they increased their strength. Crack Feng Ni and Feng Xiu were sent flying, spitting out blood. Feng Chen, on the other hand, was facing the attack of Divine King Yu Yu. Hu Star and Moon returned at an extremely fast speed, and behind her were two colossal beings. That is, Feng Xiu was overjoyed. Star and Moon had successfully lured in more than one God King level demon god beast. Two ends? In the process of chasing Star and Moon, the two God King level divine beasts discovered the aura of true god power and felt threatened. Roar! The two God King level divine beasts rushed towards the two God Kings. Damn it! Divine King Yin Yu roared and waved his hand, fighting one of the divine beasts. It was the same for Divine King Chun. He was engaged in an intense battle with another divine beast. Let's go. Feng Chen couldn't care less. He brought the three girls and rushed towards the fourth red dot. Dong! Behind them, a deafening roar of anger could be heard. At the same time, the angry voices of Divine King Chun and Divine King Yin Yu could be heard. We're almost there. Be careful. After traveling for a while, Feng Chen reminded the three girls to be careful. This area was the area where the fourth red that was on the map. It was very likely that powerful divine beasts would appear. Roar! The two divine beasts were killed by Divine King Yin Yu and Divine King Chun. The two of them quickly caught up. Feng Chen and the other three hid behind a green rock. With a thought, a heavenly god weapon appeared in Feng Chen's palm. Seeing that the two god kings were about to catch up to him, Feng Chen suddenly exerted force and threw the heavenly divine artifact onto the small hill ahead. Crack! The heavenly god weapon landed on the small hill. However, a shocking scene happened. There seemed to be a terrifying corrosive force on the small hill. When the heavenly god weapon landed, it was instantly crushed. That is, the three girls exclaimed. As for Feng Chen, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His guess was right. There was indeed a terrifying divine beast here. Roar! The small hill trembled. A wild roar resounded through the sky. Poof! The soil on the small hill cracked. A ferocious divine beast drilled out from the ground. It had 3 heads. Each head emitted a terrifying aura. What a terrifying divine beast! Feng Chen was shocked. When the 2 god kings arrived, the 3 divine beasts drilled out from the ground. Its 6 eyes stared at the 2 god kings as it roared into the sky. Dong! The 3 divine beasts opened their mouths at the same time. A terrifying suction force spread out and enveloped the 2 god kings. The two god kings were then sucked to the front of the small hill. Beast, you're courting death. God King Yin Yu roared angrily and immediately attacked. God King Chan Chen's face was gloomy. It was not good to be entangled by this big guy. The two god kings joined forces and fought fiercely with the three divine beasts. Fong Chun and the other three hid behind the green rock. They were very careful and did not even dare to watch the fierce battle. Consecrator Fong, are we going to escape? Feng Xiu'er asked. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe they will both be defeated and injured. We will be the aureole behind and kill the two god kings, Fong Chun said. The battle continued, and the commotion was very big. From time to time, they could hear the roars of the two god kings. At the same time, they could also hear the deafening sounds of the three divine beasts attacking. The intense battle lasted for about an hour before the commotion finally died down. Fong Chun carefully climbed up from behind the green rock and suddenly found that the divine beasts were three god kings. The three divine beasts were forced into a dead end by the two great divine kings. It seemed like they could die at any moment. Roar! All of a sudden, the three divine beasts opened their bloody mouths and spat out green liquid onto the bodies of the two divine kings. Not good. The two god kings cried out miserably as they desperately resisted the corrosion of the green liquid. Crack! At this moment, the three divine beasts dragged their tired bodies and bit off the arms of the two god kings. Go to hell, bastards! God King Chan Chun used all his strength and bombarded the bodies of the three divine beasts. Dong! The three divine beasts finally could not hold on any longer. Their vitality quickly disappeared, and their huge bodies collapsed on the small hill. At this moment, the auras of the two god kings were also extremely weak. This is an opportunity. Fong Chun was secretly happy. Wait here. I'll go take a look. With that, Fong Chun walked out from behind the green rock and quickly came in front of the small hill. How is it? Does it feel good? Fong Chun grinned. Seeing the two god kings in such a sorry state, he was very happy. Brat, you still dare to appear, God King Yin Yu said coldly. Since you're here, we won't have to look for you. Surrender and follow us back to the Sword Palace of South Tomb, God King Chan Chun said. Humph, the two of you can't even take care of yourselves now, and you still want to capture me? What a joke. Fong Chun sneered. The two god kings stood up with difficulty, and rich heavenly god energy emanated from their bodies. They said coldly, Brat, you should know that this is Dragon's Pine Ridge. Heavenly god energy is restricted, but true god energy is not restricted. Even if we're injured, we can still kill you. Looking at the two god kings who were staggering to the point where they could barely stand, Fong Chun had the urge to kill them. He suddenly slashed out with his sword, and it hit God King Yin Yu. Ding! Because there was no heavenly god energy, the sword did not have much power. It was blocked by God King Yin Yu. Ha ha, brat, what else can you do? Come back with us obediently, God King Yin Yu mocked. Brat, don't waste your energy. If you want to be the aureole, you need to be strong. A piece of trash like you dares to go against us? God King Chan Chun laughed. After such a long time, the mission was finally about to be completed. The two god kings were very happy. With true god energy protecting their bodies, even if they let Fong Chun attack, he would not be able to kill them. Damn it! Fong Chun cursed and continued to attack God King Yin Yu. But the result was the same. He was not a threat at all. He gritted his teeth and then took a step forward, stepping onto the small hill. It's useless. I can stand here and let you attack, but you can't kill me. God King Yin Yu sneered. If we capture you, the Death God Emperor will reward us handsomely. God King Chun laughed wildly. But at this moment, Fong Chun was stunned. He looked at his body in disbelief. Chapter 1883. Is it because of the small hill? Fong Chun thought to himself. Then, he took a step back and left the small hill. Suddenly, the heavenly god power was sealed again and could not be used. I see. Fong Chun was overjoyed and looked up at the two divine kings. The two of them were looking at him with schadenfreude, constantly mocking him. Kid, you can't live if you go against the South Tomb Sword Palace, Divine King Yin Yu said disdainfully. Fong Chun took another step forward and arrived at the top of the small hill. "Kid, it's useless. Don't waste time," Divine King Chanshan said. Puchi Fong Chun swung his sword lightly. The hidden star sword carried a terrifying aura and slashed at Divine King Yin Yu's neck. Immediately, Divine King Yin Yu's head fell to the ground. Divine King Chanshan was shocked and cried out, "How is this possible? How can you use the heavenly god power?" Divine King Yin Yu's primordial spirit floated out of his head and shouted crazily, "Do you feel fear?" The hidden star sword swung again and killed the injured Divine King Yin Yu's primordial spirit. The dignified Divine King of the South Tomb Sword Palace died just like that. He died more grieved than Divine King Blacksword. Standing on the small hill, the heavenly god power would not be sealed. With the support of the heavenly god power, Fong Chen's attack power reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, Divine King Yin Yu died. Divine King Chen's body kept retreating, his face full of horror. "How did you—" Unfortunately, he was only able to say half of what he wanted to say before he could say it again. Puchi, after killing Divine King Chanshan with a sword, a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. He put away the two Divine King's Sumeru rings. At this time, Star and Moon came out. Seeing the astonishment on the three ladies' faces, Fong Chun waved his hand and brought the three ladies to the small hill. "Am I dreaming?" Feng Xiao felt like she was dreaming. It was very illusory. "Brother Chun, I feel that the summoning is getting stronger." Star and Moon's expression changed. Fong Chun nodded. He was basically certain now. There should be a secret under this small hill. One day, Long Chong Xiao will be invincible in the southeast. Fong Chun mumbled to himself. Now he finally understood. The golden light should be the color of the true dragon's aura. Being invincible meant that one could stand on a small hill and use the power of a heavenly god. No one else can use it except you. If this isn't invincibility, then what is? Throughout the southeast. It should be all over the southeast. With this discovery, Fong Chun was very excited. "I'll stand guard here. You three go down and take a look," Fong Chun said. The three women all had the power of the phoenix. Perhaps he could discover something. The three women nodded and then went underground. Fong Chun sat cross-legged, guarding the place. South Tomb Sword Palace, Death Park. This place was filled with the aura of death all year round. It was extremely terrifying. Ordinary deity emperors were not willing to come here as they were afraid of offending the Death God Emperor. In a garden in the Death Park, all of a sudden, the Death God Emperor opened her eyes and a figure appeared in the garden. "Junior brother." The Death God Emperor spoke. "Senior brother, the three deity emperors that were sent out to capture the culprit have all fallen." The Evergreen Deity Emperor said with a gloomy face. Bang! The Death God Emperor clenched his fist and punched the stone bench beside him. Instantly, the stone bench turned into dust. "Damn it," the Death God Emperor said coldly. "Send the deity emperors." The Evergreen Deity Emperor's face changed. He then said, "Senior brother, you know the current situation of our South Tomb Sword Palace. Master's plan is in progress. Deity emperors are not allowed to leave the South Tomb Sword Palace. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the responsibility of ruining Master's plan." Thinking about Master God Emperor Swordless, a complicated look flashed across the Death God Emperor's eyes. He then said, "Then send more and stronger deity emperors. We must capture this lad." "Senior brother, don't worry. I've already sent the order. The lineup sent out this time is very powerful. Even if that lad becomes a deity emperor, he won't be able to escape from our clutches. 3 years. In 3 years, I can leave the South Tomb Sword Palace." The Death God Emperor closed his eyes and said in a deep voice. The South Tomb Sword Palace was one of the top 7 forces in the deity world. There were countless deity emperors and countless deity emperors. If it was in the past, with the Death God Emperor's character, he would have sent the deity emperors. However, God Emperor Swordless was carrying out his plan recently. It was very important. Deity emperors and deity emperors were not allowed to leave the South Tomb Sword Palace. This caused Deity Emperor Chanshan and the other two to fail after chasing for so long. At this time, Fong Chun, who was in the South Pole, had no idea that he was facing an even greater danger. After guarding the small hill for 7 days, Fong Ni and Fong Xiao walked out of the ground. "How was it?" Fong Chun asked. The two girls were full of smiles. "Consecrated Fong, thank you so much. There is the inheritance of our Phoenix clan's ancestors underground," Fong Xiao said with a smile. "Both of us have received a succession. It won't be long before we can step into the deity king realm," Fong and I said. Fong and I, who had always been serious, also smiled on her fair face. "Congratulations." Fong Chun cupped his fists. "The inheritance that Star and Moon received is probably not weaker than ours," Fong Xiao said. Time passed, and it was Fong Xiao and Fong Ni's turn to guard. Fong Chun went underground. As soon as he entered, he felt the true dragon's blood surging in his body. "What's going on?" Fong Chun frowned. Could there really be traces of a true dragon here? Fong Chun followed the true dragon's blood and quickly found a palace. Star and Moon sat cross-legged in the middle of the palace, surrounded by 2 different auras. One was extremely cold, and the other was extremely hot. This was the essence of the mysterious Yin Phoenix physique. Yu's mysterious Yin Phoenix physique seems to be stronger. Fong Chun smiled. Buzz. At this moment, the golden heart beat rapidly, and a loud dragon roar came from the true dragon's blood. Fong Chun's body involuntarily came in front of a wall. This is Crash. As soon as Fong Chun arrived, the stone chips on the wall quickly fell off. A moment later, all the stone chips on the wall fell off. A portrait appeared in front of Fong Chun. On the portrait, there was a lifelike true dragon circling in the air, looking down at the ground. Who drew this? Fong Chun's heart trembled. Seeing the true dragon in the portrait, he was actually a little dazed. Boom! Although Fong Chun was prepared, he still couldn't resist the invasion of the illusion. Suddenly, an ancient scene appeared in his mind. That is, in the sky, a phoenix covered in flames, and a yellow dragon and a true dragon circled in the air. Their auras shook the sky. The true dragon and the phoenix seemed to be talking. A moment later, the two emitted a terrifying aura. The next moment, the true dragon and the phoenix quickly entangled together. The aura of the true dragon and the phoenix rose rapidly. Fong Chun thought of a word: dual cultivation. Boom! For words appeared in Fong Chun's mind. Dragon and phoenix merged. Immediately, a large number of words appeared in his mind. The true dragon's blood in Fong Chun's body erupted with a terrifying aura. His body uncontrollably walked toward the place where Star and Moon were cultivating. What's going on? Fong Chun's heart trembled. When he got close to Star and Moon, the latter opened her beautiful eyes. Her face was flushed, and her body was hot and fiery. Brother Chun. Xing Yu's mesmerizing eyes were filled with tenderness and tenderness. Her red lips opened slightly and said in a sweet voice. Immediately, she rushed into Fong Chun's arms. The aura of the true dragon and the power of the phoenix quickly merged together. Fong Chun and Star and Moon's bodies also began to heat up. The two of them began to forget themselves and kissed each other. Rip! Fong Chun pulled hard and directly tore Star and Moon's clothes. Suddenly, her snow-white body appeared in front of him. Although it wasn't the first time he saw it, it still shocked Fong Chun visually. Brother Chun. Star and Moon's sweet voice entered Fong Chun's ears. The latter's head was filled with blood. In an instant, he lost his mind and forcefully pulled Star and Moon into his arms. Not long after, the sound of delicate panting echoed in the palace, ceaselessly lingering in the ears. Chapter 1884. It was a beautiful night, a beautiful night. Inside the palace, Fong Chun held Star and Moon in his arms. The latter's face was flushed. Thinking about the excitement just now, her heart was a little restless. After the excitement just now, the two of them gradually calmed down. At this time, silence was better than words. Fong Chun and Star and Moon didn't make a sound. They didn't want to ruin the beautiful scene at this time. Fong Chun's palm gently stroked Star and Moon's snow-white skin. "You are," Fong Chun called softly. His eyes were as gentle as water. Star and Moon raised her head. Her white face was incomparably red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She felt very happy. It wasn't easy to be able to come this far with Fong Chun. Brother Chun, we will be together forever. Star and Moon rarely said such words. One could imagine how much her heart was moved. Buzz. However, just as Fong Chun was about to speak, Star and Moon's delicate body suddenly trembled. Then, a loud phoenix cry resounded through the sky. What's going on? Fong Chun hurriedly checked Star and Moon's body. The latter tried hard to suppress the power in her body and said in a low voice, Brother Chun, I feel like I'm about to break through. Star and Moon's words stunned Fong Chun. Break through. Immediately, Fong Chun's eyes widened. His face was full of ecstasy. He thought of the scene he saw before. The dragon and the phoenix merged. He had the blood of the true dragon in his body, and his wife Star and Moon had the Xianin phoenix body. The power of the phoenix in her body was very rich. The two of them cultivated together. The union of the dragon and the phoenix caused Star and Moon to break through the barrier of the divine king realm. Whoosh! Under Fong Chun's gaze, Star and Moon waved her hand. The power of the phoenix in her body surged out and instantly swept through the entire palace. After a while, the restless power in her body was suppressed. Not yet, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Fong Chun was startled, but he immediately understood what Star and Moon meant. Once she broke through to the God King realm, she would no longer be able to participate in the following heavenly God Great competition. Naturally, she would not be able to obtain first place. Are you all right? Fong Chun asked. Star and Moon shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Brother Chun. Star and Moon looked up and suddenly discovered that a golden light was surging from Fong Chun's body, making him look like a Buddhist statue. His aura was extremely terrifying. Howl the roar of a dragon came from his body. The golden heart beat rapidly, and in an instant, the true dragon blood hidden in his body completely spread out. Under the powerful refinement of the golden heart, the true dragon blood was gradually fusing into Fong Chun's bones. Fong Chun's face was filled with shock. He hurriedly looked inside his body and discovered that there was some phoenix power in his true dragon blood. As expected, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. The benefits of dual cultivation had greatly benefited him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the true dragon blood had completely fused into Fong Chun's bones. A rich aura surged from the golden heart, helping Fong Chun digest the true dragon aura. Dong! Fong Chun felt the primordial spirit in his mind tremble. The bodies of the three little golden men became more solid. The aura of the soul path was rapidly increasing, and his strength was also gradually increasing. I'm about to break through. Fong Chun immediately sensed that he was about to break through to the divine king realm. He had the same idea as Star and Moon. At the very least, he would break through after participating in the Heavenly God Grand competition. Therefore, Fong Chun didn't hesitate to use the golden heart to suppress the terrifying power in his body. The sea of precepts in his sea of chi surged, and the power of the 5 great precepts spun wildly. Vortexes appeared in the sea of precepts. Fong Chun's aura grew stronger and stronger. Suppress. Fong Chun growled. The golden heart unleashed its superpower, crazily absorbing the terrifying power brought about by the breakthrough. In a few breaths' time, the terrifying aura that made Fong Chun tremble was completely absorbed by the golden heart. Phew! Seeing this, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally suppressed. At this moment, the golden heart was filled with a vast amount of power. If he wanted to break through, he could release this power at any time and quickly step into the divine king realm. What a mysterious feeling. Fong Chun felt that his understanding of the martial Tao had deepened. Buzz, at this moment, Fong Chun's mind trembled, and the comprehension of the fundamental martial Tao instantly emerged. I see. Fong Chun's mouth kept muttering. His face was filled with an excited smile. There were a total of 3 levels of the fundamental martial Tao. He had reached the 2nd level a long time ago. However, He had been stuck at the second level, unable to comprehend the third level. Now, he had finally comprehended the third level of the fundamental martial Tao. Hong Long, the power in Fong Chen's body was surging crazily, and the strength of his perfect sword body was also becoming super strong. After a while, Fong Chen regained his calmness. The third level of the fundamental martial Tao, I see. Fong Chen grinned. After reaching this level, my attack power has at least doubled. In the vast divine world, many people did not care about the fundamental martial Tao. Only the experts standing at the peak of the divine world knew the importance of the fundamental martial Tao. However, at that time, it was too late for them to regret. In the history of the divine world, there were very few heavenly gods who could comprehend the third level of the fundamental martial Tao. Fong Chen had broken the record. Comprehending the third level of the fundamental martial Tao made him happier than breaking through to the divine king realm, because to be able to comprehend it at the heavenly god realm meant that his potential was outstanding. In the future, it should not be a problem for him to step into the god emperor realm. He might even have the chance to break through to the legendary cosmos god realm. Of course, all of this was on the premise that he did not die prematurely. Otherwise, even if he was a heaven-defying genius, it would be useless. Congratulations, Brother Chun. Star and Moon pursed her lips into a smile and said in a low voice, After we finish participating in the deity grand competition, we will break through to the divine king realm together. At that time, we will have some ability to protect ourselves. Fong Chen smiled. In the divine world, true gods were already considered top-level experts. Star and Moon nodded lightly. Fong Chen stared at Star and Moon with a smile, wanting to say something but hesitating. Brother Chun, Star and Moon asked doubtfully. It seems that our dual cultivation is still beneficial to our cultivation. In the future, Fong Chen's wretched smile made Star and Moon blush. On the small hill, Feng Yanai and Feng Xiao were guarding. Fong Chen and Star and Moon walked out of the ground together. How was it? Feng Xiao asked impatiently. The harvest is not bad. Fong Chen nodded. Has anything happened in Dragon's Pine Ridge recently? Feng Yanai shook her head and said, We are rather remote here. The heavenly gods of the two beast clans can't find us at all. Hearing this, Feng Chen nodded slightly. Suddenly, a crazy plan appeared in his mind. Let's spread the news of our hiding place, Feng Chen said. No, once Eagle Wing and Windrock find out, they will definitely come to kill us. Feng Xiao refused directly. Xiao, you seem to have forgotten something. Feng and I reminded. As long as we stand on the small hill, we can use the power of the heavenly gods. Not to mention Windrock and Eagle Wing. Even if all the heavenly gods of the two beast clans come, we won't be afraid. Feng Xiao was stunned by Feng Ni's reminder, and then she laughed. Okay, I will go spread the news now, Feng Xiao said. Dragon's Pine Ridge was huge, but news spread very quickly. In a few days, the news reached the ears of the two beast clans. In a certain area, the Demon Bird clan's heavenly god was resting. The guys from the Phoenix clan finally dared to show up. This person was called Tian Heezy, the younger brother of Tian Qinzi. He was not as strong as his brother Tian Qinzi, but he had more people. This time, when he heard about the hiding place of the Phoenix clan, he led the 6 heavenly gods of the Demon Bird clan to the southeast area of Dragon's Pine Ridge without hesitation. Although Fong Chen is strong, if the 7 of us join forces, he will definitely die, Tian Heezy said coldly. Most importantly, they couldn't use the power of the heavenly gods in Dragon Pine Ridge, which gave them an advantage. When Tian Heezy headed to the southeast area, the heavenly gods of the Tian Peng clan also heard the news. They also headed to the southeast area in a mighty manner to encircle and annihilate the Phoenix clan.